than it is in others, but it doesn't change. It just means the degree is more amplified.
Yeah. So
So
I just say, so just play the game, play it. Sometimes you got to play it by their rules, and then at some point, like Nietzsche, you just got to play it for yourself.
my problem has always been this. My problem has always been that usually the people that do know how to play the game only know how to play the game. Like they don't substantially know what they've gotten themselves into. And
Mm-hmm.
that's been my problem with leadership most oftentimes because I've always
Everybody
been
knows you
quote,
never go full
oh
retard.
yeah, uh yeah, we looked at your submission, everything looks great, but you're missing this. And I'm like, you just hired a freaking knuckle breather that just freaking walked through the fucking door. Oh, sorry, that just
Yeah.
walked through the freaking door with little or no experience, and he's now telling me how to do the functions that I know how to do more, and now I'm having to actually brief him on the policies and procedures so that he doesn't get written up. But yeah, I get written up for insignificant
But
things, and then
that's your
pretty much the labels
subjective
impute.
opinion.
Oh yeah.
So
Which
yeah.
leads into beautifully what this stream is about. So what's the rules? I mean, the rundown. Sorry.
We just talk about our we basically talk about our views on what is subjective and what is objective. You know, I don't know how far we
You sound like you're talking into a bowl.
Yeah, you cut right out there. What did you say?
like I gotta check my mic.
Eh, gay.
Yep.
So basically, what our views are on it, I'm like, it's pretty straightforward. Under 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Objectivity is pretty much keeping perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Objectivity, yeah, and there's a subtle push of pushing out objectivity because
Yeah,
suddenly everything is suddenly subjective.
yeah, everything is suddenly subjective when you start putting yourself into the situation. Or
It's no longer about what the masses say; it's about what you say and how the masses need to conform to you.
yeah,
Which
Mm-hmm.
I'm all fine with if it just didn't mean, oh no, 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 your subjective view doesn't matter. It's this person's subjective view that matters because they have all the degrees and all this
I
kind of
just
stuff.
wish they stopped changing the fucking rules every fucking 2 weeks.
well, no, that's how it works, dude.
Oh,
That's how it works
At
at
this
any
point, yeah.
employment agency. That's how it works at any employment agency. Like they have to literally change the policy to pretty much get a point across. Like
You're wanting
even if
command.
you're in the right, they have to bend at least some form of policy or procedure so that they can pretty much put you in the hot seat. So I mean, I learned to stay out of the hot seat because my opinion always used to get me in trouble. My opinion always was like, you know, I have
Oh,
to
I
know
learned that here and
well,
there, definitely.
in order to pretty much be able to perform the duties of my work, like I need to know the policies and procedures. So here you're quoting me to do
Whoa,
something
what
that
was
it goes
that?
against it. What? What's that?
I heard a reverb.
Mm.
Just fucking sting my ears. Shit.
It might be your connection, man. My connection's pretty good. Like Schooner and I have like talked pretty much
You
uninterrupted.
sound very clear. Scooter sound very clear. Yeah, it could be my connection. I did mention my to my homeboy last night. I might have to get a new router.
Well, I don't necessarily know what the
Hey,
service is.
Melissa.
I don't know what
I
the
have
service
AT and
provider in
T.
your town is. Like, do you have other options? Like I
Are
said,
we
in
live now?
Vegas,
I didn't realize we were live.
Well, that's why I
I
bring in
saw the flag.
but that
I saw the flag, but I just wanted to kind of like finish my point, and that's when
I
I
was
accidentally
hoping you would
started
finish your
swearing.
point. I like, dude, just keep going. I'm not gonna be doing the countdown anymore.
Well, my thing was, it's like, prior to my last line of work, like we all start out with like 9 to 5 work. So I mean, I went from handling snakes to like having to deal with like the general public, having to deal in hospitality, like all these little rinky-dink jobs. So like my biggest beef was anytime that you know I had seen myself as someone who could provide leadership. I was always given some half. I don't want to say half-assed, but it was almost like a half-handed attaboy, but you're not what we're looking for. It's one of these things where if honestly, if more employers would just be, full disclosure, hey, you know what, all we want is a yes man. We don't want anyone who's going to be making any waves, who's going to be upsetting the apple cart, who's going to keep status
Hmm.
quo, because gosh forbid you raise morale, in your work environment because happy workers, are more productive, but we don't want that. Like that costs more money.
Like what Mr. Burns says. Don't forget, you're here forever.
Yeah. So I mean, and it is true. It does cost more money because then you can take that success somewhere else, and guess what? You can ask for more money. So
And that's the thing too, is that you can't be open with yourself. As they say, we wear three masks. The mask we wear in society, the mask we wear around friends and family, and the final mask is the mask we remove. The final removal of said mask is when we are alone.
yeah,
Who we truly are is alone. And unfortunately, a lot of people are getting this generation is getting, well, I'd say it was a building block of generations,
oh
are getting frustrated because now we go on the internet, and since we're free to be anonymous and stuff like that, we
yeah.
see other people with very similar stories to our own, and all we do is now have these echo chambers where we're all just more so bitching about our lives rather than trying to find a solution.
That's exactly what's happened with YouTube. I mean, a few people have managed to monetize on it, and they're the bigger tubers, but I mean, they're literally
Yeah,
doing the same thing.
yeah.
So
And you got to wonder, is that the real them now, or is that the persona they're putting on? I mean, that's
yeah,
the question.
yeah.
I'm sure most of our listeners right now are even asking us, is this really who we are, or is it a persona that we throw on just for the sake of our rant? Thank goodness, and thankful for the fact that we didn't get as big as we did, because fame kills the creative mind.
Well, and I'm pretty much
Lucky
I'm
for,
pretty
for
much the
us,
same
I'll keep us
person
on.
in and off.
Keep us on the
Like,
even keel, even if we do get that big.
Yeah. Oh, I believe in you. Yeah, I still believe. In spite of everything, in spite of it all, I still believe that the best will win out. That's right.
And you guys will be here to call me out on if in case if I do get too overly ambitious, to the point where I lose sight of what it was that I set out for when I started, or
well,
rather, you can bring me back to where I started and
well,
remind me of where I was.
let me put it in a different light. It literally comes down to you almost have to, because there has to be a counterculture to all this. So there has to be a different voice, and it sounds weird to say because then it sounds like manufactured. But in a sense, you almost need a different voice, because right now the general consensus, especially in pop culture, is going down this road of inclusiveness, which is really just another guise for the type of collectivist mindset that we were talking about earlier, as far as you have people that are doers and people that just don't. And what's really
Well, and
funny.
that's the problem too, Trooper, is that the people who were once the counterculture are now the culture, and they want to
Oh
hold
yeah.
on to them. They need to
Oh yeah.
hold on to their they need to hold on to their shares of power, I guess, because they're afraid. And yes, it is fear. Though they walk around and talk about how they're not afraid of it anymore, they are afraid.
Oh
They
yeah.
are the culture now. Like I said, the counterculture is coming up on them. So what do? They continue to scream that they are still the counterculture.
Yeah.
That they don't realize. I think they do realize.
Yeah. I,
They
I think I think some of them do.
Yeah, they're not stupid. They know, but they can never
You
publicly
can't
admit.
openly admit to it. You can't,
You
because the
can't
moment you
openly admit.
openly admit to it, the game is over.
The game
So
is over, exactly, which is why a lot of people are terrified to do apologies, because that's sharks. It's like blood in the water. You
Oh
can't
yeah.
apologize. You can only move forward. Hence why you'll never get Kathleen Kennedy saying she was wrong about Star Wars. You'll never get that. That is something you got to let go.
Well, and I've been saying that for a while, but
I know.
when it really comes down to brass tacks, I mean, I think there's more to it as well. Like, I think this is where they kind of want to go in terms of pop culture, and there's no real pushback in terms of you're not seeing anything that's well funded production wise coming out and being a counter to that. Like there aren't.
Well, I think there are, but they just either they ignore it or they are so very quick to take it down. I mean, The Mandalorian is the counter to what Kathleen Kennedy's direction was. The only difference is with The Mandalorian is that it found a way to check all of the boxes and deliver that story that everybody.
Hang on, Schooner.
Oh yeah.
Dread 2012 Dev, you wouldn't be Daisy Cousins, would you? Hi everyone, I hope you're all well. Yeah, Don, we just started. I just didn't do the cadence like I usually do. I felt like more of a chill wolf today.
Yeah. But again, like, why was The Mandalorian so despised by the Kennedy camp? Because it delivered, it basically said, what was Kathleen Kennedy more angry about? The fact that she couldn't make Star Wars, she couldn't make The Mandalorian with the way she wanted to run Lucasfilm? Or was it the fact that Jon Favreau did it and people liked him?
That's a unique way of saying his name.
Well, what I think, that's like getting into the minutia of it. I was more or less leaning towards you have Disney, but you don't have another big conglomerate spouting off a different view, because it's become so monopolized that all big six companies literally are in the same boat spouting the same narrative. So there's no
competition.
There's no competition. There's no films like Upgrade. You know what I mean? That are blowing up and creating opportunities for smaller studios to then become these larger entities to be able to crank out the type of productions that are more towards an individualist perspective. There just isn't. Everything is too monopolized now.
I make the argument, though, that occasionally, though, you are getting films, and these are by individuals.
We'll have a guest coming in with us pretty soon, but keep talking.
You have these individuals, like I said earlier in the back stream, I think, you got to play the game. And sometimes if you play the game right, you get a unique view on something. Like, for example, Denis Villeneuve's Dune. We're finally getting that, which is something.
Did you miss me?
Yes,
did you miss me?
Hey, man,
good God Almighty, did you miss me? No, kidding.
No, not really.
Hey,
not, really. Not one bit.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, what's
how
up?
you doing?
So, what do we got on the service today?
We're talking about object.
Basically the contrast between objectivity and subjectivity, but I mean they both consequently end up being the same thing once you inject your own perspective into it.
The lies.
So I mean we covered that in under 10 minutes. Now we're just talking. So
the thing about objectivity is the objective truth that everybody can universally agree on. Sky is blue, the road is to the road is to walk on, that is cat, that is a fence, stuff like that. Now subjectivity is basically what your own point of view is, and we're slowly seeing a deconstruction of objective things becoming subjective, like gender, for example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like it has it holds like no water to how objective it is.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And a lot of times now, because and just like criticism has suddenly become super subjective that these artists or those in the pop culture industry feel that, well, we have a different point of view, so we don't have to listen to this subjective criticism. But what they don't realize is that, well, objectively, everybody thinks this way. When there is more people who think that one way, it's no longer subjective, it's objective. The movie is objectively bad. And only for a small circle of people, it is subjectively good. And yet these guys and girls with big money in Hollywood are constantly doubling, tripling, and quadrupling down because they got the money to do it.
Yeah.
And the problem is, though, is that also what's funny is that now since these corporate entities have so much money in deep pockets that they think they don't have to listen to people, suddenly individuals are coming out of the woodwork and creating things that these corporations were in the beginning backing, but now they don't like it because more people are liking it. Like, for example, The Mandalorian. Mm-hmm. Jon Favreau created The Mandalorian in this post Disney Lucasfilm, and it was actually met with some praise here. Yeah, the hardcore fans like Professor Geek or something like that still think, oh, well, we're just going to wait for the shoe to drop. And okay, I get it. We have to wait for the shoe to drop.
Yeah, because it's still tied in.
They're just like a scorned lover. Like they're waiting to be left at the altar again. And I'm like, okay.
Well, yeah. and that's the thing though about The Mandalorian is that it suddenly was getting more people to come back together, and it was actually doing it in a way that checked all the right boxes and still was a good story. I'll say it. I did like the first two seasons of The Mandalorian for what it was. It knew what it was.
I knew season 2 because that was around, I don't remember why I finally turned off my Plus, but I didn't watch any of season 2 at all.
I just rented them. Because they're still available because now suddenly all of Disney Plus is no longer even going to be getting releases anymore. And I'm like, oh, for crying out loud.
Yeah, pretty much. That's how I ended up, allegedly. That's how I ended up with my own copy of WandaVision, allegedly. So
allegedly, exactly. There's no proof. They can't prove anything.
It's really,
they just come in with blind optimism, and that's basically almost what it is. Come in like. They say they want to support some of the good things. Take Star Wars, as you're already talking about. Like, support some of the good things in The Mandalorian. Despite that it already has in ties with the sequel trilogy, Jon Favreau has outright said it. And it's still adding fuel to the fire.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he says that it is connected to the sequel trilogy, but to what degree, he's never specific about.
Oh, yeah. Because, I mean, if you freely admit, by the way, this is where we're going, and this is where we're going to end up, a lot of people are going to jump ship. So.
Yeah, and what's great about The Mandalorian and why it is good is that season 2, you can technically jump off at that point because the primary story is done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, we got our little Luke Skywalker cameo that broke the internet, and what Lucas, and that was,
that scene is already the antithesis of the Darth Vader scene in Rogue One.
Yeah, which is kind of sad. And I don't mean to sound like wet about it in terms of a downer, because it is a fun scene. But what I'm saying is that, like, that it literally took like 2 seasons, a lot of people on YouTube bitching, a lot of people calling out these producers, not producer, but producers,
Wait,
to more or less kind of back off, more or less off of the Favreau camp just enough so that they could actually polish the IP enough to investors. Because, I mean, if you were watching Disney Gallery, all Disney Gallery was a way to polish the brand to investors, because you had literally Favreau at a table. I actually watched these episodes. That was one of the things that I found so fascinating. And then it kind of clicked. Oh, you know what? This isn't really for me. This is more for like investors that are kind of perspective in terms of, you know what? I want to invest in Disney. So, but this is the genius, I think. And a lot of people like to rip on Favreau because he's sticking to, he's sticking to the sequel trilogy. I'm like, no, he's just playing the game
till he's in a position to either change it or not change it, and he can do so if he wishes. Because, no offense, as much as we hate it, George Lucas signed those papers, which means Disney can do what they want with it. And you sometimes got to let go of that, because you got to realize it is. A lot of people are going to hate me for this, and they'll probably
trust me, I know. I've gotten burned out on talking about it to some of the people you and I both know, because it's literally like pissing in the wind when you talk to them and try to tell them the same point.
Okay, it's fiction. Okay, we can have and enjoy our little piece of it for what it was, and it does. And as time does go on, things do need to grow. I don't agree with always the direction of how it. I don't believe things need to radically change. They need to gradually be changed. Okay. And that was the problem with Disney's Star Wars, is that it had the makeup of Star Wars, but it didn't have the heart of Star Wars. So when
they had no confidence in the characters they created. They had no confidence in the stories that they were writing. So they
didn't want to, because like Trooper saying, they didn't want to spend all the money. I mean, why do you think we had the First Order instead of just the Empire? Because if you say the word Empire, you got to pay all these royalties to people. If you have instead of Tatooine, we have Jakku, which if you say Tatooine and all that kind of stuff. So let's call that what it was. It was Disney being cheap.
Rebranding, just completely rebranding everything.
I mean, that's why I got on this big thing about Spider-Man last night, because there have been 2 deals since
don't even get me started on the trailer.
Bro,
I haven't even seen the trailer, but I do not want it.
Bro, put your tits in the bra, like I know, but
I hadn't even bothered seeing.
Here's my thing. When I talk to a lot of these people who are like, oh, is this gonna be more of this? Is this gonna be more of that?
I know.
My thing has always been, I'm like, contractually they can't, because what's happened is Sony is doing all the ground level stuff, and it's with Marvel money, because that was originally that was the 2012 contract. So when we talk about IPs like Marvel, Disney moving in this direction where it's implicitly all about a collectivist mindset, the reason these films have been have been objectively less so in this particular camp of inclusivity, diversity, equity, blah 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 blah, because it's in the contract, so it's all baked in the cake. So when we talk about No Way Home, we're not gonna get a female Doc Ock. We're just not, because it's not in the contract. Like, that's why they could only use certain characters in a certain way. And subsequently subsequently now in the 2015 contract, that kind of changed a little bit, because it the first contract allowed for the appearance of, in Civil War and all the other subsequent films and appearances, but this one only went up to 2 films. And I said this last night, that there's only 2 more appearances, which is No Way Home, and then my personal belief is it involves Multiverse of Madness, because supposedly after No Way Home, there's no more Spider-Man films in the MCU. That's it. Like, they're done. Like, he's gone. Like, you are not going to see him again unless you can get Sony back to the table. Like, Sony got exactly what they wanted, which was, let's build up a character that we can use, that we can loan out. That was Sony's point of view. And Marvel was about, we got to get this character to make, call ourselves the MCU. And here's the thing, like, as far as like all these characters being acquired by Disney, there's only maybe 1 or 2 or 3 left, like big names that you would know, that are tied up in some other place. Like, for the longest time, Namor was tied up in Universal. I don't know what happened with Namor. And that was how that's kind of what happened with Hulk. I mean, Hulk was Universal. I don't know if the rights actually ever reverted to Marvel. Um, and like I told Leia, I'm like, the only time you're going to see another Spider-Man film is when they have to churn one out so that they don't lose the licensing and rights to this, so they don't revert back to Marvel.
Similar to Fantastic Four.
Yeah. So now to tackle FF12's comment on the trailer. This is about as much Disney Marvel, if you will, that you're gonna get, because this is Sony doing Disney Marvel. So
yeah, it hints why we actually see almost pretty much a lot of the Spider-Man stuff, particularly with the movies.
Yep.
Like there's basically a reference to the movie Pumpkin Bomb, even though we don't ever see the Green Goblin, but we do see.
We hear William Dafoe. We do hear William Dafoe laughing, and we get a voiceover with William Dafoe.
But I'm wondering with that though, if that was just like a soundbite from previous that was allowed to be used.
Let's not forget.
It
was. It definitely was a Sorry, FF.
Yeah, I'll let you.
It was definitely a audio clip of Spider-Man 1's Green Goblin. Which I rolled my eyes on that one, and I heavily rolled my eyes when Doc Ock came in with that obvious DH digital makeup. I was like, wow.
Could that have been any
you know what? That actually
does he not even look like that when he's older?
Huh?
Like the actor for Doc Ock in Spider-Man 2, did he not even look like that when he got older at this time?
He looks subsequently a lot older now. But and his big thing when they brought him in to do this was the fact that he has subsequently aged, and their big sell was, oh, we can de-age you, and I don't have a problem with that. That's fantastic.
I don't have a problem with it either.
I have two problems. Like, I have a problem when someone owns the rights to your image and then turns you into a Whitney Houston hologram, and then I also have the problem that
they can change your character.
Can I just say this? Can I just say, why couldn't they have just brought him in regularly? Because remember, it's called No Way Home, and it's the multiverse. So this could be a Doc Ock from another multiverse where he just happens to be
I have
older.
to ask that too. I don't know if that's a studio thing or a Sam Raimi thing. I don't know. So,
and besides, didn't he just like die in that movie?
He did die in that movie.
Well, we don't know. We don't know. That's the thing. It's like we know he gets sucked into that event horizon of what he was making. Like,
I'll give you one explanation. It's magic.
No,
that's how movies work. Doctor Strange appears in the movie.
I love that part. I'll get to that in a second. But the other thing I don't like is when you get older actors to do like action scenes, because then it really shows their age. I loved seeing old Samuel L. in Catwoman. It reminded me of like Pulp Fiction, Black Snake Moan, all that. But the moment you get him to try to do a running scene or anything like that, his age shows. So for that, you do need a stunt double.
Yeah.
Like, realistically, you need to find a dude who's got Samuel's old build or close to it, or at least what the ideal build would be in someone's head. Because remember, this plays right into subjectivity. How we remember things are subject to what actually happened. So, find that ideal black dude, all cut up and freaking, 10% body fat or whatever, and have him do the freaking, action scenes and kind of jump over the fence and all that stuff. Fine, whatever. That's cool. Then you've now put a composite together of what the ideal Samuel L. was versus how he is now. Like, when you would have him do some of that running in Captain Marvel, you could tell. I mean, the dude is giving it his effort. But my whole thing has been, if you're going to recreate something like that, you have to go 100%. You can't half-ass it here or there.
And that's another thing that bothers me a lot. I just basically say that what you got to do, you got to just bite the bullet and say recast a younger actor and give him. I mean, because you could have recast him.
you could have easily used freaking Donald Glover if you really want to. I mean, he's already at Disney. He's already had previous contractual agreements. He's not opposed to doing something, whatever, it's so my but my oh, okay, well, here's another one. Um Luke Skywalker. Fantastic. That's where they actually did the opposite, where they got the body double. They got everything right in terms of action, but then when it came down to the actual face map, it was terrible. I'll be the first one to say, and it actually was, it was Mark Hamill doing the
Somebody actually
acting,
did a better job.
but like subsequently, fans have done better work in terms of using deepfake. And well, there's still a video up on YouTube where like this small effects team, I keep forgetting what the name of the account is. They actually put see, that looks fantastic to me. But they put a composite of Mark Hamill together, and they did the wig and everything like that, and that looked a lot better than what we got from Disney, which begs the question.
Which is what we see on the picture right now. What he looked
Yeah.
like in the movie.
Yeah. And so
like here's
bouncing
him
back,
in the original.
Bouncing back to FF12's point. I love the Doctor Strange Spider-Man thing because it reminds me a lot of what, in terms of
They had one on Adventures
animated
together.
series. Because like in the Marvel's, like, Spider-Man, the last animated series, like you would always have some form of team up. So
I'll take that
Spider-Man
off.
would
That's
either
freaking me out right now. Uncanny Valley kicking in.
like so he would either team up with like White Tiger or Nova or Power Man, or in my favorite has always been the Cloak and Dagger team up with Doctor Strange. So I got a lot of very Spider-Man type of adventure from this film, because that's what Spider-Man does. Like, he's an on-the-ground superhero, but Spider-Man has never been above his own ego to not ask for help. So
yeah,
in this case,
that's what made Spider-Man cool, is that when he bites off more than he can chew, he's willing to help, and he's willing to ask for help and give help when he needs it. And that's all made Spider-Man one of the coolest superheroes, because he usually teamed up with the X-Men, Iron Man, or something like that when it was usually a major event that he couldn't either he couldn't handle by himself, or it was something that was affecting the entire MCU.
Yeah. I mean, and that's kind of why I'm hoping that this film kind of plays out like that, in terms that it is more of a true Spider-Man adventure with the, having, cohorts with him for the ride, which in this case will be Doctor Strange. So I kind of hope I get some of that in Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness, because that's really going to be it for me. Like, I'm watching this film because literally, I think Marvel only gets about 25% of the earnings. The rest goes to Sony.
Right.
The first agreement was the Disney Marvel produces it, means they put it all together. Disney more.
I think that's
Disney only got 5%. Yeah, Disney only got 5% of all that stuff combined. So they weren't.
I'm just saying that's the problem. Also, objectively, Doctor Strange and Spider-Man, everything. As much as I hate Endgame, you needed to focus on the characters in this new era that were directly with or involved in.
Better yet, the MCU could have just ended right then and there with Endgame. It's not a very good conclusion.
Yeah, this is true. My only gripe is that they could have taken that Marvel name and applied it to other films. They don't necessarily have to be comic book films. It's sort of like Lucasfilm. Like, Lucasfilm is synonymous with George Lucas, which is synonymous with Star Wars. But Lucasfilm does plenty of effects for other films and other companies.
Yeah,
why couldn't Marvel do the same thing?
And that's the thing that's always
literally doing comic book films, because we're already out of the age of the comic book superhero film. We're out of it. Who was it? I want to say it was and I hate having to refer to other YouTubers because it becomes a big echo chamber. But I think the only YouTuber at this point who has made that point beside myself has been like Razorfist. That's it. I haven't heard from anybody else at the age of that we're out of the comic age. So.
Well, and it was kind of upsetting because the end of the comic age came when, I mean, I don't think we're out of the comic age. I think the age of comic books always comes in and out of pop culture.
Well, I should say like the golden age of Marvel, or rather the golden age of the MCU. Let me be a little bit more concise.
Yeah, the golden age of the MCU, I will agree to that, is pretty much over, and it ended when Iron Man left and everybody else. Which, I get it, everybody's not happy with how they ended a lot of these stories because it doesn't fit the narrative of the comic book character, but...
Nor the narrative of the characters. Like, just look at what they did with Cap.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
But that was in there because they wanted to get a new Cap in, and Chris Evans' contract was up. He didn't want to renew it. So fine.
Oh, yeah. And now that the money is getting a little dry, he's like, hey, I'm back, guys. I'm like, yeah, you know what, get in line. Get in line with everybody else.
Yeah, I understand that Chris Evans' contract was about to be done for, especially with the many other people that have been in the MCU since 2008.
And
like all of them were up. All of them were coming up. I think, actually, the only... I'm going to call them legacy actors at this point, but the only legacy actor to renew his contract, which was like a 7 film, which really just translates to 7 appearances, was Chris Hemsworth. He's the only one. But he's not going to be used as a tentpole. They're getting away from that tentpole model because now they've realized, hey, you know what, we got to churn out money. And you know Disney, they don't like churning out money. And a lot of these films were done during the Paramount era. So all Disney literally did was buy the property, let them finish up to where, I want to say almost everything was pretty much already slated out to Infinity War. Where you saw the deviation was Captain Marvel. Is where you really saw a lot of deviation. So you knew that was 100% Disney. That's
but also Robert Downey Jr., everybody was somewhat more or less following Robert Downey Jr.'s lead, but Robert Downey Jr. had enough foresight to say, I can retire, and that's why he wanted out of Iron Man, because he was going to retire. He's semi-retired.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You know, he made bank on those movies.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Yeah,
like,
so much
his
so
was the only contract that was a little hybridized.
Yeah. I mean, he could have kept going. That's one thing that most people don't know. He could have kept going. There would have been Iron Man 4 and Iron Man 5, but he didn't want to do that anymore. He was contractually obligated after Iron Man 3 to do either 1 or 2 more Avengers movies. They basically had to, and they practically had to beg him, if I recall, to go into Spider-Man Homecoming.
Yeah, it's because they just wanted Spider-Man to just be another Iron Man legacy character, despite he's completely separate from Tony Stark.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I mean, but the beauty of that is I want to say they at least, writing not RDJ, but writing out Iron Man out of the whole picture, if you will, ended up kind of working in a way with the dynamic that they had already started in, I don't want to say Civil War. Well, you know what? It did happen in Civil War, but they were able to kind of like bookend it with Iron Man 3. Because with Iron Man 3, you start getting this like loosely based prodigal son narrative.
Yeah.
That kind of evolves into Civil War, which then goes into Homecoming, which then goes into Infinity War, which subsequently you see the effects in Far From Home. And, then you get, you see the effects in Endgame, but honestly, I don't watch Endgame. I own it. I probably will never open it. It's still, wrapped in cellophane. It's in the box of movies that shall not ever be opened, but, they complete sets, so that's why they're there. But what I think is pretty cool so far about No Way Home. This is what happens when you don't put the mute button on your mic. You hear a lot of shuffling. So
Shut up.
So like what I like so far in terms of I saw that.
Keep going.
What
Keep
happened?
going. We'll get to it, but keep going.
W- in terms of No Way Home, you kind of see so far from what we can tell is that you get a little bit of that kind of foster guardian kind of dynamic already from No Way Home in Doctor Strange picking up where Iron Man left off.
Mm.
So while Tony more or less was more of the strict parent, if you will, in terms of, I'm nothing without the suit. If you're nothing without the suit, then you shouldn't be wearing it. To,
Hmm.
Wong saying, don't cast that spell. It's, blah, 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 blah. And then, of course, Doctor Strange does that wink. So he's almost like the uncle that spoils the child.
Yeah. I get what they're trying. I get that dynamic, and I really think, if you really want my honest opinion, maybe Spider-Man should have been the direction for the future installment of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, because he was a legacy character. He is essentially the future generation of the MCU. Yeah, you got Doctor Strange, and even you got Doctor Strange and all these other ones willing to help him out, and even Winter Soldier. Maybe that's probably where they should have gone. They probably should have been Spider-Man team up. But
probably, I mean, the biggest elephant in the room was always the fact that he's owned by Sony.
Yeah.
And the fact that Disney likes to make money, so when they're not making money, which was part of the 2012 contract, it's like they're only using it as icing for the cake. I mean, they own the merchandising.
Let me do a quick aside on that whole Wong warning Strange not to use that spell. I'm sitting here thinking like, bruh, he's the fucking Sorcerer Supreme. He could do whatever fuck he wants.
Yeah.
Well, no. Again, it's a cautionary tale story.
I know.
That's what literally leads.
I'm just like, Wong, who are you to tell him not to do
he's
what?
Wong, dude. It's like
I'm like, you ain't do.
How
many
many
motherfucker, you ain't do that shit with the ancient one.
How many times has Wong warned Doctor Strange throughout?
I know, but that's when they were compadres in the school. But like,
yes.
bro, you didn't do that shit with the damn the original Sorcerer Supreme.
And they still share that relationship. They still.
I know. I'm just throwing shade at them.
I'm
just throwing shade at them.
It's very Wong. It's very Wong.
Yeah, I was like, who are you to tell him? Last time I checked, he's a Sorcerer Supreme. He can experiment, man.
Yeah.
Another thing too is that they should have done, which they're realizing a little too late, is that the events of Endgame they kind of wrote themselves into a corner, and now it's up kind of to Doctor Strange, the Tony Stark of the Sorcerer universe, to basically streamline what they did in Endgame.
Well,
it's not going to work. It's not going to work. It's not going to work.
That could be interpreted as subjective because, I mean, there are many characters that pretty much could have done that. I think what they're doing now is they're pretty much hopping on that trope of the multiverse is now shattered, because not only did they do that in WandaVision by Wanda finally embracing, embracing being the Nexus. Well, on film, she has not embraced being the Nexus being, but she's now the Avatar of Chaos. Even though we don't refer to it as that.
I know that's another like, I don't know if it's missteps or opportunities or something like that. But is anyone hearing a clicking?
Really that's from Final Fantasy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, but I was gonna say what.
There's no plan here, and that's really what everybody. Subjectively saying we don't need a plan for the next vision of the MCU, but
I don't think they do, because to finish off my point, they did the same thing with Loki. So all they're saying is Wanda ushered in chaos, which by then now leaving opportunity, or at least opening the door to chaos, so that things like Loki and Sylvie, more or less, that whole nasty, gross, whatever. I'm in love with myself. But I am too. So I get it.
That's the very definition of That
You
what do
know,
Go
they
fuck
call that?
yourself.
Yeah.
as little Kim would put it, if I was you, I'd do me too. So it's like, it's like
Oh my
I'm one
god.
of those people. I'm like, yeah, if I was me, I'd do me too. But but my what I was getting at was
These guys
so
are
Wanda
freaking.
opens the door, allows for
The audio's going a bit out of control.
Final, your audio is kind of crackling.
Yeah, sorry.
Still,
I think it's all done now.
still a little
You
crackling.
sound like a Jawa.
Oh, come on!
Yeah, you do actually. But then subsequently, it allows the event of no
Yeah,
Wyoming to take
I'll
place.
just mute my mic until I.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, all the crackling's over.
It's still crackling.
No.
Maybe
Now you sound like a disruptor from Star Wars. You know those translation disruptors.
Yeah, like you like your static conversation. We need help. Send for reinforcements. Kind of sounds like that a
Well,
bit.
I hammered this point with Leia last night too, Flower. So don't worry. I mean, I was talking about this in the back room where you can talk yourself blue, and you usually get your point across, but the next day it's like back in default mode. But so yeah, so I guess like me personally, by seeing these production studios going with new writers because it's cheap talent and people that have never necessarily written anything of any substance being given massive responsibilities with these IPs, which mind you, all they're looking at is money figures. So they know at this point that they can churn out whatever and people are still going to turn out. So that to me tells me that in and of itself, they already have a hard baked in audience. So it doesn't matter to them if they push out predominantly socialist propaganda, the brilliant star that shines through the night, the hot flash that makes evil sweat, rise a man stands before you.
REEZ. Oh shit.
Well, I was going to say. Bum, bum, dun, 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 dun.
Dun dun da 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 da.
Bum, bum, bum,
Da 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 da.
bum, 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 bum.
Rise our man's here, come to save the day. Right now, rise our man's here, come to save the day. Right now, rise our man is your hero of today. Right now.
Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum.
We're having
Just from the mic's crackling, it almost sounds like
It
a
is.
pretty poor attempt on trying to sound like the Kamen Rider opening. It's the original Kamen Rider.
right.
But yeah, so I mean, we're in the situation where we have a massive company that now they can use the argument, oh, we're opening doors for budding writers. Okay, what does that mean? Like, you would give them something like maybe a kids film, and then maybe do some D plus content. Oh no, that's gonna hit our bottom dollar. That's where we make all our money is D plus.
Well, and that's the thing too. It says we're opening the door for a lot of inclusivity. Really, what they're opening the door for is a whole bunch of yes men and yes women who will do what they're told, and then when the product is received poorly, the studio blames the directors or the creators.
Well, that or they blame the audience. I mean, that's been the typical trope.
Well, no, see, these creators, see, that's the thing. These creators and these writers,
Like
before it goes right across the studio, before the studio advertises them by saying, oh, it's clearly
and hold no one accountable when everything goes wrong. What about the victims waiting for some... Oh, wait, hold on. That's not how that song goes in that musical.
Wait a minute.
Is that musical that I'm familiar with?
It was actually surprisingly... it's actually the Death Note musical, and yes, that's a thing. It's surprisingly well written, or no, not... Yeah, it's surprisingly good. something like that is pretty common in Japan, especially if there would ever be a stage adaptation from
I was
any of
digging the
Capcom's
song
games.
just now. So
Hmm?
I'll take your word for it. I said I was digging the song just now, so I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, yeah, you can actually listen to the English audio on YouTube, for free.
I don't know,
I just
man.
I find that pretty hilarious and funny, but then again, there is Dracula the musical.
Well, yeah.
They have a musical for everything these
I know.
days.
And what's surprising is that these musicals are actually more creative than the content we're getting out of Disney at this point.
Yeah, that's
I
pretty
know.
much why the Disney musicals are suddenly better than the original movies. Like
Surprised there's no porn plays.
I'll be right back. I'll be back.
Oh
Okay,
my God.
don't fall in.
But again, that falls into the subjective criticism that we're getting now these days, where they say, oh, well, subjectively speaking, from where I'm sitting, the fans are to blame because we got a whole bunch of toxic fans who are not open-minded, which is far from the truth. Most of the, now, they want to say, and this is what they do, they talk about bots downvoting all of them. And I'm just like, and then what was it? Then they erase almost all of the legit. They erase all of the legit criticisms and only keep the criticisms of the truly toxic people. I won't deny that there are toxic people out there.
Absolutely, yeah.
But they are throwing everybody into that category, which is wrong. And they know it's wrong, but they can't admit that they did something wrong because in the era of social media, if we admit that we did something wrong, suddenly like a shark with blood in the water, they want to come and tear us limb from limb.
Well, that too, but again, everything with Disney is money. With a lot of these companies, it's money. Let's not kid ourselves. So you admit failure. What that does, it lowers your stock. So these people almost inherently, and I mean, it works in their favor. So they know how to play the game. I mean, we were talking about this earlier. So I mean, that is the game. They blame someone else so that their money, or rather their stock prices, don't necessarily bottom out. I mean, it was funny listening to audio from that investor call. When are you going to fire Kathleen Kennedy? But I mean, that's all done for us and giggles. But I mean, uh, one thing is definitely certain that we're going to have.
Really what you got. And that's really what you got to do now. You got to just laugh at it for comedy's sake because they're trying to. And I love it too because they're trying to basically police comedy, but because they cannot control what's funny. And I think what's funny about all of this is that they think that they can do nothing wrong, yet everybody's telling them, yeah, you are doing something wrong. And then they have to ask you, hey, I'm going to do this way. Is this okay? No. Will you please pretend to say that it's okay? No. You're mean? No. You're a butthead? No.
Well, let's be honest. A lot of comedians can be a bunch of assholes.
Yeah, I mean,
and
it's
I
the
love
same
them
thing
for it.
that's going on, in terms of what we're seeing.
I will tell you one universal truth is that and this is also within the art community too. Don't steal another comedian's joke.
Mm-mm.
Same thing with the art community. Don't steal another person's art.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. That's like you can say whatever the fuck you want to say on that stage. Well, them days you could, but at some point, be careful on using another person's joke.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's got to be along the vein of Gustav Holst and John Williams. It has to be along that vein. I mean, you can't tell the joke verbatim, but I mean,
yeah, the joke's not funny when you say it again.
Once you do verbatim, it becomes a derivative.
Cat Williams,
as opposed to it being creative.
Looking at you, Cat Williams.
And honestly, whenever it comes to comedy, I usually say a bunch of dad jokes and puns because that's usually my style of comedy. And it's why I basically don't even do a lot of stand-up. But I know there are a lot of clean comedians out there, but still.
Sinbad is one of my favorite clean comedians.
Yeah, he's he's funny too. He doesn't do much anymore.
I always
In
saw him
terms
like
of
in briefly in something.
film and in terms of writing, there's nothing that says that you can't borrow elements from some of
Right.
your favorite films or pieces of work. It's just if you do it in a way that becomes so derivative that it no longer becomes an individual
Well,
piece of
yeah,
work. It becomes a rehash.
well, yeah, exactly. There's a difference between paying homage and outright ripping off. Best example is again Stranger Things. Season 1, you see the kids riding on their bike with 11 on
Oh, I
them.
loved it, dude. I loved it.
Yeah, and that's a direct reference to E.T. And you see a car coming their way, and you think, oh, here it comes. This is where 11's going to lift all of them up in flight. No, she uses her psychic powers to flip the van over.
Mm-hmm.
So that's paying homage to something while still being creative and original. Now, Stranger Things Season 3, the Russian guy is a blatant ripoff of the Terminator in every sense of the word.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Terminator.
Yeah, I only own seasons 1 and 2. I don't know if they'll release season 3 on DVD, Blu-ray, and that goes with a lot of these films and a lot of these cable and streaming shows, because now with the payment wall model, if you want to retain your audience, you almost cannot release anything straight to disc anymore. Because if you do, there's no reason to keep watching your streaming service. And that's pretty sad in the sense of, like I was saying last night, I'm focused on getting some older media right now because, all the stuff that's coming out now, I don't necessarily, I don't fit the target audience, which means I have to look somewhere else. And I'm pretty much looking at older media. But, once these streaming services decide that, hey, you know what, we're going to take, let's say, we're going to take Tron off the shelves. You'll never find it on the shelf unless it's been, previously owned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You're going to have to buy it secondhand. But, allegedly, if you got your WandaVision, allegedly there will be those out there who can get that old stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of going to be, Marvel's MO. Like, anything that's on D Plus is definitely not going to make its way to the shelf. It's just not. So, anything that's considered an original, so like, what's the best example? Right now, probably if you liked Netflix's Daredevil, Luke Cage, and all that, you got to pick it up when you can, because all of that has now reverted to Disney.
Mm-hmm.
As far as to my knowledge, some of those actors are coming back, but I don't know who is not. So there's no word if Christian Ritter's coming back. I know Charlie Cox supposedly is coming back to reprise his role of Daredevil. They haven't said how. They haven't really given any indication where Luke Cage is going. Nothing has been said at all.
Which also, can I say, was the biggest misstep. That should have been the next generation. Spider-Man could have teamed up with Daredevil.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it comes to it comes to licensing and who makes what money, and so that literally almost impedes.
Be a big tone shift there.
It impedes like the creative process, because you've got one company who owns this part and another company that owns that part, and none of them want to budge. They both want to make money, so it all gets lost in the weeds. And that's pretty much what happened with the Defenders, because the golden age. The golden age of the MCU was when you had the MCU films pinned up against, the Marvel stuff that was being shown on Netflix, and you could find more stuff, on ABC in terms of, say, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. So there was a lot of stuff happening at the same time. I don't think people actually realized how good they had it, in terms of how much content was
Now,
out there that saturate yourself with.
we just to be fair though, we almost never really realize how good we have it until it's gone.
Oh yeah. Well, and that's the thing. It's like we're not getting any of that anymore. So.
Nope. And the less said about DC, the better, because DC is just making all the wrong decisions. I mean, when they hired J.J. Abrams, I said, oh my God, you guys are morons, because, he already screwed up Star Trek. He definitely derailed Star Wars. He's going to do it again with DC Comics.
Well, that's all he does. He's just the reboot king in terms of, if you've ever looked at his body of work, all he's really good at is reboots.
No, and that's another thing.
I wouldn't necessarily say reboots, but more so it's just a replication of another movie that we've already seen.
Here's the thing, though.
Yeah, basically a remake.
His ideas are good for the time, but they don't have longevity to them. Okay.
Well, no, because pop culturally they're only relevant in that time frame. A lot of the it's like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, where now the difference obviously being that Buffy the Vampire Slayer actually did strike a pop culture nerve with its target audience. So I mean, it was very culturally relevant at the time. In terms of what J.J. Abrams does, all his movies are literally...
Well, get your ass in here.
It's almost like he's telling a story from that year's point of view. So,
and that's the thing. And the only one to really escape the Abrams curse was Mission Impossible.
Well, I mean, it's Tom Cruise. I mean, you're going to be able to watch anything that's Tom Cruise because normally he puts himself on there as a executive producer, sell the project.
Yeah, wasn't that all because of how he got...
he has to be relevant to his cult.
Yeah, and then Tom Cruise decided to write his own stunts because of a broken leg during Mission Impossible 3.
Hang on, Final Fantasy.
No, I was done. Go ahead.
Yeah, actually that was I think it was Fallout where he kind of injured himself.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like much later in a early Mission Impossible movie. I thought it was like Mission Impossible 3. That's when he. I'm
sure he has fair share of injuries during those movies. But the prominent one I heard was that on that one scene where he jumped from roof to roof. Yeah. He literally. I don't think he shattered it, but I think he cracked his ankle. But
I think that's basically where that came from, and I think he had a meltdown there.
No, he had a meltdown on
yeah, a lot of these stars, they've had similar where
he had a meltdown on
stunts.
Top Gun 2.
Yeah, where they want to do their own stunts to the point where they injure themselves and they have to do it because quote unquote, I have to do it. It's like, well, no, that's why they're...
Well, it's also the studio isn't letting them do it anymore because for the longest time that's what Bruce Willis and Harrison Ford did. And then the studios basically told them no because we're going to be held responsible.
Yeah.
Any injury you sustain is basically on us.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, I mean, that's where my predicament is pretty much at now. It's like, something happened in terms of people mishandling.
Let me address Child real quick.
In more or less, I'm in the same,
I want to address Child's comment real quick. She said, wasn't Mission Impossible messed up prior to 3 that JJ just fixed it before it got worse? I would argue that 2 was the one where things could have went downhill from there. Like at that point, like 2 was really just boring. There wasn't really anything going on with 2. JJ basically just gave an overarching arc throughout that whole series.
It reinvigorated the franchise because the first Mission Impossible played more like a spy film, and then the second one played more like a suddenly these characters have to have a story behind them. It's like, I guess.
The third one just went. The third one just went to super spy-ability.
Well, I think at that point,
Let's face it, Philip Seymour Hoffman stole the third movie.
because I mean, I liked the second film, but I mean, they really wanted to get into that Ethan Hunt story, and it no longer was Mission Impossible. It was an Ethan Hunt film.
Mhm.
That's what it was. So, and
And
that's
and
literally what the
then
franchise became. It no longer was a spy team.
Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because like I always thought, wasn't Mission Impossible always like part of the spy
MI6.
genre? Like during the original show before it became
Uh,
popularly known
Oh
for a
yeah,
movie.
it was like
Yeah.
it was very where Bond was literally one man. You know, Mission Impossible was a team literally pulling off an op. You
Mm.
know, with
Yeah.
tech and optics.
Yep. And fun fact. Spock was on that show. Leonard
Yep.
Nimoy.
Nimoy, yeah.
Oh, Leonard Nimoy was on that show.
Yeah, because the cast was always shifting and changing. The only one who kind of stayed the same was oh god, I forget his name. He played the captain in Airplane, which was funny.
Mm.
Oh, the dude with the white hair.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'd have to look up his name.
he was the only consistent one, if I recall, in the Mission Impossible show.
You talking about the guy who played Naked Gun as well?
No, that's Leslie Nielsen.
Okay.
Although what was funny is that Leslie,
yeah, he is. You're talking about Airplane because he's an airplane. I think you meant to say Airplane instead of Naked Gun, but yeah, it's that guy who like tells the kid, "Have you ever seen a pilot naked?" Yeah.
Yeah, he goes, "Hey, you ever see a grown man naked? You ever just hang around the locker rooms and just kind of just wait around hoping for somebody to invite you in? You ever just..." And the kid's looking at him like, "What the hell are you talking about?"
Yeah, for real.
I gotta watch that movie now.
I'm meant to. I haven't.
Well, because what's funny is that the captain's in denial about his sexuality. That's the joke.
Yeah.
And the next, what I think is hilarious is that his co-pilot is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And the kid's saying, "Hey, I know you. You're Kareem Abdul-Jabbar." And he's like, "No. My name is Russ." and then he's like going, "No. You play for the LA." He goes, "You play for LA?" And he's like, "No, I'm sorry, son, but the name is Russ. My dad says you always choke up." And he goes, "The hell I do!" And he grabs him and he holds him and he starts intimidating him.
My name is Elder Price.
You know what? See, that's a movie we should rewatch.
You from
Airplane.
East Coast? I'm from East Coast. I'm from Wisconsin. How High is another one that I loved. I just wish I was writing that movie because I didn't like the way how they treated the Dean.
Yeah.
I think it would have been more pertinent if the white guy that was a recruit that was offering them to join their college was the one that was trying to sabotage them, and Dean was the one that was covering for him. Kind of like a quote unquote subversion. Like he was supposed to be that stuck up that's sadiddy black folk that hang around white folk too much.
Yeah.
But deep down, he's like the guy that's like really keeping them in the school, and telling them like keep up the good job, try and inject some energy into the school. These stuck ups.
Yeah, that would have been interesting. That would have been interesting.
I'm just saying, like if I'm writing your movie in any other way in my head, there's something wrong with the movie to some degree.
Mm-hmm.
In my subjective point of view. Not saying the movie is that bad. I'm just saying like one slight tweak. I'm like, why couldn't Dean be, the not so stuck up dude? I know where they were going for with the Dean in that movie. But I was like, it just feels a bit mean spirited. Like you're very, like you're trying to tear down the successful black man to uplift the ghetto trash poor black, if you will.
Well, I mean, if that's what you want the popular culture to be, you almost have to.
That sucks. There can never
It
be no
does, but I
balance.
mean, that's the reality. I mean, that's how you create these.
There can never be no balance, and yet Fresh
That's how
Prince
you
did a good
create a
job
whole
with it.
society of worker bees. I mean, that's what it really comes down to. I mean, you
Hmm.
gotta fuel the machine. I mean, we were talking about this earlier, and I meant to make a point that there's a study coming out that babies being born in the age of Coof uh, are being born with lower IQs. It's like wow. So I'd have
You
to
know,
Yeah.
find the article for you,
oh
but it is
my
happening. It is
God,
happening.
conspiracy theory time. I now figured out why everybody was in lockdown. We're trying to get a second baby boom.
I doubt that. I doubt that. Like
Oh, just wait
we're
to
in
it.
the age
Just
of
wait.
social media. I mean, we're in the age of swipe left. So I
Well,
mean,
just
like
keep,
there's
just
less.
wait. Just watch. Just watch.
No, no,
How
no.
many
There's
people are going
less replacement numbers in terms of American population going on. I mean, that's why these freaking leftists are just pushing for like all these like third world s-hole country individuals to come in here, wiping their butt on the ground because they're easier to control. All they want is free stuff. Like
well,
they're not looking to become the next round of law enforcement physicians, attorneys, nothing like that. They're here to literally uh, get in line and get their little piece of porridge. That's all they want. That's all this government wants. Now that we're in the
that's
rabbit
the
hole
problem. Well,
discussion.
that's
But yeah.
well, that's the whole problem. But I don't think that's going to work out exactly the way they want it to.
Oh no,
Okay.
no, it's
Almost.
all as intended because I mean, it's not the leaders at the top that are making these decisions. It's all these three-letter agencies that basically have the final say. I mean, let's get real. So
Melissa Harrison Jake, aka Melissa Harris and Son 3.0. I agree. I mean, we need. Why can't we get more shows like that
Or a different world.
or different worlds? Yeah.
It's
well,
a
I mean,
different world.
was it?
Ooh.
I know Leia was having a issue with Fresh Prince being relaunched in the age of collectivist entertainment. So
Hmm.
because
I
You know,
don't.
it's good.
I
they're
have
just
This
some
issue,
hope.
repurposing established characters for their own narrative at this point. They're not making
I
anything new.
I have some slight hope if Will is still attached to the Fresh Prince at this point, or at least if they're gonna use his name.
Bro, he
What?
got freaking cucked by Pinkett. There is no hope for him, dude.
That's
That,
true.
when he
Not,
was freaking crying on TV and he was apologizing like a little cuck, and forget that, dude. He's done, dude. Like
no, excuse me.
that woman cut his nuts. That's what happened right there. So
you know, it's good. This issue should have just been called Subjective Revengeance Bullies.
yeah.
Yeah, just because that's basically what these people in the media are. They call themselves like social justice warriors, when really, where is the justice if they have no mercy?
Well, I
And
mean,
that's really, that's something too. You ever notice that? I do like what you said of FF12. It's that they don't really seem to be doing, what's the word I'm looking for? They're kind of more spiteful and mean about their message.
Yeah.
That's really what it is. Very spiteful, very mean spirited, and that's probably why a lot of people are turned off to them, because there's just.
I mean, look at how they pitch their stuff.
Yeah.
Every single time, how they pitch their stuff. We're we're we're, we're producing a story that promotes positivity, that challenge, keyword, challenge societal norms and social conformity.
Mm-hmm.
Or we're trying to inject new characters that rise above and take back power from the privilege. I'm like, why are you so aggressive with your promotions? Why you have to be so aggressive? It seems like you just want to fight everybody. It's like the
And
speech
what's worse is
it's
that
a
they
speech
try
that
to.
Morgan Freeman said in Glory. Hang on, Schooner.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the speech Morgan Freeman has said in Glory. Anybody remember that speech to him from between him and Denzel?
Yep, I do.
Maybe.
But I like the way you say it. It's really cool.
I'll pull it up.
I haven't seen it in a while.
I'm
Well,
sure it went something like that.
I'm gonna give you a refresher then. Final Fantasy.
Okay.
Give me a sec. Let me find that speech. It's a beautiful speech too. It's one of those speeches I want to just throw it in there. He says, "Look, God dang it, excuse me, Natter. The whole world got what? The whole world got a stump on your face, Negro. You better get your hands up on me. Ain't no Negroes around here, understand? Oh, I see. So the white man give you a couple of strikes, and suddenly you start strolling in, ordering everybody around like you the master himself. Negro, you ain't nothing but the white man's dog. And what are you? So full of hate, you want to go and fight everybody because you've been whipped and chased by hounds. Well, they may not be living, but that sure as hell ain't dying. And dying is what these white boys been doing for going on for 3 years now. Dying by the thousands. Dying for you, fool. I know, because I dug the graves. And all this time I keep asking myself, when oh when low, it's gonna be on our time. Gonna come time when we all gonna have to ante up and kick in like men. Like men. You watch who you call a Negro. If there's any Negroes around here, it's you. Just a smart mouth, stupid ass swamp run Negro. And if you're not careful, that's all you're ever gonna be. That was a speech. That's a speech that always bring me to tears every single time I see that scene. My goodness, Morgan couldn't do no better than Morgan Freeman himself. Only he was able to. Thank you, child. I fumbled a bit, but
Yay.
Yeah.
And that's the thing too, is that they need to have. I think a lot of these, those who make Black Panther or who are writing and trying to focus on these, like, the sins of the past mentality. I think they got to have that speech told to them.
mm-hmm.
Right to their face, like saying, "You're just so full of hate in your heart. What are you gonna? Now you have the opportunity, and what do? You squander it on what you don't have still." And then
Still so full of hatred. You want to fight everybody. Like
exactly.
you just want to fight everybody.
Mm-hmm.
It's just then I started realizing that now I start learning about this quote that Blade Wolf said in Metal Gear Rising. If any of you played any of the Metal Gear games,
Yeah.
where it's basically where additionally right after
Or your volume real quick, FF, because I think I heard my voice creeping through your audio.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
I kind of did, but keep going.
All right. Yeah, it was right after our final encounter with Jetstream Sam at the near end of the game, where after Sam gets killed, they realize he didn't have any cyborg enhancements. It was just only in his hand, because that's where he was cut from Armstrong before he joined Desperado. And then it was basically where Blade Wolf then says that evidence was inconclusive and AIs don't even know everything. And it was said likely no single correct answer even exists. And additionally, human conflict stems from opposing ideals and societal norms. And then Raiden would proceed to say, you're better off figuring those things out for yourself.
Yeah.
What would an AI know about freedom?
What's the point of your intelligence if you can't even use it?
The name is Jack, and it's time to let it rip.
Yeah, Metal Gear Rising still my favorite Metal Gear game.
Rules of nature. Bing, bing.
Yeah.
Oh, we got to do a karaoke one day of just
oh
on that
god,
soundtrack.
heavy metal, just a bunch of heavy metal music, just
based
Rising.
around that soundtrack alone. See if we can remember the lyrics, or just add the lyrics on standby.
I do remember the only thing I know for real. That's the Jetstream Sam fight. I do remember those. I can remember the lyrics to The Stranger I Remain. That's the Mistral's fight.
Yeah, Mistral.
Here's a quote. This is from well, you guys know this. Sylvester Stallone from Rocky Balboa, the 2006 movie.
Yes.
And I love it. It's like the world ain't all sunshines and rainbows. It's a very mean and nasty place, and I don't care how tough you are, it will beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or nobody is going to hit you as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. Now, if you know what you're worth, then go out and get what you are worth. But you got to be willing to take the hit and not pointing fingers saying you ain't where you want to be because of him or her or anybody. Cowards do that, and that ain't you. You are better than that. I'm always going to love you no matter what happens. You're my son and you are my blood. You are the best thing in my life. But until you start believing in yourself, you ain't going to have a life. And I love that saying.
That's especially the best speech for a father.
Yeah. And that's the thing that I've always loved about Rocky was that he never that's a thing that we need to live by. And that's objectively what an inspiration needs to be. But subjectively, you got these woke ideologues who say it's just another white man's speech or another Italian guy's speech or something like that. And I'm like, you guys, and they say, oh, it's just another speech, so I don't have to listen. No, that is excusing yourself from listening to that speech because that speech is telling you to take responsibility.
And you don't want to do that.
And you don't want to take responsibility because and maybe you are afraid, but you can't be afraid to realize that, you know what, in life, sometimes you're going to fail. And don't ever say that we are living in this, we're living in this subjectively racist time, or, we're getting a second renaissance of Jim Crow or something. And I'm like, stop, you're an idiot. Okay. You are a moron. We're never going back to that, okay? Because that's what history is there for. The ugly history, the ugly truth, to show you the best and the worst of humanity, and we're never going to become that again, okay? But you're living...
Yeah,
I just realized, guys, hang on. I just realized that's funny that the movie version of Offenses kind of altered a bit of the speech that Troy gives to Corey about liking somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's funny.
Yeah.
But I'll give you the quote, guys, and I love this speech.
I love that speech from Fences. I love it. Go ahead. I love it.
It comes off as mean-spirited as from an outsider's perspective, or at least anybody who ain't black or who hasn't really fully fundamentally understand the family household or the order of things.
Yeah.
But like the speech goes like this, and it starts off with Corey asking his father a simple question, which really kind of shows Corey's mindset towards his own dad, and it also kind of shows Troy's way of parenting towards his own child. But the son asks him, can I ask you a question? This is after they have this big argument about him practicing football versus getting a job or keeping a job that he decided to get let go of for a dream for a dream career, basically.
Yeah.
But he asks his dad. He says, how come you ain't never liked me? And of course, Troy answers back, like you. This is James Earl Jones' version, by the way.
Yeah.
Who in the hell ever said I got to like you? What law is there to say I got to like you? You understand what I'm saying? Coming in here all up in my face, asking a damn full ass question, talking about liking somebody. Come on here, boy, when I'm talking to you. And straighten up, god damn it. Excuse me, Natter. That's two so far. That's a twofer. I asked you a question. What law is there to say I got to like you? None. Well, all right then. Don't you eat every day? Answer me when I talk to you. Don't you every day? Yeah, Negro. As long as you're in my house, you put a sir on the end of that when you talk to me. You you so, wait, screwed up the line. You eat every day. Yeah, you got clothes, you got a roof over your head. Yes. Why you think that is? Because of you? Hell, I know it's because of me. But why you think that is? Because you like me? Like you. I go out here every day and bust my butt putting up with them crackers over there because I like you. You about the biggest fool I've ever known. It's my job. You understand? A man's supposed to take care of his family. You you sleep you excuse me. You live in my house, you put my food in your belly, and you sleep your behind on my bedclothes because you are my son. You're my flesh and blood. I owe a responsibility to you. Wait now. Let's get one thing. Let's get one thing simple before this go on any further. I ain't got to like you. Mr. Rand don't give my money come payday because he like me. He gives it to me because he owes me. Now I give you everything I had to give you. I give you your life. Your mother and I worked that out between us, and liking your black ass was not a part of the bargain. And don't you try to go through life worrying whether or not somebody like you or not. You just be making sure you make excuse me, flood up the line again. You best be making sure they're doing right by you. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, sir. Then you get the hell out of my face and get on with that AMP.
It was a great speech.
Mm-hmm. Like I said to any socialist that would think that he's being overbearing, but knowing these idiots, they'll try to give their children the world without having them earn the world.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the thing too, is that they're living as if.
Take care of your child.
Yeah, take care, child. Well, that's the thing too. I mean, that's what the. Well, what did you? Hang on. What was your takeaway from that speech? This is where subjectively it comes in, and I like it.
My takeaway is understanding something I should have understood a long time ago that I should have took into account all these years, because there were times I was spending my time trying to get people to like me.
Mm-hmm.
But the universal truth is, the objective truth, mind you, is that not everybody's going to like you, and not for the reasons that you think they don't like you.
Yeah.
Some people just simply don't like you. And the other universal, now here's the universal truth. Nobody has to like you. Even if they don't like you, you should not be thinking they should like you. What quality can you bring to the table to make it to make you dictate that anybody should like you?
Mm-hmm.
You cannot force anybody to like you at all. That's something that I learned slowly but surely. And mind you, I didn't really spend too much time getting people to like me. But I did. But my big mistake was always saying, "You should like me. I'm nice.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I'm just nice. What else is there? What am I bring?" That's why I always look back and refer like what did I brought to that conversation other than I'm nice?
That's also what I got from that as well, and it's also about how what I also took from that as
There you
well.
go. Look. From an outside, again, that is from the outsider's perspective. Anybody who probably doesn't know what it's like to live in a, or at least the way how black people raise their children. We fundamentally raise our children the exact same way white people raise their children to some degree.
Mm-hmm.
Our methods differ from that. That's like when white people are like, "Oh, I'll never beat my kids," whereas you got the black person say, "Oh, you need to beat your kids."
That's the thing. I never got the intention that he hated his son. He says, "Why don't you like me?" And he's just lecturing him because he says, "Like you." Do you not see that what he did is out of love? He loves his son.
Yeah.
I mean, but he's not.
There's some love in there. It's tough love.
It's tough love, but he's not giving him an inch. Because see, that's what I got from it. I never believed in that speech that he didn't love his son. He's just giving his son, this is a harsh reality you're going to have to live in. This world is not going to do you any favors or anything like that.
Funny that you mentioned that, because right after he shoves his, he sends his son over to that AMP, as he quoted, as per quote. His wife jumps in and asks him, like, don't you know that boy wants a life of his own, a future? And he's telling her, like nobody's not going to be holding his hand for the rest of his life, and I don't want him going down the same road I went through. Basically, Troy was once a professional sports player. Of what sport? I forgot what it was. Maybe it was baseball. I'm gonna say it was baseball, because he does, in the movie, he does have a bat. So from what I remember when I read the book, Fences, mind you, I think he was originally a professional baseball player. Probably failed or retired. You know, beyond his glory days. Now he has to make ends meet. The baseball bat in Fences. That scene. Wasn't that one where he tried to attack his dad? I think that was.
Yeah. But the thing that I'm getting, what I was getting at, is that this world is owing you nothing. Okay? The only thing you're entitled to is the air you breathe. And everything else you're going to have to basically bleed and sweat to get. And believe me, when you get what you want, there's going to be so many people who want to take it from you.
Those who don't want to earn it for themselves, instead they rather take it.
You are going to make enemies along the way as you go on.
Yeah.
Like, you will likely make friends, but more often than not, there will be enemies that you will make.
What they do? They smile in your face all the time. They want to take your place. Them backstabbers. They smile in your face all the time. They want to take your place. Them backstabbers. Backstab all you fellas who have friends. Better beware. Yeah. One of my classic favorites, but my favorite was always, I love music. Sweet. Yeah, see, I need that. Stick around with me. I'll sing some old school.
Yeah, just singing old school songs. After moments ago, we were just singing just heavy metal songs in an action heavy game that came from a popular stealth game.
The time has come to an end. Yeah, this what nature planned. Being trapped by starving bees, looking for it. Help me out here.
Yeah, I do remember the song.
I prefer always look on the bright side of life. Life's a piece of shit when you look at it. It's not all round fair. It's the truth. Dun. When you're facing hard times,
last breath, rules of nature, and they run when the sun comes up with their lives on the line. Alive for a while. No chance.
Gotta run from the laws of the world.
I think we went to the fun part of the stream too early, guys.
What? That part always comes up when you try to stop the blade of the Metal Gear Rex, was it?
Yeah. Wait, a gamer says, no, I think it was the one when he was drunk and his son was trying to get by. Yeah, that scene was where they were hitting their boiling point, their breaking point, where Corey was just fed up with his dad at that point. He pretty much let him have it of what he felt like about his dad's teaching. Like there was some, he makes a assertion that, every day I always think like what are you gonna do to me this time? How is he gonna act this time? What if I what he's been trying to please his own father, basically trying to live up to his dad's standards. But there are times his dad was not really showing whether or not I will say this, there is some flaws into certain forms of parenting, or at least there are some things we tend to neglect when it comes to parenting, especially with the way how Troy, the character Troy, treats his son in that regards, where he's not providing the context as to why he does what he does.
Yeah.
You better
And
get your butt in here. I don't care if you got a cat in your throat. Get your butt in here.
I think it was a chipmunk.
I don't care. I don't care, Eloise. Get your butt in here. You
Well,
escaped purgatory. We need to hear that story.
You're not Jebediah. Jebediah Dunford from Iris. DA Games just basically released his recent album. It's called Iris Dawn of the Demetrix, which is actually a really, really awesome album, which I do recommend that you guys would pretty much listen to it.
We need the Bear of the North. At best, you'll sound like Liana Mormont.
Mm-hmm.
You sitting here perking up. You talking so you gonna sit this one out? Get your butt up in here. Yeah. Basically, again, back to what I was saying about Troy. The flaw that I see in his parenting is the fact that I guess some kids really want that affirmation that to tell them that, look, I know I come down hard on you. The only reason why I come down hard on you, there's a reason why I have some high expectations of you, is because yes, I love you. Yes, I do this to build to toughen up your skin for the world at large. Nobody like I'm doing this for your sake until you come of age and you go out into the real world. The real world is you're not going to get by because you're nice, and nobody's not gonna reward you because they like you. They reward you. Sometimes people reward you out of a sense of duty, which is you did something that met the standards to some people, and you're getting rewarded for fulfilling your duty or fulfilling the duties of whatever place that you go into. Some people do it out of sense of honor. Now the love side from that always comes from your family, but you don't need nobody else outside your family to love you.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least you shouldn't be going out there seeking love outside your family.
Mm-hmm.
At all. Like that's the fundamental flaw about a lot of people that leave the family like that, just to seek some, like you don't like the love that the true family provides, so you go and find a glitter family, as many have come to call it, glitter families. You're basically
I call it coddling. They call it coddling. Call it. They call it coddling. And I get it, but I also understand what you're saying too. Is that sometimes I understand why he did what he did, but at the same time, there needed to be that measure of he needed to tell him that at least a little bit that he's proud of him or that he's doing, because there are times when you can be hard and heavy, but you can also be what's the word I'm looking for? That you got to show a soft side.
Yeah. Now,
there's times because the thing that became a hilarious meme was Invincibles. Remember when Omni-Man is saying "think, Mark"?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean most people that became a meme
because of just dad.
Yeah, that's an abusive father. His son is right in front of him, bleeding, hurt, and in pain, and all he's doing is lecturing him. That's all he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
When he should be trying to comfort his son. So, and that's often a mistake that a lot of parents make, which is a mistake that thankfully a lot of them acknowledge to their kids, that they made a mistake and they should have been on their side.
Mm-hmm.
For that particular situation. Sometimes we all need that positive affirmation that there is somebody in our corner and rooting for us, not because, a sense of obligation or pride, but because they believe in us. And I do believe that's what his father was telling him, that he did believe in him. He did
and that's
think
something that he would have actually done if he was a better character.
he just went about it. I just think, okay, he went about it wrong. We can objectively say, subjectively.
Are you saying he's a bad character, Final Fantasy?
Yeah, Omni-Man?
Omni-Man. Yeah, Omni-Man, yes. Troy, I don't believe. No, was it Troy or Troy's dad?
Troy.
That was it. Yeah, Troy's father.
Oh.
No. Corey was the son. Troy was the father.
Oh,
I
yeah.
get the names mixed up.
Yeah, Schooner was just talking about an
Omni-Man
for just a minute.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Omni-Man was a bad father. He is. In every sense of the word, he is a terrible man.
He's a terrible character. Like, I like the character of Invincible, I'm going to be honest. But one thing I really did not like about Invincible was Omni-Man, because I'm already getting so sick and freaking tired of the evil Superman trope.
Yeah, well, you have to know this too, though. Somebody did a hilarious. I think I shared this on MeWe. It says why, because Amazon's two biggest shows, The Boys and Invincible, are showing an evil Superman, and they say, "Why is that?" And then they show a picture of Lex Luthor and Jeff Bezos, and I'm like, "Oh my God, that's Jeff Bezos is a supervillain."
Yeah, because I mean, The Boys is basically Homelander from The Boys. I already think is like a would-be parody of Superman, because that's essentially The Boys is basically a satire on superheroes being evil. But
it's more about celebrity culture told through the guise of superheroes.
Yeah, and then the thing is, we already have an evil Superman that was a much better one in 1997, and that's Sephiroth in Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, pretty much.
Stand aside. I'm going to see my mother.
Yeah.
Enchained to the cycle.
I still love it, though, in Final Fantasy Advent Children. He goes, "It's good to see you again, Cloud."
Greetings.
You don't sound that bad, Eloise.
Hello.
Care to explain
I probably sound worse, like in, you know how you hear yourself talking and then you think it sounds terrible. That's probably why.
No, you sound good, Eloise.
Okay, Fiona's in the house. Hey, Fiona.
Hey, Fiona.
Hello, Fiona.
But Gamer has says when people say discipline, I feel like it varies in meaning. No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Just depends on. Yeah, exactly. It does not.
It's how you apply it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not discipline. It has always been the same definition. It's all in application.
Mm-hmm.
All in application. How do you choose to discipline those? How do you choose to reward them in any way? Do you reward failure regardless, or do you punish failure? Do you reward somebody who does the job right, or do you reward somebody who doesn't do anything, who tells you I'm still the brains of the operation, but they have nothing to show for? Do you discipline one person, or do you discipline all of them, regardless of one person making one mistake? I like to think discipline is way more effective the way how the military afflicts the disciplinary when it comes to when one you fails, all you fail. Yeah,
and all of them failed because if one of them was failing, then nobody stepped up to help.
Exactly, my man. The methods vary. There you go. Not the definition, so it's still the same. It all depends on your application. But go ahead, Schooner. You were talking.
Well, it's basically if the one person fails, the unit fails, because the unit should help the one person as well. Okay, because you're in this together, and that's why families and even fathers and mothers have to enforce discipline on their children, because if the children misbehave, it is a reflection of how the discipline. It is a reflection of the parent. And yes, if the child does not know discipline, it is a failure.
I actually, I don't know. I liked Invincible, but, you know, it was just like some of the cursing it just sounded unrealistic, like coming out of the mouth of the adults.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is true.
It's
actually.
the same level of writing on how a lot of the soldiers in Duke Nukem Forever basically how they just do vigorous swearing.
And I think they're just swearing solely for the mature theme. It's like
Michael Bay swearing.
Yeah, it's Michael Bay swearing just for it doesn't feel natural. It just feels more like, oh, so we can get that R rating or that mature stuff.
We're mature, so everybody swears like a sailor or swears like a 14-year-old discovering swearing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like a parrot that mimic swearing. Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Right? Fuck you! Right? Asshole! Fuck you! Right? Bitch! Fuck you!
Oh. But that's the thing about that. But ironically, the swearing is not the worst thing in Invincible. The most terrible person in Invincible, I think we can all agree, is Amber.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I couldn't stand her. I'm sorry. It's just like.
Do you want
like if you knew if like how do I explain it? If you knew he was invincible all along, then why the hell are you like shedding tears? Like what's wrong with you?
Shit.
Yeah.
No, y'all want to hear my 5 stages of dump that bitch?
Yeah. What is? I want to hear it. Yeah.
Or I was like, well, actually, the 3 stages of dump that bitch. It's like so.
The 3 stages of rage.
Thank you. But yeah, like when his friend William gives him the basically the cheat sheet of how to date this girl.
Mm-hmm.
Like the moment he he straight up mentioned Tiny, he see codes. I was like, okay, we're not gonna be friends for a while.
I was gonna say you know how do I explain this?
They mentioned she's an intersection now. She's a 4th way feminist. I'm like, okay, I really am not gonna. I'm gonna keep my arm's length on your ass. But let's see, because you're saying some nice things so far. She's not like that. That's being told to us by William.
I think the part that was especially cringe was the college scene when she was talking about the programs and then she mentioned the social justice program or something, and I'm just like,
the most
like how is that a selling point? Like I'd be running away from that campus. Like nope.
No, like soon as she said that, I said, "All right, dump that bitch. You're gonna be in a lifetime of misery with this broad."
Like,
well, the thing, if you ever read Invincible, she never understood. I mean, if this was supposed to be a true adaptation, that was the one.
Yeah.
If this was supposed to be a true adaptation, yes, they broke up because she felt that he was never even there. But when he told her that he was invincible, they didn't get back together, but she became his friend and confidant.
Mm-hmm.
Still, I would have thought the story would have been better if... Okay, here's what I would go for Invincible. Instead of Omni-Man basically just being evil Superman all over again, I would basically give him the same role as
How do people side with Amber? Like how?
There's some Amber stands based solely on she's a pet POC.
Yeah. But she's not even she's white in the comics, and like even when they race swapped her, I'm sorry, but she looks.
This is what
she looks worse. She looks worse than Static Sister. Static Sister, like in the Static Sister, she actually looks pretty, and like Amber, like nah.
She's got a bitch face.
And her hair is terrible. I've seen like around my neighborhood and even where I work, I've seen some black girls with some really, really nice hair, and like they gave Amber what, like terrible looking hair. Her hair looks like she looks like a 3-year-old. Like the hair.
Yeah, girl.
I'm sorry. It's just like
no. Don't apologize. You took the words right out of my mouth. Like, why does she look younger than she needs to be in this fucking show?
Like, it's the hair. It's the hair that the hairstyle just isn't right for her. Like,
and that's the thing that I had the problem with this is that she was supposed. Let's call her exactly what she is. She was the very definition of the diversity checkbox.
Mm.
Amber was the diversity checkbox of Invincible, which is really kind of sad because read the comic book. She's actually, you can see, that's why I never understood. Those who side with her are the crazy SJ hobos and creators, and they're not going to change her. They're going to double down on her character in the show, and the show will suffer because of it. I promise you that.
So I'm guessing she's not, whatchamacallit, Mark isn't going to get together with Eve because of it.
I'm sure at some point he will. There's gonna be some let's just say forced breakup between him and Amber, much like a CW forced breakup.
Oh God! Please don't tell me they're gonna turn that into like Gossip Girl or something.
Halloween, you're better off just reading the graphic novel.
I was thinking that too.
You're better off just reading, because as much as
then don't.
Yeah.
Anyway.
If you value superhero stories, or at least if you are going to continue the consistency of what kind of hero stories you like to consume, do not read Invincible.
Well, I got a question.
I will give Invincible this: at least it's honest about what it is.
Yeah.
When it says when it comes down to superheroes killing, they cease to be superheroes now. They're soldiers at this point. And that's why I talked to a friend of mine last night about. It's like again, going back to what I said with this one guy who tried to use Invincible as a way to confront to validate the whole superheroes need to kill since they're all powerful. I'm like, where does it stop then?
Yeah.
Like where does it stop? Does it stop only from street level villains, or as you like to call it, world ending villains? Does it like where does it stop? Like it, and even if it stopped, are you willing to stop?
Well, and that's another thing too. When they were talking about the writers were talking about The Boys, the creator of The Boys basically said that all superheroes essentially were nationalists. And I'm just like, this guy does not get superheroes, and he clearly does not get superheroes, which makes this person ideal for doing a show like The Boys. But I never want to.
Fiona, I think I've watched a couple of lore videos. I actually want to read the graphic novel. But from the lore videos that I watched, it seems like Omni-Man is sort of redeemed. I mean, he dies protecting Earth against
Yeah, she knows. She knows that. But the thing is, she wishes it would have been the case where the subversion would have been you're expecting an evil Superman, but this evil Superman, as per the lore of the Viltrumites, he decided to live on Earth for the rest of his life with his family that he come to connect to. He's been away from Viltrum for so long, waiting for the inevitable takeover, or at least he was preparing Earth for hostile takeover, right?
Yeah.
That he settled down, had a child with a woman that he loved, to a point where now he's going to outright prepare. Like the whole plan is to prepare his son to fight the Viltrumites with him, because at some point he's
that would have been nice. It would have been nice if they gone with that.
That would have been spectacular. I would have yes, that in my opinion is all right. This is a term that I use. It's called deconstruction vindication, where I actually got this from watching Teen Titans. When Brother Blood is ripping apart Cyborg and constantly saying, what is it inside of you that makes you resist me? And Cyborg said, it wasn't my mechanics, it was just me. My will, my will to resist you. That's what I call deconstruction vindication. You break it down to its simplistic form only to discover that they were just good all along. That would have been a good deconstruction of Omni-Man, is that I was the world's greatest superhero, but something I'm only going to tell you, Mark, is that I was originally sent here to conquer this planet. But I didn't.
Hey, Leia, by the way.
Hey, Leia.
Hey, everybody. How are you?
Hello.
Greetings.
Hello. Hello, Final Fantasy.
Hey there. How you doing?
I'm fine. He's and Scooney. Well, he's my. Oh, hello, Scooney. You're not mic'd. Okay. Yeah. Don't let me interrupt. Seem like you all were having a very good conversation. So don't let. Please continue with your
Yeah, I was
discussing.
going over by the fact that people keep defaulting to invisible about the whole them trying to feel validated or like basically just prove that killing in superhero is necessary. They try to make superheroes killing a necessary thing. They try to say it's the necessary only chance to take. Kind of like that Batman speech. If there's ever 1%, we must take that as an absolute.
That's the problem is
That's
that
the most terrible math I've ever heard in my life. But
that is
the entirety of the movie.
Which, by
That's
the way,
a Lex Luthor quote. That should be a Lex Luthor quote.
Fantasy,
You're right.
that is exactly what Alfred would have said to Bruce. If Bruce had said, if we suspect even for a second, we must consider that a certainty, Alfred would just simply say, that is the dumbest math I have ever heard in my life.
Coming from an intelligent man like Bruce.
I know. Because Alfred was never afraid to take a firm hand with Bruce. And Alfred is the only one whom really Bruce will ever.
Fiona, yeah. Why don't you come? Fiona, please come here. Like, get on the stream. Come on.
We already got 6 people in here. Let's see how this turns out.
Yeah, let me just burst in with like nonsensical outbursts because
Well, I feel people just
joke all you want, Trooper. You know you in for this bullshit.
Yeah, like I can put something in the background. So
people.
You're all in for this.
Excuse me for sitting on your parade.
The point is getting it back.
Wait, I was just gonna say, you know how Wolf, you know how you confuse Trooper and Schooner? I think I'm probably gonna start confusing Final Fantasy with Owen because they sound the same to me.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
With what?
Brian couldn't make it today.
But then again, I mean,
he had an appointment.
That kind of was my thing. I kind of had to be able to tell people apart when I was talking to them over radio or over some form of exchange. So
I'm trying to do my best to really recognize your voices.
Well, it looks like you've got a full panel here this evening. Well, it's evening from where I'm at, but
I think I think it's predicated by we ain't got shit to do right now, which prompts me to do this.
I do. That's why I've been AFK.
Oh no!
Well, thank you for being productive, motherfucker.
Hey, it's called multitasking. I know.
Good job, motherfucker.
Oh no, trust me, I found myself.
Wait! I'm saying it wrong. Good job, motherfucker.
I know you don't smoke.
Good for you.
Well, the freaking call started rolling in. I'm like, gotta go, gotta pump the brakes. So.
Let the damn clip play out, motherfucker.
Okay.
I know you don't smoke weed. I know this.
It's Friday.
I'm gonna get you high today. Cause it's Friday. You ain't got no job. And you ain't got shit to do.
I already sent Fiona the link. I don't know how much of the craziness we're gonna handle, but I'm up for a crazy Tuesday today. You know what? That's what we'll do for a new segment of this fucking show, Crazy Tuesday, where we just have far too many people on the damn panel and see how crazy people talk over each other.
Well, this is
I live for chaos.
This is about to get interesting.
Organized chaos.
I doubt it.
We came from Spider-Man and deep fake Doc and shit. Got jacked by Black Santa Claus all the time.
I gotta pump the brakes.
Did you guys?
Gotta pump the brakes. What were you saying, Scooter?
Did you guys discuss the trailer already?
Yeah.
Do we have to go back there?
No.
Okay.
Well,
what trailer? The Spider-Man one, or
yeah.
Can I get my thoughts?
Spider-Man movie.
Well, I get.
Hang on. Can I say what I wanted to say first?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Scooney.
Back to what I was saying, just to bring it back on point of objectivity and subjectivity, is that they're now trying to say that the morals of heroes are now subjective,
Yes.
And are trying to imply that these rules that they have are from a quote-unquote bygone era, an era that we no longer wish to reflect anymore because that era is quote-unquote subjective. Because the creator of The Boys is basically saying that we didn't want to make because we wanted the superheroes to reflect the quote-unquote white nationalism of the past. Superman, Batman, all
they
that
have
kind of
not experienced. They have not experienced.
Exactly. I know. What they're doing, however,
I know they want to.
Well, congratulations. Then the writers of The Boys make themselves look like a freaking laughing stock.
They are. Right. I know. He says exactly, but the thing is that they're
you
blowing.
You do kind of sound like Owen.
They're blowing. They're blowing smoke because they just don't want. They want to cut loose. They don't want to actually put in the work to do it. Now, this is segueing into the.
Before you segue, let me add to that conversation real quick. You know what excuse that I love hearing them say?
Yeah, go ahead.
You would do the exact same thing I would if you were in my position. Hey, Fiona.
Oh, we got more people here?
Yes.
Welcome.
I'm testing this out, man. I want to see how this plays out. I'm all for the wacky entertainmentness.
No,
if that's a word.
They can take that idea and shove it. I want my corny, hokey, superheroes again that believe in truth, justice, American way, and they aren't afraid to say it.
Yeah. Here's the globalist crap. Here's the thing that I would love to have. You can have. That's the whole point of a flat arc character. The flat arc character goes through this journey of believing in himself, being positive, and it's more so how his or her actions are affecting the people around them. The world around them tries to beat down on the person, gaslight that person, but these people never forget who they are. And then slowly but surely, they start winning the respect and support of the people around them. Look no further than the greatest hero of them all, Paddington Bear. He is positive. He doesn't change who he is to fit in. He believes also that people are essentially good, and he, through his action, he doesn't just sit there expecting it all to happen. No, he shows and brings out the best in people.
That's why postmodernist crap doesn't understand that. They don't see the good in people. They see the evil in everyone. And there's no such thing as good anymore. Really?
I mean, that's the point. I mean, if you want to shape social consensus, that's exactly what you do. I mean, it's see spot run. I mean, it's all working as intended. I mean, this is not like, oh yeah, we just kind of fell into this hole. I mean, we were progressively moving towards this,
I don't think we were progressively moving towards this.
Oh yes, we were. I mean, if you look at all the publications that were coming out from some of these intellectuals from the mid-90s.
Trooper, we were not walking towards it as much as we were.
Oh no! Clearly, you totally kind of flew over Robin DiAngelo and that whole wave of weirdos, because I mean that's literally what was being talked about in the 90s. I mean, even well, I don't know. I mean,
it's actually even sooner. A lot of it came from after the 1920s, and the pulps were getting degraded over time, and basically the tut people of science fiction and fantasy were like, no, you can't have fun like that anymore.
Communist infiltration from the 20s, basically, like that whole thing with the I forgot what it was called.
Because that was already happening within the First World War. I mean, that's how we were pretty much actually brought into the First World War. It was something that we did not want to actually be roped into. But I mean, hence that's what propaganda is for. So.
Well, and that was another thing too, is that say what you will about World War II and how we were doing all of these underhanded things during all of that time.
Right after you're done, Schooner, Leia, you can give your thoughts about the trailer. But go ahead, Schooner.
It was like what Captain America said in Captain America Winter Soldier. Yeah, we compromised sometimes in ways that didn't make us sleep well at night, but we knew that we were doing the right thing. And now they're saying, well, the right thing is totally subjective because over the years, as Trooper was saying, that we were kind of walking towards this one side of thinking, but then somebody came along, what I believe, or a group of intellectualists who were the quote unquote.
It's always the intellectuals, like.
Again, like the contrarian voice to all this was already falling out of the universities. So
they were more so shoving this our way. I mean, did you know that there were even some university professors who were actually promoting Nazism, who said that Nazism was a better way to go?
Yeah, it never left, bro. Like, it never left. It's been this way for a very long time.
They've been just growing the seeds for a very long time and chipping away at everything.
Yeah, they know how to. They know how to play. They know how to play the long walk. So.
Yeah, but the thing is that they are now they say it's always been there, but the thing is that when the extremes do happen, there's always the push back. So somebody has pushed us into this woke ideology, and now we're getting a lot of push back because somebody's saying that this is the solution.
Well, I would hate to say, and I really didn't want the stream to be about that, but I mean, the counter to that, it will be coming. I'm not going to say when it comes, it's going to be swift, but when it gets here, it's definitely not going to be what was expected. So,
quick question: why is that all over the place everywhere on social media?
Because
that position or something?
That's all he freaking looked at.
Wait, is that from the recent Guilty Gear?
Yeah, that's the new character in Guilty Gear, Strive. Shut up, man. Don't judge me.
Watching, dude. He's like all soaked up in Facebook and Twitter, and I'm like, dude, get off
Don't
keep
shaming me, Damien.
And he's like, I need to keep up with pop culture. I'm like, okay, so in other words, you don't want to create pop culture, you just want to follow the pop culture and stay within it.
I didn't say all that.
You didn't have to. Like, I told you to get off
but you were thinking it.
It's like your brain lives there. Yeah, go ahead.
I read all the pop cult. It's like, there's alternatives. You stupid idiots. There's alternatives, and that's all I'm going to talk about.
I know. I got tired of having to keep saying that, but literally that's what it's turning into. It's like you have to.
At this point,
I am a broken record from Florida. There are alternatives to Star Wars. Guess what? Barsoom influenced Star Wars.
Yep. Actually, not just Barsoom.
I got the books of Barsoom in one book.
And Linsman.
Yep. What is it? It didn't just inspire Star Wars. It also inspired Superman and Avatar.
Wait, Avatar: The Last Airbender, or Avatar?
The other one with blue people and
the Blue People Planet.
Yeah, I have a Blu-ray of that.
Yeah, I passed.
Yes, evil is still evil indeed. Thank you, Neostar.
Yes, evil is evil.
It was a gift from someone.
They are not interchangeable. So.
The Avatar thing, the disc I have. It was a gift because I really liked the movie. So, I know I have terrible tastes.
Yeah, you do.
I liked it too. It's a guilty pleasure. I understand. I mean, I still watch it on a day when I just want to turn off my brain.
That pose is there because of an art challenge, by the way, Fiona, just to answer your question.
Okay, guys, I was like, wait, did somebody on the re-side of wokeness have an upset with it? Because
no, it's more.
I mean, give it time, because they're probably gonna attack it eventually.
Well, just to explain the context, it's basically the fact that you know the crouch animations in fighting games, right? Everybody has their designated crouch animation, whereas this character Jack-O, as it's called, has that crouch animation.
So he basically uses his rear to protect himself. Okay.
Well, not block animation. I don't know how she blocks.
Because I couldn't tell. So it's a female character then?
It's a female character.
Okay.
Guilty Gear. Oh no. Guilty Gear, as crazy design their characters can be, you be hard pressed to figure out which one's male, which one's female, unless someone tells you.
Depending on the game, they do some designs where it's very androgynous, where I'm like, what am I looking at?
Like Bridget is actually a boy, but dressed as a girl, cross-dressing fighting game character. Yay! And one of the original villains of the first game was actually female, but has the body of a male. Some characters have male names, but they're essentially female. It's no different from the Persona series either. Like you would, like one character you would never have known that was a boy or a girl, but again they dress so androgynous, which is interesting because considering that with the woke now with this whole androgyny craze or this hypersexualization of androgyny, like you would think that the woke would ever crave these characters, but they don't because obviously they didn't create them.
See, the thing is, I'm very honest in where my limits are when it comes to like any kind of adult consumption stuff. These guys are like, oh no, you can't do that, can't do that. It's like, no, just be realistic. Hey, woke people, do you not like a certain kind of thing? Well, be upfront about it. Don't criticize it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm like, I prefer fade to black, even in my writing, because I'm not going to put people's bedroom antics on screen. Thank you.
Well, another thing that I find hilarious is that most of these writers and creators who can actually who can actually check all of the boxes of the woke ideologues and actually deliver a good product are not celebrated. They're shunned because they did work better than the actual woke ideologues.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Like,
I think that's
not only that, but they also don't affirm the characters don't affirm the worldviews of the ideologues. So that's another thing why they reject those characters, even though
What's
it
your
checks the
nickname
boxes.
for characters like that, Fiona?
Ooh, or they'll ignore stuff like, you know, Ivanova from Babylon 5 or Talia from Babylon 5 or any kind of other noticeable, like, oh, this character wasn't the standard, but their whole entire character arc wasn't based on who they slept with.
I love it.
But yeah, what was your nickname for characters like that, Fiona? I love your nicknames.
Oh God, I'm trying to remember. It wasn't
something to do with meat.
Let's see, meat. Well,
or skin.
Wait, are you talking about the
skin suits?
Meat?
Yeah, there you go. That's the one.
Yes, it's skin suits like
they
that.
They want skin.
But I can't take credit for that completely because I got it off of Brian Niemeyer. He goes on and on about like how entertainment has been turned against people, and it's been going on since before I was born. You know.
Oh yeah.
I always think entertainment finds a way of coming back in some way, like you were saying, Fiona. The pushback of the woke ideologue has now gave a high demand for independent creativity, and not just independent creativity, but creativity around the archetype. People want to go back to the stories of Hercules or the Odyssey. They want to go back.
Sorry. I meant to have Leah voice her opinions about the trailer of Spider-Man No Way Home.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I was going to say, Scooney, you can finish your thought, and then I can come in. You want to finish your thought?
Well, I was pretty much done. There's now a high demand for independence, and that's where all of these creative minds went. They went and started doing their own thing.
Decentralization for the win.
Yeah.
Well, before I get into the response to the trailer, I just want to say briefly about what you all are conflabbing about, that any one of these critics who are saying that superheroes should kill or their ways are old are people who don't believe in heroes because they don't believe in themselves. And they want to make excuses for the way they're living. They don't want to improve themselves. They don't want to be told how to improve themselves. They think they're perfect the way they are. So they smash the hero because the object of the hero, and this is quoted from Aggressive Geek, and I love this quote, is that it's to better yourselves. We all know that none of us can fly, or none of us can have super strength, or have powers to read minds. And I don't care what anybody says. You can't be Bruce Wayne. You're not going to be Bruce Wayne. You go out there and you try to fight a vigilante, you're going to get killed, shot, dead, or break something. So don't sit there and say, well, Bruce Wayne is more realistic. No, forget it. He's a fantasy too.
Mm-hmm.
He's a fantasy too. So you can't say that Bruce Wayne is the only one, and you can't turn them into something that they're not. The people that making these, saying these things are people who don't believe in people. They don't want to make the best of themselves or other people and make excuses for their own pitiful existence. That is the people that are saying that. So I pull no punches with that because that's what's going on. And that's why you're getting a lot of these people coming in writing this stuff, not because they like heroes, it's because they hate them. And they want to make these movies to destroy them, to bring them down to their level so they can feel good about their own pathetic selves. I may sound harsh, but it's true.
I don't think that's really, in my personal opinion, I don't think that's the entire motivation behind it. I mean, if that was the case, then you would see...
It's part of it.
Well,
yeah, it's steeped in there.
I believe. Here's the thing. I believe
some of that ideology is there, but I don't think it's because
that ideology is there, but not at top brass. The top brass at the end wants to make the money and a lot of money, whereas the people that they're hiring probably do believe in that crap.
Yeah, they do. They do. It's a different type of ideology. It all comes down to ideology. So Schooner actually just kind of completed my thought. I mean, the producers at the top only produce; they only fit the money. So when we say, oh, so and so this, so and so that, it's like, yeah, but you're not holding. You're holding the producers. You're holding their feet to the fire for something they don't necessarily have anything to do.
What is that noise?
Hey.
That's from Final Fantasy.
They are not holding their feet to the fire. They have their shoes on.
Yeah,
there is one big thing that gets me half the time.
Yeah, like you can sit there and you can drag, all these names through the mud, like, Feige, Kennedy, or whatever. I mean,
blue in the
still
face.
change the fact that they're still making all this content. So, sitting there and crying about it isn't going to change anything. If anything, you have to actually create your own content. So, when it comes to these writers and when it comes to these directors, they're writing from a completely different standpoint. The ideology has changed over the last 2-3 decades. We're just now seeing it in popular culture. Unfortunately, now they're shaping social consensus. And by shaping social consensus, you then change popular opinion. So popular opinion now is literally what you're seeing playing out in these films and these shows. So
I don't think it's so much the popular opinion as it is.
It is the popular opinion.
Before we devolve into super debates,
I don't say, it's what everybody.
Yeah, can we just? Okay, yeah, can we just please let Leia talk about Spider-Man? Please.
Look. There are times I want to indulge our fun.
I couldn't hear anything with your mic crackling. What were you saying?
I said before we indulge in y'all Schooner debates trooper antics, let's hear what Leia has to say about the trailer No Way Home.
Thank Lordy.
I thought we already did it.
Final Fantasy, you are fitting in really well here.
I know that we're gonna have to get to that eventually.
The only thing I wanted to add in is about the archetype of Superman versus Batman. Some people are like, Batman's more realistic. I can connect to him more. It's like, no, it's just your preference.
To which I ask him, are you rich? No. Do you have gadgets? No. Do you have principles like Batman? Well, I just think he can kill people. That's not what.
Yeah, so when they say Superman's boring in comparison to Batman, it's like, no, Superman has to exist because people play off of him, including Batman.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the only reason why Batman happened was because of Superman.
Look. Let's hear Leia real quick.
Okay, yeah.
That's a good conflap. Well, for my viewing of the trailer, I watched it twice. I put a few comments in me about some things, but I'll get into that later. My thing is this. I watch it, but I'm cautious because I don't want to be a negative person. But I at this point with the MCU, everything we've seen to this point is built on the foundation of end crap. So everything that we've been getting up to this point has just been garbage. I'm sorry, but that's the way I feel. That because the Disney Plus shows. And knowing in my mind, Feige, and I know Trooper said something about Feige, but I'm going to stick with my guns. And knowing that Feige has already said very clear, that his only intention is for diversity and inclusion. If this movie had come out in the first 3 phases, I would be excited and jumping up and down. But now that it's come here, I have to be honest, I'm very cautious about the trailer. Now, I was happy to see Doctor Strange, but I'm cautious. I'm just cautious. I'm not as excited as I would be if this came out 3 years ago. There are some things in the trailer that I have a lot of questions about. One of the questions is, when Peter Parker goes to Doctor Strange to ask him for this quest to wipe or to make people forget he's Spider-Man, he's told by Wong not to cast the spell because it's no good, but he lies and does it anyway. And I said, that's out of character of Strange. Strange wouldn't do that. If anything, Strange would, if Strange does the spell, it would either to teach him a lesson, to learn about,
Hopefully,
what it means to really
that's
use your
what's going to
powers.
be the outcome.
Yeah, I'm hopeful, but I'm cautious because I don't trust Kevin Feige at this point. I really don't. So my reaction is I'm cautious. I'm going to rely on other people, maybe like you here in the panel, to see it before me and then to come back and maybe tell me, is it worth it? Because to me, all of these multiverses and these mini-verses are a signal to me. We have no idea what to do with these characters at this point. So, let's just do a multiverse and bring back characters that people really love to get them excited. But lately I haven't liked that from the MCU, because when they do bring back characters they love, they disconnect them. Quicksilver on WandaVision. So I am cautious about what I'm seeing. I'm not jumping on, dancing in the streets, shouting, the MCU is back because of this. I'm like, I'm going to see exactly where does this go, because when I saw this trailer, that's why it's a real bummer that Doctor Strange did not show up in WandaVision, because that could have rolled right into what we're seeing now with this Spider-Man Far From Home. And I'm not going to sugarcoat this. I do not have any trust or faith in Feige anymore. And even though we have these trailers that look great, it's the content that bothers me. So I am skeptical, and I'm cautious about. And first of all, I could care less about Jamie Foxx as Electro. I'm sorry, he wasn't Electro to me. Never was. Still is not. So that's if he comes back, I'm like, who cares?
Damn! To be honest, you will not get any kind of thing out of me, because I'm like, what kind of entertainment exists after 2010? Nothing.
You had your moment to shine. You've been on the stage too long.
Here's the thing, and I get tired of listening to this type of conversation we've had over and over again with these broken record conversations. It is not Feige. This Spider-Man is Amy Pascal. Let's get that out there. Let's put that right out there in the middle of the room. This is Amy Pascal. So to sit there and and say, hey, you know what, we don't have confidence in the bald white guy. Hey, you know what? I don't care, because he has literally nothing to do with this film. This is all Sony, and I've said this before.
And Amy Pascal killed Spider-Man.
So my whole point is that this was already pre-negotiated in terms of what we're going to see. That's why we're not going to see any of that weird D+ crap in this film.
Right.
It's not going to happen. This is a separate company, literally making films with Disney's money. The only difference is that Disney now gets 25% of those earnings, as opposed to the first contract where they only got 5%. Literally, that first contract was literally just to have Spider-Man as icing on the cake, to say, hey, we have this all branching, super awesome golden age of, blah, 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 comic book films. Come watch our content. That is all gone at this point. The golden age of superhero films is done. This is literally one of the last vestiges to go from Sony. As far as Ant-Man, nobody cares about Ant-Man. They can do whatever they want with Ant-Man. I don't see any hype for Ant-Man. The thing that they're doing is that they are setting up. Sony is literally setting themselves up to go right into the Spider-Verse 2015. This isn't anything new. This is definitely new to people that haven't been reading the comics.
So we're gonna get animated Tom Holland.
Actually, you already got that in What If, but you didn't get Tom Holland from What If. You basically got the Spider-Man from Marvel's Spider-Man in What If. And I forget his name. I forget the model actor who they used for the
talking
new
MTV
face
Spider
mask.
Man?
Which one?
You talking about MTV Spider Man?
No, I'm talking about Spider-Man PS5.
Oh, that one.
That's
Gotcha.
that's the iteration that you're gonna get.
PS Spider.
Yeah, that's the iteration that you're getting. So
Was that video game good or was it bad?
It was freaking fantastic.
Yeah, it was a really amazing Spider-Man game.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the iteration that they're using for this What If. You're not going to get Tom Holland. Tom Holland's contract is done. He's already said he would like to come back and do more, but at this point, there is nothing contractually holding him down. The model actor's name is Ben Jordan, who did the.
It still would have been cool if they just used.
They should bring him in.
Model.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about the Spider-Verse. Like this has already,
I was saying the
comics,
the PS5 model. They should bring him in then. The person who.
Well, again, that's what Sony chooses to do, and that's where the big misconception and confusion is. Everyone looks at these films and automatically thinks, "Oh, they're MCU. Oh, Feige this, Feige that." My problem is that no one on YouTube has constantly made the distinction between Amy Pascal and Kevin Feige. Like these Sony films, like Sony is cranking out these films with Disney money. And they're literally keeping Feige on as a consultant, meaning, yes, this fits within what we're doing. And especially with this new contract, those new characters they created for the MCU are literally going to revert back to Sony. So, new MJ, all these people, all of that was literally that they could keep their redhead MJ as their own property, and on top of that, be able to charge them more. So if you want to use redhead MJ, hey, you know what? You owe us more money. Well, screw you then. We'll use our own version of MJ. That's fine. You can do that, but at the very end of it, since it's all our content, once you're done with it, it goes right back to us. So all these characters that we've seen, from spawning from Homecoming to Far From Home, that's all Sony. That has nothing to do with the MCU other than the fact that they've stuck a few low budget characters in there like Nick Fury, Maria Hill, and then consequently they turned out to be Skrulls, which contractually that's the best way to get around it. Same thing.
Hang on, Leia.
We talked earlier about RDJ not really wanting to reprise a whole lot of anything at that point. He did it, it was done. There's no real references to Iron Man as quote Iron Man. So he's Iron Man, looks like Iron Man. For all makes and purposes it is Iron Man, but because you don't say Iron Man, you can't charge Sony more for using the name. So it's all wrapped up in the licensing. Like everything that you saw in that trailer, that's all Sony property. There is nothing new to that. Granted, Doctor Strange looks a little different, but guess what? All comes down to licensing. So you can borrow the character, but it has to be 25% less Doctor Strange. So now you kind of have to play the Star Trek Discovery game where it has to be 25% less Star Trek. So, I mean, these films, granted, they made subtle changes. If you look at Far From Home, obviously Flash and obviously MJ were the more dramatic changes, and obviously Ned was literally peeled out of the Miles Morales comics. But at the very end of the day, nothing that they did really impacted the story in the way that it was told.
Right.
Flash was still a tool. He's always been a tool.
Until it becomes Agent Venom.
Right. And then
I don't see that guy
MJ was still sarcastic. Although the sarcasm used was more in the style of fourth wave feminism. But again, we never go there. We never fully go there. It's not like, big old sign that says corn dogs are patriarchy. They never go there. So, I don't see why there would be such pessimism in terms of these Sony properties, because again, Sony is Sony. Sony does their own thing. Disney, Marvel is the property we have a problem with. So the
I
films
think
that we
much of the
should have problems with are, again, Eternals,
Trooper.
Shang-Chi, Black Widow, all that stuff that's literally pushing the agenda to say, hey, we want your heroes to no longer be your heroes, and they're heroes for people now who are coming up, growing up, so that to them, these heroes that are now spouting all these agenda
Bless you.
concepts, that's now normal to them, not to you. It's like we're already out of the circulation, if you will. We're at, if we choose to give these companies money, hey, that's great. But for all makes and purposes, we're not catered to anyone. So that's why there's such a need for independent content.
May I just make one comment after going off of what Leia was saying about Spider-Man?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, originally, I was going to make a video about this before Professor Geek and Fanman jump right onto this, because what this really boils down to in the trailer, especially everything else that's happened within our fiction these days, is just fan addictism that both Professor Geek and Fanman both talk about as fan addiction.
Yeah.
Where
yeah, I agree.
It's basically even where a lot of even comic book writers before that was even a thing, like Scott Snyder, who was pretty famous for doing his Batman run, more popularly the Dark Knight's Metal and the Court of Owls bullcrap. But even he even more so is much more of a fan addict. Like he's written a lot of stuff. Like, I think he was already like a famous writer. Is he?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. But then when he's just like writing things for Batman, he's even did Justice League as well. He would just be like, "Oh yeah, I like Batman. I like dinosaurs and new stuff." Like he's almost like a little kid.
I like all the Star Wars.
All of them.
Here's the thing. I'm even going to say this too: is that despite the fact that Trooper says they're not making it for us anymore, then why are they trying so hard to capture all this nostalgia? Because they know that we'll
They're not. They're not.
It's bait.
They're not. Again, you guys are too much into this stuff. Again, it's honestly, and it all goes right back. It's best allegory I have. It goes right back to Force Awakens. It looks like Star Wars, sounds like Star Wars, kind of plays like Star Wars, but it misses the beat because it isn't Star Wars. Again, these are all elements that they have property rights to. So they're all well within their right to use all this nostalgia-ism to make it look like what they're selling. But it's not being sold to you, or else it would be Star Wars. Again, it would be the genuine article. They're selling it to the casual viewer who will predominantly spend money on everything because it's hard baked into the cake. These people have to go see what comes next, even though they don't like it. So it goes back to FF12's comment of fan addicts.
Yes.
They have to be in the middle of something to kind of feel relevant, even though it's not a relevant concept in terms of the film.
Yeah, they never even know what's enough for them.
Yeah.
It's almost like with on Good Morning America, when they actually did news on Super Mario Logan when he just peaked popularity, I think somewhere either at 1 million subscribers or maybe 2 million subscribers, right after the kids suddenly were very popular with Jeffy. And then Good Morning America then suddenly asked the question, or maybe it's somebody else that asked the question of saying, do kids know what's better for themselves? No, they don't. Kids don't even care what's better for themselves. They just like to follow things that's what's fun.
Well, I think that it's a combination of what you said, Trooper, and Scooney. It's a combination of what you say as well. Yes, it's true. It's fan addictiveness. I absolutely 100% agree with that. I do. So, a fan, you're out as well, because Fanman talked about that, and he did some really good videos on it, and I agreed with him on it, and also the professor. But Scooney, I also think Scooney has the point that nostalgia is still being used as bait. The good example is look at the He-Man debacle. When He-Man was announced on Netflix, everybody was so excited and fans or He-Man fans were excited, jumping up and down, happy, couldn't wait to see it. Once they saw what Kevin Smith did, they were blowing steam through their noses and out their butts. They were hooked in from the fact that it was nostalgic, even though we know we know, or we're finding out that it was to break them in so they could see the damage that was done. I still think it's a melting pot of everything. It's a melting pot of everything. If they said, sorry, Trooper, I'm sounding like a broken record, but I have to express how this is me and how I myself as a fan see it. And I guess I'm more of emotion and you're more of logical thought, perhaps.
Right.
Vulcan.
Pop cult doesn't care. It will use negative or positive feedback. Apathy is its death. You got to ignore them because they want to feed on the nostalgia, because the more clicks they get, whether it's good or bad or indifferent, they feed off of that.
I was gonna say Spock and Tiberius with Leia and Trooper.
Like, I'll concede on the notion that it's used as a marketing tool, but only to get you to buy that first ticket. Subsequently, they don't care if you buy. Here's the thing: like most fans, if they like something, they'll see it 5, 3, 6, 8, 9 times. That's what a fan is.
It's just like in the
all they really need you to do is to buy that movie. That's it. Once they've gotten that first ticket, they've already won.
Sorry.
So yeah, Fiona makes a very good point. So yeah, I could see how nostalgia would be used as a tool like that, as a marketing tool to get you to buy that first ticket, and even to get you to pay on demand, if you will, on a streaming service. But again, it's a tool they use. I mean, they're not necessarily after a particular fan base.
After Trooper, Final Fantasy, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Good.
Crap! I just lost my train of thought.
Was it something about a movie?
You gotta keep a notepad. You gotta keep a pen and notepad, because sometimes that's the best way to do it.
Yeah, I can't remember what's the movie's name, but it's almost like I can't remember the film, but it's where a guy would basically crap in a shoebox, and then that's been encased in gold, and then just put a sign that says "guaranteed" on it, and it just says, I'm gonna be guaranteed to sell some shit.
Well, I mean, I agree that all nostalgia really is elements of a particular story triggering a memory that you can relate to.
Yeah,
they may not necessarily be targeting you. I mean, obviously, a TIE fighter looks like a TIE fighter because it's a TIE fighter, but you associate the TIE fighter with Star Wars. So
yeah.
I guess that's where that nostalgia comes in. But again, I mean, are they supposed to redo the Death Star, Darth Vader's armor? Are they supposed to redo everything? And is it still Star Wars at that point? No, it's not. It's something completely different. It's kind of
like how nostalgia is very toxic. It's just basically what Linkara's talked during his review on Infinite Crisis.
Infinity Crisis, yeah.
Yeah, Infinite Crisis, which is the most infamous DC Crisis story where Superboy punches the universe in the face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'll kill you! I'll kill you to death!
Another evil Superman that I could have lived without.
Yeah, that's in Countdown.
That's the thing. It's not Superboy. It's Superboy Prime. It's Superboy
Prime, yeah.
A Superboy that should never have been evil, to be exact.
Yeah, it was more so of like what Superboy Prime would have been, as more so of a cautionary tale about reliving in the past, because that's basically what
Superboy Prime should have been Superman's heart if Superman ever lost his way, where he comes in and reminds Superman of what ideals he upheld, because Superboy and his world is that world, that ideal world that Superman, which values that Superman holds dearly, That,
yeah, because like he's trying
if I recall correctly, that's meant to be his character.
Yeah, because he's trying to get everything that he thinks he deserves it all, when of course it's not really his. but yet he feels he deserves it all, and he's trying to get that, and he doesn't care who he hurts in order to get it back. But then,
which I want to say, because of the fact that I actually enjoyed that Superboy Prime turned villainous, because Alexander Luthor and Earth 2 Superman were pretty much the bad guys of Infinity Crisis, but their goals and their motives are relatable to an extent, except Alexander Luthor went pure evil, as did Superboy Prime. And Earth 2 Superman was just trying to serve Lois Lane.
Yes.
So,
but,
Superboy Prime, that's all right. Superboy Prime's fall from grace is what happens if you live in the past, and that's a good allegory. He lived in the nostalgic past, and that if you live in that nostalgic past, you will have poisoned yourself to the toxicity, and that's what and that's what happened. Originally, he was just trying to fix and bring back his world, and then he says he wanted to go talk to Connor Kemp because he felt that he didn't become the Superboy that he should have been. So what happened? He ends up getting into a big fight with Connor Kent. And then the Teen Titans show up, and then he starts killing all of the Teen Titans. And when he sees the blood on his hand, he's screaming in agony, saying, "Oh my God, what did you make me do? Look what you do." And he's like saying, "Don't you see yet? You're turning me into you." And and that was the thing about Superboy Prime, is what happened, the cautionary tale of if you live in the past. And I understand what Linkara was saying, that nostalgia could be toxic and that we need to evolve or change. The characters do need to change over time, but you don't turn them into an Omni-Man or even to a Homelander. That's not what Superman was ever supposed to be. When they brought Silver Age Superman after Crisis on Infinity Earth into this new era, Superman did not change to these times. He more so is a response to these times. He says, yes, you can change your values, but the morals need to stay the same. I'm not going to save you because you're an SJ hobo and you need to be saved. I'm not going to speak out against the establishment because I don't agree with the
New 52 Superman, that was all he was. Like, oh, what's the writer's politics today? Let's shove it onto Soups.
That's even how Brian Michael Bendis is even doing this with Superman.
Yeah, so it's just like, you know what?
And now J.J. Abrams is doing it. The simple truth is that Superman, it doesn't matter. I'm not upset that they're turning Superman black. I'm upset about the fact that he's black for political purposes.
Worse.
They could easily introduce a black Kryptonian that's not related to the House of L or nothing.
That's
just been a normal.
That's just a bare minimum.
Yeah.
The planet has enough people on there where you could pick a dime a dozen. Like, oh, he was on a deep space vessel scouting out something for like new parts or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, preeminently, that's kind of what happened with Ultimate Spider-Man. I mean, Miles Morales didn't really evolve out of agenda per se. That was something new that they were trying, because they really wanted to do this whole Superman thing with Spider-Man.
Y'all want to hear what JJ has in store for Superman, which is
not really.
I'm afraid to know.
Not really.
I am not going to be surprised if he's just going to repeat Superman 1978 all over again.
He's pulling ideas that we all had that we did not want to explore, because obviously we weren't going to go with those type of ideas, because that would destroy the foundation of Superman. I'm sure.
Why am I not surprised?
Hear me out. Hear me out.
Bendis the bald testicles already done enough.
Hear me out. I've always often asked, what would have happened if Krypton never exploded? I don't want to see that in the story. That's the thing. I always pondered it. I never wanted it in the story. I always wondered what would happen if there were many more Kryptonians that did survive, aside from the Kandor Bottle City. I don't want that story, though. It's something that I want to ponder. This motherfucker is talking about hidden agents of Krypton in the White House. Krypton. Krypton never exploded. So why would?
Who the heck is turning into Edward Hyde?
Look, that's a terrible. That's a terrible way of doing this. But let's go back to Man of Steel and kind of peel away a layer of cringe.
Man of Steel was crap too. I call it Hobo of Steel also.
I agree, Fiona. It was garbage, not Superman to me.
They turned Kryptonians into like this vast expansionist empire. Cool, whatever, whatever gets your rocks off,
So basically, Omni-Man's people.
Viltrumite.
Yeah,
and they made him just as jackass, like retarded as Omni-Man's people too.
So easily they could come in from other systems. They could have even colonized Proxima, which I would love that, because since Babylon 5, I've always wanted to be,
Star Control does that. If you play the Star Control games, even including the newest one, you get to go to Proxima.
Yeah, I want to live. I want to live on friggin' Proxima Prime. I mean, come on. But they could have easily done that. Why do we need to suddenly have Kryptonians within the White House to subvert white supremacy?
Why would they?
My question.
Oh, they're going there.
Oh no,
they're going there. Yeah, for sure.
Here's my question though. Look, here's my thing. If Krypton does not blow up,
get home so you can jump on.
That's what I'm saying. My question is, if Krypton doesn't blow up, what's the purpose of Superman being on Earth then?
There is none. There is none.
Thank you.
I'd probably be concerned of that than just like whoever was like groaning in pain after saying, "Oh my God's here!" Like,
we missed a big party, Owen.
He wanted to impress me. He would have instead did Earth 1 Superman, a graphic novel. Okay, because in the Earth 1 Superman,
they're all like spazzing out over Superman 78 right now.
Honestly, I could care less because I've written DC off completely. I call them the Dead 2 with Marvel.
Once again, like I said, I ponder what would have happened if Lara went on the ship with Clark instead of Jor-El, and he died, and she raised him on the planet Earth. Again, I don't want to see that in a Superman story. It's always something I've always wondered, because I can write that in my head, but I'm not going. But as a Superman fan, and if I was writing Superman, I wouldn't do that.
The only place I wouldn't
even
recommend doing that stuff is with Elseworlds, but DC, basically farted on that, so it's like, well.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, because
they
everybody's
has
like a massive one over
multiverses
and Elseworlds.
Here's what could have been. Here's what they could have done. I wanted Earth 1 graphic novel because when the alien invasion comes and Superman appears for the first time in the comic book and he's defending Metropolis, the alien villain basically says to Superman, Krypton didn't explode because of some random accident. My race destroyed it. And when they find out that there's one more Kryptonian out there, they're going to come here with all of their force.
No more Omega Hedron, no more Helen Slater. I mean, terrible. That was a great film because it was such a not so great film.
Even in my series, I don't have the aliens coming to Earth to be like, oh yes, we want to solve your stupid racial issues. It's like, no, my Earth is already real past that. I do not want any kind of current year bullshit in my setting.
Yeah.
My view is a little different. It's like, we're here because we want your water. It's like, I've only seen one movie really do that, and that was Oblivion. I was like, oh my God,
that too.
Thank you. I was like, thank you. It's like, you understand
Los Angeles.
You understand hydrogen fusion and fission. Thank you. So
that in Battle Los Angeles.
Oh yeah, I never saw that.
Yeah, that was the motivation as to why the aliens invaded Earth was
the cheap fuel stores. Like, we're not there because big oil makes money off oil, and all these companies make money off.
That was in that one movie with Cruise in it. Oblivion.
And another Cruise movie. I like to call it by its proper name. All You Need Is Kill. If you want to take the manga's version of the aliens, they're literally toxifying our world through its water.
Yep.
They're gobbling shit up and throwing that shit back up in toxic quantities. That is crazy. And the only thing that's able to really do any effect is people that has respawn powers.
You know, and it's really funny because I mean, we talk about, oh, are they gonna disclose blah blah blah? You know, UFO, blah 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 blah. You know, FBI. I'm like, look. If indeed that is the case, if there is life out there, if you want to go ahead and you know, fall into that model of belief, cool, whatever. They're not gonna come here to release you from your binds of human oppression. It's like you're gonna be a cheap fuel source. It's like, so
in some way or another.
They're coming for, you know, they'd be coming for the water.
Or in the case of the Twilight Zone, to serve man, it's a cookbook. It's a cookbook.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like that, or you know what? Hey, you know, we're gonna
obey.
construct a big old Dyson sphere around
Procreate.
your son. You're gonna die.
Expand, consume.
You know, your son is now our fuel source. It's like, that's it. It's like, there's no big reveal. You know, it's like, oh, they already walk among us. I'm like, okay, it's called.
You know what? Here is a great little sci-fi short right now. They come.
Let's rock!
Come to this planet looking for intelligent life.
Oh boy!
Looked in from orbit's the only way to be sure.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you there, Scooter, but that right there, I needed the timing on that one. I just needed the timing on that one.
Yeah, everyone has this belief that, you know,
just pulled the Rambo 3 scene.
Yeah, everyone has this belief that aliens are going to be like these benevolent beings that are going to release us from our binds of bondage. I'm like,
Melissa, are you talking about the YA graphic novel of Wonder Woman where they turn her?
I'm just going to burst over you. Anyway, go ahead.
Sorry. No, it's just like I looked at Melissa's comment down there.
Oh, did you?
Well, if I may,
I love you, dictator. That's hilarious.
Is that what happens in the actual novel? Because like I looked at the image and I could not be bothered to like even flip through it. That's how disgusted I was.
The new 52 version is like that. They were patting themselves on the back, you know, congratulate themselves on how we made her an honest woman, because that's what the Amazons were like back in the days.
Man-hating monsters.
Well, yeah, it actually is historically accurate.
We were being historically accurate.
Hey, I don't trust anything that bleeds like every 30 days. That's not humanly possible.
Honest woman is their own take on what they.
Trooper, that is what a comedian once said. Don't steal from the grave. He said, I got something that bleeds for 30 days and doesn't die.
Hi, I'm Kara, and I love to but I hate my period.
Oh goodness!
Why?
I love that commercial. I do.
I hate it.
I'm with you, Eloise. I absolutely.
It gets annoying. Like it gets annoying. I prefer the one where the guy with the dish and he's like, "Are you a man?"
You're not a dish. You're a man.
You're not a
man, baby.
You're a man.
Yeah, I like those commercials. You're right. I like.
Are you a man or are you a ma'am?
Exactly. That commercial, that's not bold or independent or smart. That is too much information from your doctor's office. How would you like every woman that goes to her doctor to do a TV commercial about after they get the results of pap smear or anything like that and put that on TV and see how they feel? See how you reacted? There you go. There you go. That's too. No, that's not necessary. I wouldn't.
They take this little finger and they get a sample.
Only commercial I love is.
Wow, baby, me so horny.
No.
Where did you get clips of Kamala Harris?
I know.
Wait, that's Kamala Harris, or are you guys pulling my leg?
No.
It's a joke because there's a rumor that she slept her way to the
Kamala
top.
has been, dude.
I know.
Kamala has been like so
I know.
MIA throughout this whole process. Like she's still on her way to
reals.
Vietnam. I'm like, that's the wrong place to be right now.
But she's a strong black whatever woman. It doesn't matter.
She
I mean, wasn't
black. She's
Yes.
appropriating black culture. Like
wasn't one of her ancestors like a slave owner or something, or like
that's all
profiteers
come
or
out.
that?
Yeah, that's all come out. Yeah, she's Jamaican. She's not black.
Don't
she's
make me
Indian.
giggle.
No,
myself
she
to
has
a
an Indian
coma.
background, like from India.
Yeah, like Mr.
I mean, it's the Caribbean.
Like
Everybody was mixed with everyone.
like a poo type stuff.
Give me this. Look.
Look,
One
Oh,
number
no.
I will.
look. She
Oh,
says
no.
her daddy is Tyrone when her daddy is Apu. Let me put it that way.
Look.
I
will say
we're
this.
American. We are Americans. We all are of mixed race at this point.
Yeah.
We all came from somewhere.
Well, while you,
I am mixed with 20% vodka.
What?
So which I'm gonna say this. Which I'm gonna say this.
You're not even human fucking beings. You are nothing but unorganized, grabastic pieces of amphibian shit. Because I am hard, you will not like me. But the more you hate me, the more you will learn. I am hard, but I am fair. There is no racial bigotry here. I do not look down on niggers, kikes, wops, or greasers. Here you are all equally worthless.
I love that.
I really need to upload that clip on Twitter, and I don't care if I get banned. It would be worth it.
That's a fire.
It would be worth it.
They're not going for low hanging fruit.
Only
It would be
Arlie Ermy could have delivered that line. Only Arlie
Yes.
Ermy could
If
have
you
delivered
want social justice,
I like
there
his
you
work
go.
in The Frighteners. That was funny.
Oh, I love
Are you?
Oh,
Owen
yeah.
yet, Owen? Hurry up, Owen.
If I may say, and then I'll
You
get
and
off
I
of this.
both, Owen.
Owen, get on stream so that I can refute the claim that you sound like FF12. That's all I care about. Everyone is like, "Oh my gosh, you two sound
here's
the
the
same." I'm
thing.
like, I refute that because I can tell the difference.
Here's the thing. He doesn't enunciate like FF do. No, I'm kidding. I already provided the link for him in case if he wants to
Well,
join us.
excuse me, princess.
Nice.
I know, right? I'm on a never-ending quest to save my girlfriend. So.
I'm on a never-ending quest to save my girlfriend. Oh, woe is me.
Why do you sound like the pig Muppet right there?
Oh, Kermit.
Yeah, Mrs. Piggy.
Yes, Miss Piggy.
Well, yeah,
Yes.
you know Kermit likes.
I like Miss Piggy.
So
Miss Piggy is cool. I like she don't take no crap from anybody. Come
Oh,
on, in the
she'll
Great
be the
Muppet
next
Caper, you can't beat her jumping that motorcycle through the window to save her Kermit. Come on, that was cool. That was
You
I'm like,
fraud!
oh, Miss Piggy.
Cut those jaws and get on this bench with me.
Well, I mean,
I've never actually watched the Muppets. I've only seen like.
Oh, I forgot. You all are young.
Well, I mean, they're already attacking the Muppets with.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah.
Drop your jaws, frog. You're gonna give me some lamb chops tonight.
Well, in the movie, when I was a kid, we saw the Great Muppet Caper, and you can look for it if you have spare time and nothing left to do. But we went as a family to see it. My parents took us to see it, and we absolutely loved it. And there is a scene where Charles Grodin is about to hurt her Kermie, and she flies through the window in her motorcycle and jumps there and just beats the crap out of those bottles that she does her hi-ya and tries to, and I was sitting there like, go Miss Piggy. I liked it, but it's a fun film. And it's been,
What, especially karate chopping Miss Poogie from the Muppets movie?
Wait,
yes,
Did they have
I
a
do.
Muppet like televised show?
Yeah.
He almost looked like a pig version of Frankenfurter from the Rocky Horror Picture Show when she looked.
I'm just a sweet transvestite.
Oh, good Lord.
Sexual
How you do?
I just opened up a door here.
Met, man.
I had
when you knocked.
I was just saying that was the
Candyman.
I was just going to say.
Oh God, no, not that. I've had enough of Candyman. Everybody, just stop. I hate the ads. Like, stop. Make it stop.
When does that open? Because nobody's talking about it.
Nobody at all.
No one.
I don't get. What is the appeal? I don't get it. It's not even interesting remotely. Like,
Hey.
Wait a minute now. I don't think she meant it like that.
I know what she means. She means it like a Zoomer. Like, what is that all about? Well, right.
I honestly don't see any reason to have a Candyman remake, except I think I heard Jordan Peele said it will be culturally appropriate. Candyman.
Wait. What a remake that?
I'm not talking about the I'm not talking about the original. I haven't seen the original. I'm just talking about these new ads. These new ads that are just annoying as hell.
There is no
like
appeal. It's nothing like it's obviously not gonna be like the original, which I hold dear to my heart because it was an interesting take on the slasher.
I wasn't even aware that there was an original.
Like the Bad Hair Day or some shit.
I thought the original was okay. I thought, okay, it's okay. I really didn't get scared at night.
Okay, what? Are you kidding me, Leia? Because I was about to say with Wolf Dead.
Were you not afraid to look at a mirror?
Candyman was one of the few movies that actually scared the crap out of me.
I've seen scarier pictures. I'm not saying it wasn't good.
Digging yourself a hole there now.
No, well, you know, I guess
Jaws was the first
I come from the Friday the 13th era, and the Friday the 13th era, you're scared to walk down the corners alone, and you're afraid to sleep by your window, or those things like that. So that era. So I'm not saying that maybe you guys were younger when you saw it, but I was told. I'm not saying it wasn't. Thank you, Lister. He was. It's not good, but it didn't scare me the way maybe the films I've seen of the past. So I'll put it like that.
I will guarantee you, if that doesn't even scare you, nothing else can even scare me than that lady supersized bitch, that ugly ass psycho doll, and that moronic freak.
Is that still Frankenfurter?
No, it's Carl Heisenberg from Resident Evil 8.
Oh.
He's the Frankenstein.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, I only know of one thing.
Ladies and lichens. Will you two shut the fuck up?
Well, are you guys going to see? Are you going to see the remake?
Like a child? Oh, I sound like a child. Maybe you should check your brain since. I forgot the line.
Well, are you guys going to see the Jordan Peele's Candyman?
Absolutely
not.
Absolutely not.
I wasn't even aware there was an original. I just thought this was something new. Like, but you know what? Now I want to go and see the original instead because, like,
you should.
It's amazing.
Right now,
I just don't like these ads that have been playing. It's just so annoying.
So
Modern Hollywood is desperate. Go away, Modern Hollywood.
Hang on. I'm putting Eloise on the spot at the risk of. I know it's a mute point to ask you this, but have you seen any of the Final Destination movies?
Yeah, I've seen. I think I can't remember which one it was, but I think it was the one where it had a train in it, I think. Was there one? I know I've seen one before. I can't remember which one it was.
What was there, like 3 of them? 3 or 4?
There were 6 of them at this point.
There were 6 of them.
Oh, wow.
I've seen one of them, but I can't remember which one.
Final Destination started the whole Halloween trend of sequels, which then led to Saw, which then led to what came after Saw?
Paranormal.
Yeah, Paranormal.
Yeah, we got those movies. Yeah, we got the Paranormal, and then we got the Ghost.
I will.
The
Dominic
Ghost
Powell.
movies.
I will. I will.
The ones where they're ghosts. They I guess it falls in the same story. Scoony, Paranormal Activity. Yeah.
Is Paranormal Activity the one where the a family moves to the haunted house and it's like a comedy horror or something?
No, that's Haunted House.
Yeah,
No,
I've seen Haunted House.
Parodying Paranormal Activity.
Which was a parody of Paranormal Activity, yeah.
Which, regrettably, I saw the sequel.
Yeah.
I did not like the sequel. It wasn't. I'm sorry. Like I was like, if the first one was good, I'm not watching the first one because the sequel did not do it justice. But no, what I was going to ask was to Eloise, if you even seen any of the paranormal, the Final Destination movies, did one of them at least involve a black guy talking to the protagonists at all? Like he was owning a mortuary or something like that, or working at a morgue.
I don't.
Do you recall
I don't
that?
remember that. No.
Okay, never mind then.
I just remember like it was like it begins with like something falling on one of the protagonists.
I know
or something.
who it is, Dominic. Damn.
Oh goodness.
Hey Leia, where did you hear that rumor about Captain America that you were talking to me about last night? Because I hadn't heard that one.
Well, Clownfish TV was, after the trailer came out, was reviewing I don't know if this was was reviewing the trailer, and they said that someone else. I guess my first impression of what I heard is that this trailer was leaked from someone's phone, but someone has leaked some information about some of the plot lines of what you're going to see in the film.
Oh, okay.
And one of the things that rumor that I told you about in the beginning of the movie, or somewhere in the beginning of the film itself, that the Wakandas come to New York City, they're at Statue of Liberty, and they are presenting, I don't know if this is his shield or someone else's shield, and they're saying that this shield is to affirm and to push, or that they accept Sam Wilson as Captain America. And this
that shit doesn't even obey the laws of physics.
I gotta figure out how that makes sense in the larger concept of the story.
It's in the film.
What's the whole point of that?
Yeah, like that would just be an insert. That would be like an insert scene. But why would you even? I don't know.
Why would you put it on the Statue of Liberty?
You might as well put that shield on Bendis's bald testicle head.
Because they want to.
We're no more worse than Dan DiDio's idiocy.
Because they want to say that we accept Sam Wilson as Captain America. Some fanfare for it, and the Wakandas have, because
Wakanda is Wakanda and America is America. It's like two separate nations. So like, how the hell is one nation gonna accept something that's belongs to another nation, like a symbol?
It sounds like a really bad fan fiction.
Sam Wilson. Black Panther acknowledged Steve Rogers, though. He said, "Get this man a shield."
Because this is where, and I understand what Trooper is saying before, and I know that this film has nothing to do with Feige, but if this rumor proves to be true, this is Feige's poison seeping into this, and his doubling down on his pandering these characters nobody cares about. He knows, or probably knows, or maybe
I care about Falcon when he's fucking Falcon, not Captain America. I've said this in the rewatch. I made that statement in the rewatch, the Winter Soldier rewatch. I always said that Falcon was always Falcon to me. When the moment he popped up on screen in the first opening of that movie, and the moment he got on that flight apparatus, he was Falcon, and he stayed Falcon. And the moment he was reintroduced into the ending of Age of Ultron, I know everybody voices their dissent towards Age of Ultron, but when he done the Falcon suit on that actually had the colors of the Falcon on, I smiled in that theater. I literally smiled in that theater when he popped in with the red coated onto his wings, onto his chest piece. I was like, all right, he's firmly Falcon now, not this espionage soldier that just did paramilitary work this time. He's now become his superhero moniker. And again, when he came back in Civil War, I was like, yes, Falcon even has Red Wing. He has Red Wing. It may not be a real Falcon, but it's still Red Wing. I was like, okay, people are paying attention to these characters. There are people who are taking great care of these characters.
That should be the name of a fan-made Metal Gear villain, Red Falcon.
Nice. But yeah, like he even like people are taking time to really get the small details in. Like he also has a partner named Red Wing. I don't see Red Wing nowhere in the comics lately. Have you guys? At all?
No.
Reference to Civil War. That was it.
No, that was it. Red Wing was never seen again.
Not even a statue of Red Wing if he's dead. Like, you know, Falcons don't have a long lifespan than humans now, and I'm firmly okay with that. Like if the damn Falcon died of old age, that's fine. Just give him a funeral or something.
No.
Not like that's his friend. That's what I'm saying. Like that's Falcon's friend. Red Wing is Falcon's friend. Like, you don't think he had a statue? Nobody did an effigy of this bird?
No.
At all? No. I'm like, I don't see. Like there's like in the promotional pictures, you don't see no Red Wing in the background. Just saying, like, oh, I thought we cared about the animals. Oh, fuck you then, because apparently a black man's lives matter than a damn Falcon. Falcon lives matter, motherfucker. Where's my boy Red Wing?
He's not even on Token Falcon and Sorry I'm a White Man Winter Soldier show. He was never on there.
I saw him briefly in a clip, but like
never again.
Never again. Calling him replacement Caucasian dude.
I'm calling him White Man Can't Jump and replacement Negro.
I feel bad for, you know, Sebastian Stan his character being turned into a cuck, but
yeah, because listen, there is when I watched Mahler's review, and I love Mahler's review of Black Widow. I love the way he broke it down.
I watched probably maybe like the first 20 minutes, and I had to turn it off because I'm like, oh my god, this is so long. It's really good, but it's so long. So I only got as far as the, and you'll have to fill me on the rest, Leia, but I only got as far as the cloud of red jizz. That's as far as I got.
Okay, I won't go into it long. I understand how you see Trooper, because I didn't realize it was that long either. So I finished it in the morning. I finished it in the morning while I was working. I turned it on early in the morning while I was working. I turned it on to watch it but I it's long, but I like the way he breaks it down, because he breaks it down.
That's smaller for you.
All the normies, I like it because I said I'm going to send this video to all the normies out there that don't understand what woke is.
Epic Troll, I love it. Epic Troll.
They should have no problem after watching the video, because the way he breaks it down, it's normies for it's woke for dummies, and I don't mean that insulting, but it's true. It really is. He really, so there's no, after you watch it, there is no excuse for you not to know why Black Widow sucks. But there's a moment and it does, that film, and I say that in a sad way, because she deserved more respect than this movie is giving her.
Yeah,
but
I think so.
She's not the mistress. She's not his mistress.
A prime example of a character being a little side character in a movie with their fucking name to it. Look no further than Black Widow. That bitch is a side piece.
Yes, she is.
To a blonde girl, a mammy, and a deadbeat dad.
Wow.
Yes.
It was made by modern Hollywood.
It really was. It really was.
It really was.
I'm like, as I went through that whole video,
that's Hollywood version of a mammy. So
yes.
And oh my god.
Mammy. I don't know if I'm allowed to say mammy.
Oh my god, that director can't direct women. Look, that director can't direct women. Every time they show the clips of her taking hits, Bitch, is that how you sound when you fucking?
German porn is better than that. That's as far as I'll go with that.
Hold on.
Gail could
Oh no! I mean, it's in English, but it's a very heavy German accent. So.
At least the director of Wonder Woman knew how to direct Gal Gadot to make Wonder Woman's fight scenes look, those are they at least those look real. At least she knew she understands Wonder Woman.
Which is crazy because you can see the influence from the studio in Wonder Woman 84. That's the problem. Is you can see, like I've said before, like this, like the movie was done, right? And then the studio's like, oh, we got to do reshoots, and subsequently that's what we got. And I'm like, man, this could have been a really good film had the studio.
Dominic has a question for us.
Dominic, if I'll go first in my answer. I've been hearing a lot of people prefer comic book Wakanda, MCU Wakanda, and I have to agree with this.
He asked you directly.
Oh,
not everybody. The truth is, we ain't you ain't everybody. You Leia plus size. We're asking your opinion on which one you like more.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't want to hog. I thought he meant this for everybody, but I will answer directly.
You're the individual. Speak for yourself.
Take the mic. Take the mic. Follow me.
Dominic, I prefer comic book Wakanda. MCU Wakanda is starting to look a lot like looking very phony.
What just happened?
This question.
Damn, Eloise. What is distracting you right now?
Do you see the question in front of you? Yes.
While you were napping.
No.
Dominic, I prefer the comic book Wakanda because MCU Wakanda is been tainted with the woke, and I wish I could get more specific. But from what my understanding, the Wakanda in the comic is not as isolated as the MCU has made it to be.
Oh yeah.
And in the comic, and Wolfton, I think you comment on this as well. You had different tribes, so to speak, or different.
You never had tribes. There were never tribes. They were one nation.
Right. That's what I was trying to say. Yes.
Indivisible.
Under Bast.
Under Bast.
Liberty and social justice for everybody.
And also,
and minus 20 IQ points. Whee!
Bucky,
go ahead, Leia.
Bucky never hid out in Wakanda. That never, ever. I hate to bust everybody's bubble on that. Wakanda had nothing to do with Bucky Barnes' recovery after Steve Rogers takes him away from Hydra. It had nothing to do with that.
T'Challa had a white stepbrother. Yeah. Coolest thing ever. Yeah. Coolest thing ever. And then you see like this meme going around about white Black Panther, and everyone's like,
Bucky, exactly.
The only thing I recognize from all this stuff, it's like when the one guy got ticked off on the Twitter twatters about let's make Black Panther white, and then what if
they lost.
Oh my gosh!
I'm like, do that more to people so they can understand just how retarded it is to give people random stuff.
Can we do that now? Can we do that now with Shaft? Can we make Shaft?
Oh my god! Oh,
it wouldn't be called
Shaft alone.
It wouldn't be called
no, they should do that sort of stuff on purpose, so that way these idiots can see how, hey, just plastering stuff onto a character that's been around for decades just to artificially inflate them somewhere else, that's not how you make characters people care about.
I got one for you.
If you need to make Charlie's Angels, but they're all men.
Oh,
everybody knows you never go full retard.
Let's see, and also we have to change the Alien series to where Ripley is now a guy.
Yes.
That would actually be pretty interesting. But it wouldn't be Ripley. But like that would be very interesting to have.
No.
It'll be Ridley. It'll be Ridley.
Well, I guess if he identifies as a woman, I mean, I can see him running around in his little, tight tank and his freaking female undergarments with a little pouch hanging outside. But
let's start doing it in the other direction. Now we have to have Wonder Man.
Oh yes, yeah.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
Yes.
Then we can bring in freaking the real Wonder
White
Man.
Blade.
Yes.
Honestly, I don't even know. Honestly, now that we're talking about Wonder Man, I honestly don't even think we're gonna get as far as Guardians 3 because, like I was telling Leia last night, like once these movies really start to kind of like hit the floor, they're gonna pretty much put pause on everything, just like Star Wars did, and they're literally gonna they're gonna parrot the same line and be like, "Oh well, it's just franchise fatigue. We should have thought about it. Before we put
Let's
out
finish Dominic's
with Wonder Man.
question real quick.
With Wonder Man, he needs to spin around and transform in the Wonder costume. Can we please do that? I would love to see him spin around and then bam, he's in the Wonder costume.
I would like to see Aquababe. I would like to see Aquababe.
I just want everybody to answer their
that actually sounds kind of nice. Like,
and then Superman has to be a trans woman now since they're already making his son gay.
Oh, dude.
Oh, please don't. That would be horrifying.
That is the next
Well, they've already gotten the most horrifying route. They gave Superman over to Lex Luthor, and he's already gotten basically kicked in the butt by it. So you know what? Might as well make him a woman so they can have all their. Oh look, Lois is in a lesbian relationship now.
Well, hey, they got away with it really slick the first time with Connell, and I didn't mind that because I liked Connell to begin with. I was like, okay, so yeah, they didn't necessarily have a butt baby, but they made it work. So, it's like,
Let me,
I didn't mind that because I like the idea of what would happen if you take the most villainous mind and
God, butt
genetically
babies.
slice it.
I'm gonna pump the brakes real quick. Because I want to.
Oh, and then we should change Lex Luthor into a black lady.
There's no break.
There's no stop at this. We're on a collision course.
Yes, we are on a collision course, and you know what? We are going to do. I now have the most blasphemous thing.
See what you're missing, Owen? You only have to be on stream for like 5 minutes. I don't know why you're crying about how you're so tired.
Woman series.
Wolf, you want to see how far?
We make a Batwoman series, except this time around, Batwoman is straight.
Oh no, you can't do that. You can't do that.
Oh God, no! They would
piss off everybody.
It would be a riot in the street. They would have to call the police. They'll be rioting in the streets if they saw that. They absolutely saw that.
I would not mind a white storm. I really would. But you can't.
You know what we've got to say to this? And when they all riot in the streets and create problems, we shoot back with, yeah, that is a problem, isn't it?
Well, I was going to say you just can't turn.
And Static Shock should be a skinny, red-headed white boy.
Make him Asian.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a good idea. Just make.
I actually had an idea for an Asian Spider-Man, in the black suit, and it was going to be set in a different.
Why stop there? They had a Ninja Spider-Man in the mangaverse,
and it was going to be set in a different Earth, and to like piss off all the.
Or better yet, why not just
the Twitter mob?
Well, I wasn't going to say Twitter mob. I was going to say the big box office for the East.
Final.
Yeah,
the big box office for the
Justice League just all be Chinese. Like Batman's now, like a sumo wrestler for some reason.
That's not Chinese.
That's Japanese.
Oh, never mind. Yeah.
Well, let's make them stereotypes. So obviously they all have set eyes. All Japanese and Asians look alike. Okay.
And no, wait.
What was Trooper's idea?
Gotta add all that in.
My Spider-Man was just going to be like, my Spider-Man was just going to be like, he was going to end up being mixed because it was the only way to come up with the fact that he has to at least be tall. I can't have a short superhero, so he was going to be American and Taiwanese. I wasn't, it's like, but then I thought about it. I was like, well, the moment I put Taiwan in this, Big China's going to be like, you can't do that. So,
but that just makes it better.
Dominic, I'm going to be honest. I absolutely love Carol Danvers when she was Miss Marvel. Absolutely love her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't have an issue with her at all when she was a woman.
It's coming now.
Yeah, because she looks.
The original Captain Marvel in Marvel Comics, that's Captain Marvel, was a great character.
But then that poor guy died of cancer at some place, and then they just like drag that guy through the mud later on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you said, she was fine as Miss Bomb. Then they turned her into the creature we see. Yeah, they turned. That's why I said when she was.
Let's not forget.
Superman doesn't.
Let's not forget.
Wolf, do you have that clip of the guy saying that's a man's man or something?
That's a man, baby. Just like Austin Powers.
Yes.
Let me see.
I liked her outfit. She had those gloves and those boots, and she had that. She had that red sash. I thought she was pretty cool.
Yes, absolutely. Love her outfit.
Yeah, I did. I loved her outfit.
I got something similar to that.
What's your excuse? Sir, excuse for what, sir? I'm asking the fucking questions here, Private. Do you understand? Sir, yes, sir. Well, thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while? Sir, yes, sir. Are you shook up? Are you nervous? Sir, I am, sir. Do I make you nervous? Sir. Sir, what? Are you about to call me an asshole? Sir, no, sir. How tall are you, Private? Sir, 5'9", sir. 5'9". I didn't know they stacked shit that high.
Don't make me giggle myself to a coma.
I think the thing is a good laugh at this point.
All of this waist swapping to me, when that was showed on Twitter and their heads blew off.
Somebody should send that person. That person should be arrested. Oh, big talk for somebody who wants everything to be wokeified and tokenized.
Diversity and all for diverse and inclusion. And then when they saw a white Black Panther, they lost their minds. It showed their true colors, who they really are. Who's the hypocrite now? They're hypocrites. It shows what hypocrites they are.
But it's all about excluding everybody, basically. To the point where it's like no more white people anymore.
Or better yet,
so it's gonna be
why not
no
just
more men.
defy everything that basically makes a good hero story? Like, let's not use any form of mythology, which you really need that, by the way. Let's not even use the hero's journey. Let's not even use the 4 functions of the epic hero or archetypes for heroes and villains. And just basically do our own thing. Just put our own nihilism and our politics. Just shove it right in there. Oh, wait. Our cells are doing poor. Shit.
Well, it's not about the money; it's about the message.
Yeah, it's the message.
Oh, no.
But the message.
The problem that we have right now is that when we're saying like, oh, this is another thing I wanted to talk to you about, Cooper, is that the executives don't care, yet the executives are shelling out the awards and all this special accolades for all these.
Yeah, because awards means more stock value. They don't really care at the heaping pile of VCs actually gets the award. Is they want to be able to say, oh yeah, we have shows that have had 23 nominations for whatever.
It still kind of doesn't help though, because let's be honest, a lot of awards can be pretty much bullcrap. Just look at Injustice 2.
Yeah,
because that game has literally won 3 awards.
Yeah, awards are a mark of death now.
Yeah, because like Injustice 2 literally had won like 3 awards for like being best game of 2017, aka the same year where the best fighting games we got were Guilty Gear Xrd Rev 2, I think, and there was another one, I forgot what it was. Tekken 7, that's what it is. Yeah, those are the 2 best fighting games, but yet they just award mediocrity because NetherRealm Studios sucks at making video games. They can't even write a story, which is why they're inconsistent with Injustice and Mortal Kombat.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, the whole point is now the title is supposed to sell, So I mean, but that's been kind of what's been going on with EA for a while now. Like I said before, like it's all about cranking out the next big title. It doesn't matter if it's an incomplete game or the freaking game itself is a shadow.
Because they just release a new game every single year. Like they would release a new Call of Duty game like every single year.
Yeah, that became a problem. So.
But the studios, back to your point, Trooper, when you talked about Amy Pascal and Spider-Man over at Sony Pictures. Yeah. Now,
look,
to me,
I'm gonna tell you right now, before you go ahead, Leia, I got this to say.
Oh, good.
I got this to say. Oh wait, did it go through? Oh, it didn't go through. What the fuck?
What, you didn't do the RuPaul clip? You better work.
Oh, better work. Oh, good.
Studios,
grief.
Sony needs Spider-Man because it keeps them rich. Sony makes movies that the studios, like I said, the studios do not like this genre. They hate this genre. They don't understand this genre. They could care less about this genre. But it brings money. It makes them rich. It pays for their exotic trips. It pays for their boat parties on their boats. So they need it when they bring in the money so that they can. And then the movies that they are interested in that we're used to are the ones that win awards are the ones they want to make so they can stay accepted by Hollywood and mingle in with their friends. But they need the Spider-Man type of films because they've got to keep them paid so that they can take their.
It's gotten to the point now where everybody knows that Hollywood, these awards mean nothing anymore because everybody just got their award.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it
look
doesn't,
at the ratings.
yeah.
Look at the award ratings. Like, the
Oh my
award
God,
ratings, like,
yes.
are like,
Yeah, nobody's watching that shit anymore, especially
Yeah.
me.
nobody
me
watches
neither.
it.
When they
So-
say, when they
The
say,
Emmys, the
when
Emmys-
people like Professor Geek or Trooper, when you say that it doesn't matter, people are going to watch it anyway. I don't think so. I think as time goes on, people are waking up to this crap.
But you got to remember, like, they're their own class, and I hate to always have to look at this through a political lens, but it is very true. They are their own class of people. They literally make this stuff for themselves. It's
Yes.
not meant for anybody else. In terms of, I'm talking about award shows. Like, it's not meant for
Yes.
anybody
Yes.
else. If you watch in, hey, oh, that's great, my actress won. That's about as far as it goes. But
It's like they're trying to like live their entire lives, like they're trying to live the American dream, like The Great Gatsby. If you have any of you read the book The Great Gatsby or
oh yeah,
seen any of the
it's all
movies.
self-aggrandizement when it comes to these award shows.
Yes.
So,
Yes, I was forced to read that in high school. It's nearly as bad as Tale of Two Cities, which I hated and used the Cliff Notes.
Yeah, I hated reading The Great Gatsby, but what's funny is that the movie The Social Network is basically The Great Gatsby.
Yeah.
Well, I got lucky. I had to do The Crucible. I had to do Great Expectations. I had to do the
I had to
Scarlet
do
Letter.
1984.
Okay, first off,
lucky you.
Yeah.
That would have been more exciting than freaking Hester Prynne freaking slinking about, freaking committing adultery.
yeah. I wasn't crazy about the Scarlet Letter. I'm about to say Scarlet Witch. I wasn't crazy about the Scarlet Letter either. So I get you. But the Crucible, I was forced to read. I was forced to read 1984, and I think those are the only two I remember. The rest I was daydreaming. I had my other books. I had my Hobbit and Lord of the Rings and other stuff stuffed in my little bag to read in, trying to pretend I was following along.
Expectations and The Crucible are actually pretty good.
Yeah.
I did a play of The Crucible, so yes, I do agree with you.
I wonder what they're forcing these freaking high schoolers to.
Oh
like,
God, probably stuff
read.
like white fragility or some shit.
Oh my God!
Imagine if they do
they
a
are.
fucking movie out of that shit.
Oh, give it time.
They probably
Give it-
will.
Literally, Robin DiAngelo makes all her money going around to these like companies that pay her to talk about all the idiot notions she's had for the last 20 years, and that's where when that stuff came out with Coca-Cola, they all freaking
Yeah, I honestly, if I was in part of that for an employee meeting, I'd be right in the front row sleeping.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like you saw Coca-Cola freaking scurry into their little rabbit hole, and subsequently they had to close down 2 Coke factories because stuff like this leaks
They
out.
changed the original Coke.
Oh yeah, like you
I'm
realize
looking
what
at
these
some
employers literally are
comments
doing.
on
They're
The Great
indoctrinating
Gatsby
their
saying
employees
how was
to
the
function a certain
adaptation
way.
of The Great Gatsby?
Yeah, I want
I'm
to
not-
tackle this question.
Yeah, I'll answer it.
Which before you answer, there were 2 adaptations. One with
No, there were
Robert
5
Redford and okay, those are you're right. There's only 2 I
Really?
know. The only 2 I know are the one with Robert Redford and Mia Farrow, and the other one was with Tobey Maguire and Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah,
So
that's the one that I was forced to watch after we just finished reading the book. Like, I did not like the movie because of the movie director
Damn.
Baz Luhrmann.
yeah,
I hated that
yeah.
guy's work. Ever
Yeah.
since it was the same director who did Moulin Rouge. With,
Oh,
Yeah.
Baz Luhrmann.
I
Damn.
could not
The only
stand
Baz
Moulin
Luhrmann
Rouge.
movie that was actually good was Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah,
With
well,
But
yeah,
still,
I
all
guess.
his movies are
I mean,
just-
to
My-
an
my
extent.
nephew
Can I give a
I don't
visual
even own
representation
Romeo and Juliet. I mean, that's
Fianna's
how lit
disdain?
it was.
Y'all ready for a visual representation of Fianna's disdain?
Yes.
What's it look
Yes,
like?
go ahead.
Another video.
Yeah.
That's got to be like less than 5 seconds, bro. It's like it's gotta be
Fuck off.
No,
I
for
love that.
I don't know
real.
why
Like,
it sounded like
I
I was
know.
playing.
one of these days, the bot's gonna get around to your content, and you're gonna get a DMCA. So,
What they gonna take from me? I ain't got shit.
well, all they're gonna say is, "Oh, you can't play that stuff." So we're gonna go ahead and erase your video.
My
Well, to be-
nephew.
To be sad face right now, they did a warning on my channel because of the links that were in two of my videos, because Norton had flagged them as dangerous, but there's no viruses. Norton is flagging sites based on ideology right now.
Oh wow.
And I
I'm
didn't
so
know that
glad
about
to
Norton.
subscribe to them.
It's more that dehumanization that they're trying to post on people who have different opinions. Now
Yeah,
Norton is flashing virus software for opinions you don't like. We are not viruses. Okay?
And also, they flagged Alterna's comics website too with an orange tag.
Really?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's immediately what they do. They
that's
shoot you right back
very
by saying, they shoot it right back at you by saying like, are you mentally stable, sir? Are you a virus? Are you sick? It's like, up yours?
Why are you asking me those questions for?
You know, and at this point, I'd basically look at him and I'd ask the question, you like men?
Do you like taking it in the rear? I see. Mhm.
we can change you. We have the technology.
Yeah.
I want to go, man.
Well, I mean,
I
that's
got
what
the
they're
perfect
doing
answer
now.
for that shit. Y'all ready
That's
for
what
this?
they're doing
too?
now.
Yes,
with
go
freaking
ahead.
Straight dude.
Oh,
Like
God.
we're basically being told that if you don't like what the person has underneath their belt line, then you're phobic. It's like
Here's my answer to
I'm
that
like, that's
shit.
not what I signed up for, bro. So
Here's my answer.
Here's my motherfucking ball! I'm a lead farmer, motherfucker!
There we go. Well, no, I'm just saying, turn it right. All I'm saying is turn it right back on them. Whenever they start asking, very deep and personal questions, start firing back at them with deep and personal questions. In fact, homophobes hate it if you even suggest that they like men.
Yes,
I'm serious.
oh no, I know you are.
These woke ideologues are so homophobic that if you even suggest that they like someone of the same sex, they lose their shit on you.
Oh, well, kind of like how there was this one preacher's wife, very nice looking black lady, and she was confronting Antifa people about how her kids were attacked at a rally. They're being very peaceful, and the thing is, the white lady in front of her was, she basically told the lady, "Oh, look, it's worse than a Karen. It's a liberal white woman. She won't even debate me." And then you see the lady just walking off. It's like, I'm not going to engage you. It's like, So it's okay if black people have your line of thinking, but if they're independent, like, oh no, you better get back on that plantation.
Exactly.
Yeah, pretty much.
You are
Here's one. Did you guys ever hear about that one school that was apparently segregating kids?
Yeah,
I
heard that story. Yeah.
Yeah, segregating kids because of the color of their skin, and it turns out the principal was black. The principal was encouraging this, and she was a black
waste trader.
I'm just like, oh my god, this is it. We finally reached the apex of insanity.
I was like, eventually they're gonna come up with that shit, and I was all for that shit when it happens. I was like, yep.
I know YouTubers who were banned because they said they didn't like Black Panther, and people just told them they couldn't explain why, or they couldn't review it. But
I straight up stated out that Black Panther wasn't Black Panther. That was not Wakanda on that fucking movie.
When what you call it? I just wanted to say, when me and my friend went to watch the movie, my friend was even afraid to like comment on it.
Why?
Was she white?
And no, she wasn't white, but she was kind of afraid to comment on it. I don't know why. She was kind of nervous about it, and I was agreeing with her on the points she was making, that it just felt like it was going from plot point to plot point, like it was rushing, like the pacing and everything.
Oh yeah, everyone has said, and I agree with them. T'Challa was more interesting in Civil War than in his own movie. I liked him, and when I saw him in Civil War, and they said a Black Panther film, I was excited because yes, we're going to get more of what we saw in Civil War. But then when we get to the film, it's like
that wasn't Wakanda. Guy. That wasn't even the Wakandans.
What was that?
That was
way.
Maybe. I don't know what the fuck that was. I know what it was. I know what it wasn't. It wasn't Wakanda. In fact, we got more Wakanda in its infrastructure and its military abilities in freaking Infinity War than we ever did in Black Panther the movie. Like,
Be like, come on,
Wakanda having a civil war with
live
itself?
Your spy life and come run away with me to Wakanda. Oh, you know I can't do that, T'Challa. I got things to do.
How many verses of insanity have they just reached by far? Like, they should be at least somewhere at insanity.
I take it hiring the right person didn't pan out, did it?
Yeah, they could just end up being like the people in padded rooms laughing.
Yeah.
And I have faced there's two things they get me on. One, I've already taken a lot of flack for not liking Black Captain America. I've taken so much of that. Everybody's shocked at me. The one woman
I told my coworkers, and I still live by this. I said I enjoy Aquaman way more than Black Panther.
Did they melt? Did they look shocked? Did they want to send you to an insane asylum?
I heard gasping. Somebody slammed the door in my face.
Yeah, that sounds like your mom.
Not literally, mind you, but like somebody just like exited the conversation and closed the door behind themselves, and I was busting up laughing.
Sounds like your mom. Sounds like your mom.
It wasn't my mom.
I'm offended by this. I got nothing to do but just to tell you to F off, and I'm gonna power up my frustrations to walk out the door like High School Musical.
They all.
I was. You know how many times I said "hear me out" in that conversation? 20 fucking times. Because they jumped down my throat so quickly because yes, there were some lines in Black Panther that I quote a lot, but I'm like, as far as a world building case, freaking Aquaman had way more. As flimsy as it delivers on that world building, like at least we saw all
delivery with Ocean Master.
Okay, that's debatable. Whatever. Anyways, what I'm saying is, in the case of the final fight, it's exactly the same. Let's put it like this: it's exactly the same as Black Panther, bar none. It's the same thing, but the difference is that in the case of Aquaman, you got all the seven all the 7 sea kingdoms fighting each other. At least you had all that on display. You know, they showed up the fishermen, Duff Lundgren's people, Mira's people, the trench, the crab people, and all that stuff. All those motherfuckers were beefing. All right? You get Black Panther, you talking about the merchant tribe will not challenge today. The river tribe will not challenge today. The rhino tribe will not challenge today. That's the only people that came in to help. Not the merchant tribe, not the river tribe, none of them bastards. I'm like, well, fuck them then. They no longer no more. Y'all didn't step up for y'all king. Y'all didn't step up for y'all king at all. None of y'all bent the knee easily. Whereas in freaking Aquaman, they made a case as to why each kingdom was bending the knee to Orn, even though he fabricated the surface world excursion.
Yeah, aggression.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes all this stuff reminds me, it's kind of like when you're going against the grain. Like most of BookTube covers YA Wasteland, she's a special girl kind of books when everything else is shunned. It's
and
annoying.
I will also say
annoying.
that Aquaman handled its final fight way better than Black Panther, because at least when the final fight happened, it happened in front of the kingdoms, whereas Black Panther happened in an isolated area. I'm like, bitch, soon as T'Challa reigns victorious, people will say that he fucking killed him to grab power. Who's to say they didn't like Killmonger as a king? Who's to say that T'Challa, like, they never explain as to why anybody would like T'Challa as a king, or why would they like Killmonger as the king. The only person that voices the dissent was Okoye, and the only person that was all in favor of was freaking Wakabe. You didn't hear nothing else from everybody else. Everybody was a fucking extra.
Well, you could hear it in the thugged out hip hop.
I'm your king now. I'm your king now.
Hello, auntie. Like,
hey, auntie.
Yeah, that doesn't sound.
The final fight. It was basically PlayStation 2 graphics. I'm sorry, that was just.
Yep.
Like when I was gazing at that, I was just like, what? Because it didn't really feel like thrilling at all. It just felt like I was watching a cutscene.
I barely even mimicked the final fight in Black Panther. I mimicked way more fighting in freaking Aquaman. That I've told you guys this also. Like, if I'm mimicking the fights, that means I'm enjoying the shit out of this, even like regardless of the quality of the movie. Like, if it's a good movie, of course I'm gonna love it. But even if it's a bad movie, if it's delivering on some good action, I'm like, okay, I'm loving this. Like this movie's stupid, but this action is really good.
Now, I don't have to tell you guys how many times I've mimicked that the fight between the Winter Soldier and Cap in the Winter Soldier movie on the freeway. It's been so many years, but every time I see it, I scream, jump, shout, do the motions. It's just
my wife be rocking side to side whenever time she sees action on this.
Flipping knives. I'm flipping knives.
Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby.
That is pure text. Watching Cap fight like that was pure sexy testosterone action. I don't care what y'all say. Seeing him, and that's muscular, pure man power fight.
Black Manta. He said it. I was all for that shit. When he said that shit, I smiled. I was like, yeah, own that shit. Okay? Own it. I don't care how stupid Black Manta sounds to anybody else. Own that shit. Don't be afraid to be a comic book.
Wait, no, I think that's what Ocean Master basically said in the movie.
Call me Black Manta.
Ocean Manta?
No, that was Black Manta.
I thought it was Ocean Master.
No, Ocean Master called himself exactly how he said, I'm the Ocean Master.
Oh.
Or at least somebody has said it outright in front of his face. Like that's where you got the name. Right. But like, as far as when Black Manta showed up and he does that line read from H.P. Lovecraft, and like the more he's like, Atlantean steel, it will cut your blood. Sorry, your blood will. I'm hungry. That's why I'm flubbing.
Right.
But after he says that line about Atlantean steel, right? He says, "Call me Black Manta." I was like, hell fucking yeah, right you are. I'm liking you already. You kicking some ass. I mean, I want Aquaman to kick a little bit more ass in this fight, but like from what I'm seeing right now from Black Manta,
it sounds just as corny than the in the first Fantastic Four movie, where it's the first introduction to Doctor Doom, where Reed Richards was being held captured while he was being frozen. Sue finds him, and then suddenly Doctor Doom's here, and then it just says, "Victor, please call me Doom." That's pretty much that.
Yeah, I felt the same way too. You like the way that line was delivered, that he was called Doom?
Yeah.
I mean, I know he is Doom, but how he delivered the line, that was cool. Oh, okay.
I mean, he just could have called himself Doctor Doom, and it still sucks because they didn't even get the origins right on Doctor Doom.
You know, a lot of people
Someone
felt
who's easily
That's
my
too
favorite Marvel
extensive.
villain.
But yeah.
Yeah, everyone I said didn't like the way Doctor Doom was treated, and Doctor Doom needs no one's seen an appropriate Doctor Doom yet. No one's seen it yet. They say Marvel needs to. They say that's the villain they need to bring in for Phase 4, but they've got other plans.
I mean,
but that's the villain they need to bring in.
They still got nothing
Doom.
planned. Like nothing's gonna top off Thanos. Maybe they can do it with Galactus or maybe Doctor Doom, but still.
Well, I hope it ain't that. I hope it ain't that man that was the one in the Loki show. That wasn't Galactus, was it? Does anybody? Okay,
No.
Thank God not. That acting was terrible, and that's something
Galactus ain't no human-sized character. Galactus is a gigantic-sized character.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's freaking huge.
Devourer of worlds.
Remember that he's a devourer of worlds. Now, mind you, he does in the earlier stages of his creation, he did construct a machine to do so back then. That's why in the Fantastic Four you see him at least nearly. He's relatively your fantasy giant size, not necessarily like Godzilla size.
Okay.
Or in many iterations, planetary size.
You're right.
But in the Fantastic Four animated show, he constructed a machine to feed off of plants, whereas Silver Surfer, the animated series, made him gigantic. Which over time, that's where they went for. He's more planetary at this point. So when he comes in, there are times he's depicted either walking amongst a city, kaiju size, or worse, he's planetary size, whereas he's bigger, much bigger than the planet. Mind you, he's much bigger than the planet.
Easily, if you want to get at least a better representation of what Galactus would basically look like, actually threatening, go play Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
And watch him and lose on purpose, and watch what happens when you lose.
Yep.
I'll give that a shot, and I'll get right to Oris's point. I just want to let Wolf know. Wolf, if you thought Black Panther was worse, it's going to get worse with Black Panther 2, because you're going to get Riri Williams.
Fuck that bitch.
How is Riri? Like as an Ironheart or
Ironheart in Black Panther 2. Kevin Feige's going full-blown Black women power.
Is Shuri gonna take over the?
Letitia Ray is gone.
Well, you almost have to, because freaking the dude.
They gotta recast her.
She's
gone.
Like taking a.
She is.
She's out.
She is Wolf. So that rumor was true. Okay.
Put it like this: she wants to be a Christian now.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
They canceled her for no reason. Like for no reason. It was dumb.
No, they canceled her because of her testimony, you guys. I hate bringing that stuff up on stream, but they canceled her because of her testimony.
It doesn't matter. If she's that's a no. She believes in God and her testimony. Oh no, they couldn't have her there. Now I see why they got rid of her. Oh, that's
not only that, but she made a good point about like the vaccines and stuff, and everybody was attacking her on Twitter too.
Yeah, that was awful. That was really awful.
Twitter's brain dead.
But it wasn't what Disney wanted.
So, Leia, let me give you a visual representation of Galactus, or at least how he's often portrayed now.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's Galactus.
That is Galactus.
Looks a lot better than what he looks not only in the Loki show, but a lot better than what he looks like in Fantastic Four: Rise of the Silver Surfer, where he's just a cloud.
Okay. Okay. I agree with you. That's who they should use, but I know Triple Katari saved Kevin Feige, but they're off in another direction. But that is the villain they should
okay, while we're on Galactus, let me address Owen real quick.
Sure.
So this is secondhand information from what I heard from. Why did I hear myself just now briefly? That's interesting. But from what I heard from Galactus, he's kind of like it's kind of like the basis of reincarnation, death and reincarnation. There are times like when he has his own field, I think he explodes, and the plants that he devour comes back. So in a way, what we see him doing, we view as evil, but technically what we're doing is halting what his his cycle is doing. Basically, he eats, and then repopulate again, or at least reincarnated again. That's one story. I don't know if they're taking that as canon or not, but like in another way of looking, yes, he is evil because he eats plants and everything on those planets. Unless you become his herald and he spares your planet. Only you have to serve him as a herald to find suitable plants for him to eat. In the case of Silver Surfer, aka Norrin Rad, he will often try to find plants that's just good enough to sate Galactus, where nobody gets harmed. At least like some sort of planet that has a minimum amount of life. Whereas if the ones that Galactus wants to eat the most, that's more potent, which is plants like our planet with habits like our planet. But the thing is that's where Silver Surfer comes to play. It's like he always tries to lead them towards more of a at least like let's go at 50-50. Like something that can at least sate his hunger. Though there are times he is forced to find a more potent planet, which that's where in the case of Sprite Silver Surfer, which I like this one scene right here. He says, "Forgive me, let it be done, and be quick about it."
Yeah.
He apologizes to the planet first, then he turns to where Galactus will be coming in to devour Earth, and he says, "This planet is ready. Let it be done and be quick about it." That means that obviously means there's a bit of sorrow,
Yes.
and he wants it to be quick so he doesn't have to watch it, because he knows what his job incurs, which is his planet is spared at the expense of other planets.
Yep.
Well, he tells Sue that he has no choice because if he doesn't do it, his planet and his partner or his woman that he loves will be spared.
Just to answer Owen's question, yes, Galactus is a force of nature.
Yes, he is. In fact, I would have loved the idea if they could even hint at the other Titans of the universe. Somebody could even say, you think even in the Marvel universe, you really think Thanos was the worst thing this universe had to offer? That could have been. They actually could say that. Do you honestly think? I mean, Ms. Marvel could have even said that. I've heard of the real Ms. Marvel, not that stupid other Ms. Marvel movie we got. I'm talking the real Ms. Marvel.
Yes.
Which says that, I've heard of Thanos. I've even heard of other mythical legends and titans. I've heard of Ego. I've heard of Galactus. I've even heard of.
Much like the Fantastic Four, you are nothing to me.
Yep. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, exactly. I mean, most people.
That was very good.
Yeah, that was very good, actually.
Get the Annihilus arc. I hear it's good.
And to what the Schooner was saying, that could have been the setup for Phase 4, or even a way to introduce the Eternals. Is like, we're here because there's something much, much, much worse that the Avengers cannot handle.
Yeah, they could have been from another planet. They shouldn't have put them back to 10,000 as far as 10,000 BC.
Yeah,
I'm using that title loosely because of that shit movie that Roland Emmerich made.
Yeah. I was also going to tell you, Wolf, even though Letitia Wright is gone, they still have plans to make the next Black Panther a woman. Yes, that's going to happen.
What are they going to do? Put Okoye in the spot?
Maybe, perhaps. I don't know. They could. I don't know. Possibly.
I don't know.
No. Black Panther. I will miss Chadwick Boseman.
Black Panther is supposed to be a man.
Sorry, but that's what I was about to say. Black Panther T'Challa is a man. He is the king of Wakanda. Do you notice lately?
I already picked my candidates.
Who?
I already picked my candidates. I'll show you in a bit. Keep talking.
Well, and even I noticed lately, is to stay on the page with the streaming shows on Phase 4. To me, this whole phase is about deconstructing and destroying the mythology of the Avengers. We have the garbage we got with WandaVision that pretty much destroyed Vision himself, and not allowing Doctor Strange to be on there, and which would have made a lot of sense. And then what they did to Quicksilver, the Quicksilver everybody liked, and then we get to the most atrocious insult is fake Falcon with "I'm sorry, I'm a white man with a soldier."
Replacement Negro.
Yes, exactly. Yes, we got that. That whole show was about deconstructing Steve Rogers, saying that Steve Rogers is not a hero. There's nothing special about him. He was never a hero to begin with. That whole show was to deconstruct and destroy his mythology. That's all that did. So replacement Negro can rise. Now, then we have Loki, which is a show in which another TV show where it's named after a character that's not even in the show. Loki has nothing to do. He's been shut out his own show. I don't care what anyone says. He was shut out. I didn't watch the show, but I watched reviews. And all
how
reviewers
brave of you, the interest of woman that Loki's in love with himself over.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah. Loves with himself, and it was not.
Have you noticed? Speaking of the aggression, every time. I'm sorry, Leia. Every time we see these quote unquote strong female characters, you know what I'm saying? They always introduce them in such the most utmost aggressive ways ever.
Yeah.
They show her off by attacking people, killing people. You know, she
demasculating all the men around her.
Yes,
Yep.
yes, she's better. She's better. She's stronger.
She eats everyone's testicles for breakfast.
Exactly.
Be on boss, girl boss. Yay, queen, slay queen, slash queen. Yay.
Here, take your sleigh, and I'm gonna shove you into the sun. Bye, thought.
Yes.
Be gone, thought.
That sounds like it's a really terrible way to even introduce a femme fatale character.
It is. They're getting awful at it. They're right. They're better.
Don't start off by attacking you. They start off by seducing you.
Exactly.
But that would be too much of a woman. That would be too much of a woman, Wolf. They can't be feminine. They have to have balls and testicles and
Y'all ready for my candidate?
Right.
Oh yeah. Let's see Wolf's candidates.
I got one.
Oh.
Y'all ready?
Yes. Yeah, we're ready. Shoot. I don't know who is he. Who is he?
He was originally from Luke Cage season 2. He was Bushmaster.
He could pull it off.
Yes. Why? Good candidate. Good candidate. That would be perfect.
He's too masculine. You need
he's got the right skin color. The skin tone.
Okay.
I don't care what anybody say. Sometimes I care about skin tones when it comes to black castings.
Right. He's not the guy from Bridgerton.
No, he's not. Hell no.
No.
One, he's quite athletically fit to some degree. So I've seen him in action. I mean, I'm going to assume he does most of his stunts. But for the more complexities, of course, we're going to have somebody who's going to do more stunts with him, do the more complex stunts. For one, he has a commanding presence, especially when you see him on Luke Cage. He has a very commanding presence. So, and man, I just can't stop looking at them eyes. He's quite. Bless you.
He's got the eyes of Tulsa Doom right there. You could be hypnotized by them.
Mm-hmm.
In a normal human
Owen's got a point
world,
there too.
Yes, you're right, Owen. In a normal human world, Wolf, that if I was the producer for Disney, I would say, "There's our guy right there," and I think the audience
But he
would
was
love.
Bushmaster in the MCU Netflix. Bitch, it's over and done. He is done. He's no longer Bushmaster. He's your king now, bitch.
He would be.
I'll make sure Mustafa Shakir say that shit in that fucking conference room.
He would be.
Wait, we got the honor. What's the honor? Chadwick Boseman's memory. He's your king now, bitch.
I wish I could be in the room.
Here's the thing too. Okay, if you want Chadwick, here's what you got to do. Okay, you pass him, say he is the king, but you also need to get Chadwick Boseman's family's blessing.
Yeah, you could do that. Yeah.
Get their blessing, and even have them go out and say,
"Excuse me, I didn't see none of their names on this motherfucking project. I saw Chatwin's name
I know,
attached to his character.
Wolf,
Look,
it's about,
much respect to the family.
Wolf, what I mean is, it's about playing the game. You got to play the game.
Okay, I'll play along for a while.
Yeah.
Kiss my ass.
If it means getting our candidate that we want right
that
there,
almost looks
then
like Tau Kaka from Blaze Blue that you just pulled up. I mean, I understand it's made by Arc System Works, which they are responsible for Guilty
That's
Gear.
Jack O from the
Guilty Gear,
upcoming
yeah.
Strive.
Yeah, Guilty Gear Strive, which I think is the next main chronological timeline Guilty Gear game, if I'm not mistaken.
At this point, I don't give a fuck. That's a rabbit hole. That is a rabbit hole to go through.
Oh yeah, much more so than Blaze Blue's plot.
The only thing I know, the only thing I know about Guilty Gear is that song, Big Blast Sonic.
That's it? Not even Holy Order?
No, that's the only song I know that I'm familiar with. That's the only thing I know about Guilty Gear.
That's unacceptable.
Yeah, I mean the Guilty Gear series is very metal. Like just from the designs.
I really want to play it. When was it released though? Like
years ago.
In the 90s.
Yeah, during the PlayStation era. If you want to really go into the first story, PlayStation era. If you really want to go to the best ones, PS2.
Gear on the Switch, as far as I'm actually aware of, since I searched it.
I'm gonna try and get a PS2 or PS3.
Oh my goodness, Trooper!
What's wrong?
What have you done?
Oh God, Trooper! What did you do?
I've been corrupted.
I'm sharing it for the people in the back.
Because Trooper was talking about region locked consoles, and I'm just thinking about like the PlayStation. I'm trying to figure out which ones were, region locked, which ones weren't.
It's from Huffington Post. I am not drunk enough for this.
This article is insane. In the past, I had flirted with androgyny by wearing women's jewelry and a dash of perfume, but I had never worn a dress. To my friends, there was the notion of a man wearing a dress meant having an extra pair of balls. It seemed essentially perverse, but to me the idea made perfect sense. My book was about gay Somalis exploring their sexual identities and gender roles. So why not?
Oh my God! Why the pain?
I need another drink. I'm gonna get another drink.
Does this guy not know? Wait, did I just hear Somali? Does this guy not know that people are gonna get hanged? That character's gonna be dead by sunset. What the hell's wrong with that?
I can't even handle the pain. Drink all
After
my
reading
away.
just a handful of paragraphs,
Why don't you get a job?
Continue.
After reading just the first paragraph, I feel like I need an adult.
After hearing it, these people need some sort of spirituality or something helping people are lost. I don't care where you get it from. Just
here's another one. I
Better
like
yet,
the
just find a therapist.
Yes.
Yes, definitely a therapist. Actually, you know what? Never mind, because they're gonna do crazy shit now. Therapy has been compromised, so forget that.
Why does it have blue and pink snot coming out of its nose down its lips? What?
That's a thing.
Continue.
That's a thing.
Continue.
Yes. Continue with your.
Okay, all right. In Against Interpretation and Other Essays, Susan Sontag, I don't even know if I said that right, argues that what is most beautiful in virile men is something feminine. What is most beautiful in feminine women is something masculine. To me, this is the most elegant breakdown of the Jungian theory of the anima and the animus, the feminine principle within men and the masculine principle within women. Some of our most
that's not how it works at all. Oh my god! No, stop, please.
I'm not drunk enough for this.
Shouldn't you be agreeing
No,
with
wait.
this article?
It's 2021.
What?
Get woke.
What happened?
It gets woke or it gets nauseous again.
Yeah, it gets more nauseous.
True for what? No, wait. What were you saying?
I said you're
was
one of
just
those
making a
letter
joke.
people, so you should be like loving this article.
No.
They are like
You should
letter.
be like,
What?
oh my gosh, yeah.
No.
No.
That's
Yes.
they didn't even get. I heard something about animism. They didn't even get that right at all. Animism has to do with nature. It has nothing to do with like the femininity or masculinity. It's just nature. What the hell? What the hell?
It's just nature doing
That,
its course.
that triggered the
I
bear of
am
the
gonna
north.
get myself another Seagram's. I can't survive it. No. I am
That triggered the bear of the north, everybody.
You know what's beautiful? What's beautiful about women is femininity. What's beautiful about men is masculinity. Like, you know, but separating that from the from the genders or whatever, it's just gonna mess shit up. Like, the experts are dumb. It's literally
those are not experts, Eloise.
I don't care. They're calling themselves experts. They're calling themselves experts, and they're dumb. I'm sorry.
I'm clipping this. This is gonna be Eloise's epic rant.
Put your masculinity in check.
It sounds like you guys have just been in solitary confinement.
Does it mean that the women have to have beards like dwarves?
Well, some do.
Oh God, please no! You're giving me flashbacks to the dumb shit that whatchamacallit, the Tolkien Society has been posting. Like, fucking dumb.
Don't go in.
And what the?
Do you
Don't
see
get
what I mean? That you guys sound like you've been in solitary confinement for so long.
don't get me started on that Tolkien Society garbage crap. That is written by stupid, unintelligent. I think those people need psychological help.
I just think they need to be banned from touching anything Tolkien. I'm sorry, they need to be banned.
When I read that list,
check yourself.
When I read that list, it felt like I literally felt like I was having a heart attack. Like
I did too.
There was a moment where I nearly passed out. I was like, "Whoa, wow!"
It's like Tolkien was never thinking about alphabet soup at all when he wrote this. It was traditional good versus evil.
I thought my head was going to explode because of the anger that I felt when I read that.
Leia, were you like me, who almost had a stroke and a heart attack at the same time?
Yes, I was.
Oh my goodness!
I was. I thought I had a stroke because I just couldn't put into words the anger, and I was reading at this pure ignorant. I was trying to put the words. I needed a thesaurus.
You're reading? I read it.
Well, I'm sure there's more juicy passages in that article. So.
Let's put it this way. I know I'm not going to watch the new Dune movie. I'll just reread the original 6 books. The first 3 are pretty coherent, and then 4 through 6 is very much.
You don't want to.
I think it's coming out in the comic series. I think.
I think the comic series is supposed to be like a prequel or something. I don't know.
Is it?
Oh my God! I
don't read McDune though.
Brian, with my dress.
Hang on. What you say, Leia?
Did I didn't say anything. I thought it was Scooney.
Brian Herbert's McDune is horrible.
Oh, I was going. Yeah, I think Scooney was before me.
No, I meant Fiona. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Somebody was before me.
That's all I was going to say. It's like Brian Herbert disgraced his father's legacy. Herbert and Anderson are okay together if they're not writing Dune. That's fine, but they shouldn't have written anything in Dune. It's McDune. It's not the real Dune. It's a cheap McDonald's level knockoff.
I didn't read.
Are you talking about like the original Dune movie?
No, like their expanded universe where Brian Herbert takes a big dump all over his dad's stuff. And then the new Dune movie, they're going to incorporate stuff from the expanded universe. And it's just like, I'm not going to watch it. Nope. I've already seen enough from the press release to know that they're going to fuck it up in the Hollywood way.
It's a
You don't want to
possibility.
see Aqua Bro do Aqua Bro on Tatooine? How dare you?
Yeah.
How dare you? How
Yeah, just Jason
dare you?
Momoa is just full on Aquaboat.
Duh.
He's definitely not Aquaman.
He found his footing in that role already. It's showing.
My man.
All I'm saying is I'm
My
gonna be taking the bullet to watch this movie
Alright.
and confirm everything to Janelle and Ishii.
Oh my god, I look forward to that stream where you guys are gonna tear it to pieces.
Braid bleach! Braid bleach!
I think all of us are taking a bullet because I guess we all are just gluttons for punishment, like at this point.
And I'll even admit I'll take the bullet to watch that new He-Man show that's on Netflix, and I'll tell you guys what.
The animation on that looks terrible. I'm sorry. The animation. Ugh.
I am going to stand by my own disciplines. I'm not going to give oxygen to all these skin suits. They can go be cast into the fire. Ah!
Well, Wolf and Scooney, I look forward to your reviews when you see Dune. We should do a stream. You should do a stream, and I would like to hear your honest.
I'm definitely gonna go. I'm definitely gonna go. Like I'm gonna have my have my cherry Coke and my overly priced Thai chicken pizza thing that they.
Oh, Leia.
That's like
my mom's seen Respect.
What did she think?
I haven't asked her yet, but I will let you know whenever I do get around to asking her what she thought about it. And
well,
I'm ready to roll my eyes because that's not Aretha Franklin.
Well, that's what I said when I saw the trailer. I said that isn't Aretha Franklin. That's why I haven't seen it, and I'm here in the Motor City, and
don't give them money.
No, there's a reason. I understand this movie it's tanking at the box office, so there's a reason why it's tanking. And
Her
I think
Instagram post is, "We had the Aretha Franklin movie, and there's nobody here but us." I'm like, good.
And
I was gonna say that too. I was gonna answer her post. I was gonna say good.
And I'm not a Jennifer
fan. You know what? Well, Leia, I also know why it's not doing well in theaters. It's because of the beer bug. It's because of the beer bug.
Are you sure, Scooney? Don't you think?
Oh yeah, that's the mainstream narrative.
That's what the studios are gonna say.
It's the Coof that did it. We didn't churn out a trash film. It was the Coof.
Ah, so it's not the fact it's a bad movie.
We didn't start the fire.
It's the spell.
You know what? Hollywood should make my movie, okay, based off of oh my gosh, now I've just completely boxed the name. I was setting up a joke and then I lost it. Okay.
I'm sorry, Owen, but I just dislike that kind of animation. I'm sorry, I'm biased against
animation.
Right, well, I have another juicy passage for Wolf here. Mind you, it's from the article. I contemplated these issues as I toiled with my dress to the photographer's studio. The outfit was heavier than I expected, and I was sweating by the time I arrived. After I mopped myself down and gathered myself together, the makeup artist helped me get into the dress. As she laced my corset, I thought of how strange it was that I, an African man living in the 21st century, would willingly
hang in there, Fiona. We'll get you. We'll save you, Fiona.
Constricting garment that European women had fought so hard to resist 100 years ago.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
Look, also fine. If this man wants to dress up and have photographs taken of him, fine. But my God, to say that I have never felt more empowered in my entire life by dressing up in that's the same as saying, when I dressed up in my Superman costume, I never felt more like a Kryptonian.
That no wonder Fiona was barfing. It was just, goodness, oh my God.
Fiona,
Oh my God.
Fiona, with that whole gag that you got here, it sounded like you saying, "I want my mommy."
How do people like that get to write stuff? It just makes no sense at all. I'm sorry.
If you ever feel bad about your own writing, all you have to do is look at the aspiring writer tag and laugh.
Oh.
There you go.
I'm just saying this. Anybody on the stream or anybody right here with us, if you are ever doubting your writing,
You fucking put that shit in the fucking private chat. You dick that.
I'm reading it after.
You're suspicious.
I think that's ridiculous.
Pull yourself together, Fiona. Good grief.
I
That's drunk enough. Excuse me, I'll go get another beer. Yes.
Who made this quote?
I'm just saying, if you ever doubt your writing or your creativity ever again, anybody who's writing in the stream or even on this channel with us, just remember somebody was paid to write this. Okay, suddenly what you're writing is like Shakespeare.
You know, sometimes I'm just like hoping to God that all these people are just like cashing it in, like phoning it in, like writing the most, like BSing it all, writing the most absurdist thing just so they can get a paycheck. That's it. I'm just hoping they're not really like that.
I think this whole
each other's farts. I mean, this is literally
you gotta remember they've legalized.
They're just now like living in Squidward's daydream.
We're just
Or actually, no, not Squidward's daydream, but like
ticket purchasers. We're just toxic fans, if you will.
Schooner, what were you saying?
Yeah, go ahead, Schooner.
I'm saying you got to remember they made pot legal, so everybody's writing dumb shit.
I mean,
I think this whole woke movement has allowed untalented dreamers who are too lazy to get an own job with their old skills to write whatever they want, and now they feel like they're just better than everybody else. But they're really not.
I just lost intelligence just reading this article.
Yes, I have too. I've just been insulted by reading it. This is just ridiculous flop. Is this an interview or is this taken from a book? I don't know it because I would never read anything like this.
That's from the book.
Article about male femininity.
Redefining male femininity.
You know, there was all the. I mean, have any of you guys ever watched Neon Genesis Evangelion?
Yes.
Okay.
I am absolutely familiar with it.
Okay, there was literally an entire section of Neon Genesis Evangelion that went against this article because the character of Asuka, the German girl who pilots the Red Evangelion, is the super tomboy. Okay. And she rejects her femininity, but at the end of the series, she realizes that she needs to embrace her femininity. Whereas Shinji, our main character, is rejecting his masculinity, and by the end of the series, he has to embrace his masculinity. Okay, that's what we have to do. That article is basically telling men act like a woman and telling women to act like a man. And this is the problem. And this is the problem that we're having with our society right now, because the women are rejecting their femininity and the men are rejecting their masculinity because they're deemed problematic and toxic.
I love the pussy. I love the pussy.
What I'm saying is, you're being taught to deny who you are.
Exactly.
Al Pacino. I love the pussy.
Exact, Schooner, you are dead on the money. Absolutely the dead on the money. I couldn't have worded it better myself. And that is the problem. And it is run by people who are rejecting their own selves, and they want all of society to conform to them.
Well, that's the thing that bothers me, is that these people in their positions are actually saying it's okay when we accept what we are.
Yes.
But you cannot accept what you are.
Yeah. That's the hypocrisy. Yeah.
It's more so like
a man in a mask.
It's more so like they're trying to. They say they want to change the world, but really they're just changing the world to their liking But in all reality, once you try doing that, you cannot have that because that's going to remain you stagnant once you do that. Because life's not going to work if you're just going to continue being stagnant. Because if you're going to continue this way,
Hang
and
on,
you
Schooner.
stay in that position, life and time will not carry you.
Right, exactly. These people are still going to be unhappy. Even if they get all this, they're still going to go home and be miserable. Because eventually it's going to fade. Even, they're still going to be miserable.
In the background.
I'm not I don't have my TV on mute.
And here's the thing, though, okay, and I'm actually going to address what Gamer says right here while responding to what Fantasy FX12 said. It's that when you can't, you're seeing the limits of their control, and I think they themselves are also seeing the limits of their control. Like they're trying to purge anything that shows their limitations, like comedy, for example. You can't control what's funny, okay? And when they say something like, well, what's wrong with men acting feminine? Well, the problem is that a man is going against his own biology. And if a man goes against his own biology, you get a weak man. And that is true. And a weak man does not produce strong children. He produces weak children. Okay? You teach a woman to deny her femininity. You teach a woman to embrace her masculinity. What happens? You get a weak woman, okay? And again, like I said earlier, a weak woman also produces a weak child, okay? You need to embrace your roles and accept what you are and not say that, I was born biologically a man, but the social conditionings and the patriarchy of the world are the reasons why I am a man. No, your biology selected you to be a man.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Nature dictates that. Nature dictates that. Biology dictates that.
Exactly. And then
what about the people with dicks and their women? You know, the she-males and the cunt boys. Well, those are mutants.
Oh my God.
So AIDS.
The answer to that is actually pretty self-explanatory. Okay, you have a trans person. Yeah.
Wait. Do your Jeff Goldblum impression.
Well, okay. Well, first and foremost, life cannot be contained. Okay. First off, if you are transgender, you're born a transgender. Only one of your private parts is fully functional.
And there it is. You gotta end on well, there it is.
and there it is. Well, there it is.
But that's a hermaphrodite. It's not a trans.
No.
They're calling it that.
Only one set shows. The one that you choose just happens to be missing.
Yeah. Well, and then here's another problem that we're running into, and this is also running into the cultural problems of the world too, is that when we say, like, you were born a man, but I believe I'm a woman. Well, don't worry. We got pills for that. I have suddenly I have the wrong private parts. Don't worry. We have medicine and an operation for that. They're drugging us up. That's another problem too.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're now deeming that a masculine man, that, his very nature.
I don't get how people can go through with that. Like the idea of someone like being cut open and
There are times I was hoping. Look, there are times I'm hoping that at some point we'll say something about something, and Eloise will swear in Spanish.
Ay, caramba, I guess.
It's gonna take a lot.
I know, because at least we can feel comfortably to know that we can say a whole bunch of shit in so many languages.
Oh. I know one curse word in Spanish.
Pendejo?
No, not that one.
That's the only word you need to know.
Puto.
No,
Well,
beer. All about beer.
Another thing that I find disturbing is the fact that many men and women who have gone through this reconstructive surgery have more often than not said that they've regretted it.
Well, yeah.
I'm hearing more of that.
And, most people don't realize this, especially when having an operation. I thank mercy that I was blessed to never have an operation, like a serious one anyway. But even when you're going through something like that's traumatizing. That lingers. There's scars that don't heal from that kind of stuff.
I mean, honestly, just to be really blunt, maybe they should just try the drag queen route before they do anything really, really drastic.
Yeah, I agree. Oh yeah, I full-heartedly agree. This is a big decision.
Yeah.
This is literally a decision where you do this, there is no going back.
Just like having a baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's why, and I also think they need to get some sort of therapy. I said it. I don't know what I mean, but they need to get some sort of therapy to understand.
The thing is, the therapy route, it's all compromised. They push them to get the operation and everything. They're not helping these people.
Kind of also and how they're pushing for the jab.
And that's what's it's sad. Like how, and then there's these doctors who get paid like under the table to say, oh, this person doesn't indeed have severe severe gender dysphoria, therefore they need the operation. But then it turns out that person didn't have gender dysphoria. They were just trending on because it was a trendy topic or something. They decided to go through with it.
And that's another problem. This leads back to our topic right now. Okay, now they are saying that gender is subjective, not objective,
which is ridiculous to me.
It is ridiculous. I agree. And there are psychiatrists that are pushing for these operations and even these pills. And you got to wonder why. And then you remember, oh, that's right. The pharmaceutical company has made its business, its entire tentpole of business, pushing disease, depression, and all this kind of stuff. And their solution: take all of our pills or go get that operation.
Not only that, but those plastic surgery companies as well.
Yeah.
Because they're the one behind the reconstruction surgeries.
If you guys want to live out the rest of your days as your best self, go to fucking Thailand. Leave us the fuck alone.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I can say for these fuckers.
Here's another thing. I mean, they say, well, what am I supposed to do? I was born the wrong person. My body has rejected me. You just fire back with, well, then find a way to love yourself.
And they blame everything on society. Society's wrong. All of you are wrong. All that is us.
They say that society's wrong and yada yada, and they say, you know what? You don't even love yourself. You got to love yourself before you and then build on your life. Okay, this society
is supposed to be give love, spread love. Isn't that what that flag's supposed to be about? Last time I checked, isn't gay supposed to be mean you're happy? As Big Gay Al said, not you, Al.
I remember Big Gay Al. I love Big Gay Al from South Park. He's funny as hell.
Also super. Thanks for asking.
They say they like to be what they consider themselves to be, but in reality, they're just nihilists.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's another thing that's even upsetting too, is that the pride flag, the pride community, can't even keep the peace within itself and then they try to tell all of us.
It's filled with crazy people. The crazy people took over, and everybody that was sane just left. All that's left is a withered husk, and everybody is so filled of hate for everything that's not them, and it's a mess. And I'm just glad I was never caught up in that whole community thing, because I was just looking at it from the outside, just what, and even though I'm not straight, I never felt connected to those people.
Hey, then you just you like both men and women. But I mean, the real question is, which do you prefer?
That's a tough question.
You don't have to answer. Yeah, you don't have to answer.
That's
if you
your
don't have to, you
business.
don't have to answer. That's your business.
That's your business. Nobody's going to pressure you to answer, so don't feel that you have to. No, you can.
Cannot look. Eloise is like, I cannot confirm nor deny I like women more than men.
I'm also saying that, and that's another thing that I'm upset about. I'm sorry, Eloise, if this is going to put up spot, but this is completely separate. That's what I'm trying to say. I can't talk.
We broke him, everybody.
Yep.
Come on, go on.
Right.
We were going to get to something fun. We were having fun before.
That should be just background noise to you.
No, we were having fun before.
Here's a pick me up.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm sorry.
What does that? Okay, I've had too much beer. It is okay.
That's Magic Mike.
Come on, someone select the fun topic that that will make drunk Fiona happy or Owen. I don't know.
All right,
I am lightly buzzed. It is okay.
I got something fun. Leia Plus Stars, why not tell everybody your idea for how to bring the X-Men into the MCU?
You want me to tell the idea?
Oh yeah.
Oh, my idea. Well. If I was doing MCU Phase 4, and if I was going to bring in, or I wouldn't do a woke if let's say we're moving into Phase 4, the first thing I would do, instead of bringing in all these boring characters that nobody likes, I say Phase 4 would be an introduction into the X-Men. And how I would do that, I hope Owen Wister hasn't left yet, but hear me out if he hasn't heard this already.
I think he left. Come back, Owen! Come back! It's fun now! See? We even popped the champagne!
What I would do was...
left. It's too late.
Right. Oh, too bad. And this end game, nobody's dead. Tony is still alive and Cap is still here. But what I would do is how they would get introduced is that Senator Ross, who I hate with a passion, so it's what I think I know how to deal with him. Ross is going to be murdered. He's been murdered.
Mm-hmm.
And if I can remember, I did correctly. The idea, and Barnes is not recuperating in Wakanda. He is going to be taken care of. He's been turned over to Professor
That's if you're
X.
not. That's basically if you're not working off my rewrite of Black Panther.
Yeah. I'm not working on it, but I basically was saying that Bucky is going to be taken care of by Professor X. Xavier is helping him mentally and help him deal with the demons that he's facing right now. But during this period, Senator Ross has been murdered, and they want to know. They're trying to discover the government and everybody's Avengers who would murder Ross.
Yeah.
First, they look at the
murdered. Well, here's the thing. Officially, you said that officially they released it was a suicide. However, privately, he was murdered. He was murdered, and the
if I recall, Lady Deathstrike was involved, right?
No. Was the players in this?
Let us continue.
Yeah. Some of the X-Men that are already in this introduction will be Charles, will be Wolverine. And okay, Owen, I got you.
Welcome back.
He's still there. He's going to come back.
Of history.
Yes. Ross has been murdered, and along with Senator Kelly, they're trying to figure out behind. Well, like you said, it seemed like it was suicide, but behind the scenes and government-wise, it is looked at as a murder. Mm-hmm. And the thing about it was they said it was suicide because like he was shot with his own gun, but his fingerprints are not on the gun. Mm-hmm. So they're trying to figure out how could something like this have happened. Meanwhile, Falcon is Cap is semi-retirement, and Sam Wilson, his Cap, has been called to a mission at a I don't know, it's just some sort of where there's some sort of break-in, there's some sort of invasion or break-in at this center, and this center is supposed to have it houses a certain type of robotics and a possibility, rumor of soldier serum still there. So he goes there to figure out what it is, and he is overpowered. He is badly, deeply injured. I mean, he has to be in the hospital. He is deeply injured by his individual, and he didn't know what he was dealing with. So he's in the hospital. He's in the hospital with, and Steve asks, "What could have happened? Who could have done this to you?" And I added that this individual took Cap's shield, and so when Cap asks, "What happened to you? What could have done this?" Sam says, "All I know is this man was able to control my suit. I don't know where he came from or what he was, but he was able to control my suit." And then he looked shocked when he saw my face because he thought I was you. And when he found out I wasn't you, he attacked me and took the shield and said that he would keep this for good keeping. And tell Captain Rogers I said hello.
Yeah.
Cap is beginning to get suspicious of, he thinks he knows who the individual is. So he goes to upper part of New York to visit the X-Men mansion, to visit Charles Xavier. Because he feels Charles
This part's completely off topic, but I just...
Hang on, guys. Hang on.
It's off topic, but I see a picture. It's called lobster mac and cheese. What?
I don't talk topic, but I'll get it somewhere. And then hello, John. Hello, John. Welcome back. And because Xavier and Rogers are sort of known each other, they're pretty good friends. They've been working together with Senator Kelly to try to make things different. Well, while he comes there, and also the fact that Bucky is there because Charles Xavier is helping Bucky. So Bucky is hiding out with Charles Xavier, and also they're working on a brand new arm that is going to be made out of the same metal used for the claws of Wolverine, which I think is he's going to have an adamantium arm. It's not going to be the arm from Wakanda. He's going to have an adamantium arm. So they're working on it.
I could totally see Beast working on the cybernetics of this.
Right, he's working on the cyber arm.
Is he going to be less furry Beast?
Oh, he has to be blue.
No, he's going to be blue, totally blue, completely blue Beast. He's going to be a blue Beast because we also need that intelligence Beast to work with, to help him deal with the technology that Bucky is going to need with that arm. And
he's got to be Kelsey Grammer. I don't care how old that motherfucker is.
Yes. I can hear Kelsey Grammer using all the jargon to help with the technology.
I hear you're quite the soldier. Look who's talking.
Yep.
Likewise.
And while there, speaking of Wolverine, because when Wolverine finds out who the special guest is, he can't believe it because he knows who Barnes is because he has a connection to Rogers and Barnes because he fought with Barnes's with the Howling Commandos during the war, and he went on a mission with Steve Rogers, which I will get to in a minute. It's why how all three of them know each other, but he can't believe that when he sees Barnes, he doesn't understand that Barnes has been has the super soldier serum in him. So Wolverine is wondering, why is he still alive and looking so young? Is he mutant or whatever? He doesn't know that yet, but he tells Xavier he knows who that is. So anyway, Steve comes to the mansion, and Steve tells Xavier Charles that Senator Ross has been murdered, and immediately Charles is all ears and says, "How?" And they said that he was shot with his own gun, but there's no fingerprints on the gun. And then Xavier gives him this look, and Steve says, "I think you know who the killer is." And Charles says, "I believe I do. I didn't believe it do." And it turns out that the man that murdered Ross is Magneto. So Magneto is in this story. And I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'm thinking Michael Fassbender, Magneto. We'll find a way to with it. I don't know, but that's what I'm thinking about. I'm getting to an idea of how it could be Michael Fassbender. Just go for it.
We are not gonna use. I don't think we should use Michael Fassbender as much.
But if I give you an idea of how we could use him, would you hear? I see what you're saying, but if I told you how to use him, would you reconsider?
I would consider it, but I had one in mind. I had one person in mind.
Okay. Okay, you can.
I no see, old
Well, I can see that. I had an idea, but
Come
I'll
where I
tell you
can
that
see
later.
you, Charles.
Yes. And Steve Rogers, he tells him that it's Magneto. And the reason that Magneto killed Ross is because he discovered, and you have to understand also at this time, the Accords deal is still kind of
in effect.
In effect, or still kind of debatable in a way on that.
Quick question.
And yes.
As this is being introduced to Magneto, right?
Mm-hmm.
And is this also going to be the introduction to the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants?
Yes, we thought about the Brotherhood.
Yeah,
I thought about
they're not going to be featured, but they will be. They're upcoming.
Yeah, they're up and coming. But the reason I picked Magneto, Wolverine, Xavier is because all of these three are connected.
Okay.
And I thought about the Hellfire Club too, but we'll get to that in a minute. But I figured all of them are connected. And the idea was that.
So here's my candidate for a new Magneto.
And you can do that. I'm all for a new Magneto. I just had a different idea in mind, but you can do that. Go ahead.
Ooh,
okay. Yes.
Very nice.
Yes. Very nice. Absolutely. I agree with that.
I probably see him more so to play the role as Mastermind, kind of.
Mastermind. For the Servant of Apocalypse? Or release his own person?
Like, I think he's
Hellfire Club, right?
I'm not sure, but
Schooner, help me out here.
Mastermind?
Yeah.
He is actually, well, it depends on who's writing him because they always change every single time, but Mastermind usually is associated with the Hellfire Club.
Yeah.
Yes, and I thought about bringing them in as well. They're slowly getting introduced, but they're getting introduced.
Let's focus on the whole, just focus on the whole Ross death conspiracy.
Well, here's the thing too, because you were explaining that, you were saying that this is where Charles Xavier reveals to Steve Rogers about mutants and what they can do.
Yes.
And what they can do and how they were really spreading very thin over time. Like the very fact that Xavier, Wolverine, Beast, and Magneto were born very close together was a rarity. However, when the attack of New York came, they suddenly saw a spike in mutant births, and then when the snap occurred, suddenly the mutant population was growing.
And Senator Ross knew about this mutant threat that was growing. Not only did he deal with the superheroes, but now he has a threat that is growing, and he has to do something about this. And Magneto, going through what Magneto has already gone through, doesn't take any chances and says, I have to take care of this guy. And
because they also find out about is that Ross secretly approved of Project Wide Awake.
Right.
Which
right
is
away.
The Sentinel program.
Ross was working on the Sentinel program. And also, when Ross is taken out, Senator Kelly gets a rise to power. But Kelly is also aware of the Sentinel program as well. He has the notes. He has all the details to keep. And I was going to write that Kelly is going to try to go ahead and go forward with this Sentinel program. Meanwhile, Charles, the idea was back during the war, there was not only was experimentation with the super serum, but there was also experimentation on mutants. And that what happened was, I was thinking, and we were talking about this, that when Steve Rogers became Captain America, along with the Howling Commandos and with Bonds, they were able to break into this concentration camp run by the Nazis, but also Hydra was using it as a cloud to do experiments on mutants. And one of those mutants was a young Eric Lynchler, or I don't know how to pronounce his name. I'll just say young Eric. Young Eric saw Captain America come.
Or Maximoff.
I want to go with Maximoff because I am going to connect Wanda in this as well. You have to hear me out.
Interesting.
Is there going to be where's Magneto in? Because you mentioned the concentration camps and stuff like that.
Well, I'm thinking he was a young boy, and he was being experimented on But Captain America comes in and frees them, and he comes in and rescues him. He sees Captain America do the things that Captain America does, like in the first Avenger, use his shield, come in, and he rescues the young boy, maybe pick him up in his arms and take him with her. Maybe at first Eric is afraid, but he says, no, you can trust me. Come with me. I'm here to rescue. Come on, I'm going to get you out of here. And Eric remembers this, which is why when he sees Falcon come in to stop him, he thinks it's Steve Rogers. It's not Steve Rogers, and he's shocked. He said, you're not him.
You're no Captain America.
Yeah, you're no Captain America, and he beats him so badly by using his power of controlling metal to damage the suit that the Falcon has. The wings, it damages it Falcon pretty bad. It's pretty bad damage, pretty bad beat up from him because Falcon.
Because basically what he does, not only does he crush Falcon's wings, but what he does is he uses his magnetism to wrap the wings around Wilson and then squeeze him.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's a very ugly, painful killing. He doesn't kill him, but he's badly hurt to the point he cannot be Captain America at this time. He can't because
you guys are roboting.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm talking too loud.
It's probably your connection because it sounds fine to me. So.
Yeah.
I'm doing fine too.
Yep, he's badly. Sam is
fine from here.
Yeah.
I kind of like this new take on Magneto.
Yep, thank you. Sam is badly damaged because he got in Magneto's way. Because I imagine when Sam confronts him, he's not backing down, but Sam doesn't realize he's facing a mutant. So, and the master of metal as well. So, being that those wings are made of metal, he can turn the suit on, turn Falcon's wings on him and damages him. Or you could say maybe squeeze him, maybe some little breakage in his back, or some bones have been broken because of this kind of pain that he ensues. Because I want Magneto to use that powerful force. And then while he's doing that, he takes the shield away from Sam and something like, I think I'll just keep this as a souvenir, or because he believes eventually Steve Rogers will come for him.
Yeah. I got an idea. Here's an idea. He takes this because as Sam fights him, he tells him that he is unworthy of the shield because he can't fight like Captain America.
Yeah.
And so he takes it, and of course,
that may be more so what I think should have been done for Taskmaster, if you ask me, Schooner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
What taking of the shield?
Yeah, Cap shield from Falcon and saying that you are definitely not Captain America.
Yeah, you're no Captain America. More like showing that Sam had to earn the shield, or even for a chance to Bucky to show that he's got the mutt to do it.
Right, and he makes sure he doesn't forget that because he puts him in the hospital.
Yeah,
pretty much. The only reason I chose Magneto is because I was trying to bring in the X-Men with different characters, and that's why I said in a way these characters could connect. And also during that fight, Wolverine is fighting alongside, so he knows who Captain America is, and he knows the strength and endurance to that. While this is happening, they need someone to be Cap. Cap is not ready to pick up the shield just yet because when Charles Xavier tells him who the man that did this, Steve Rogers can't believe that Magneto would murder, but Charles says he's very much capable of doing it. And then even ask him, if you're such a psychic, Charles Xavier, why didn't you try to stop Magneto and not have this from happening? And says that that's not his way. He never got along with Ross, but taking Ross's life is not his way of doing it. And then Charles tried to explain to him, Magneto sees things a lot differently. And so the thing is, I also had at this time that this is time to train Barnes to take up the shield as Captain America. But he's got to get that arm ready with that adamantium arm. And I'm going with the comic book and how Bucky is able to use that arm in the comic book. And in the comic book, the arm can detach. It's not a button. He can. I think what I remember reading is that he could mentally detach the arm and control it, even with it not being detached to him. But the other thing is they're trying to encourage Bucky to become the new Cap, while Cap investigates what is going on.
It's about freaking time Bucky becomes Cap.
Yes, because
in a perfect world he is.
Yeah, right now exactly he is Cap. So
Didn't you also say the final battle takes place in a factory where they're building the Sentinel?
Yes, because Rogers, somehow another, it's jointed, but somehow another, at some point, Rogers and Magneto are going to meet, but Rogers and Magneto, they're both torn because Magneto remembers that this is the man who rescued him, but Steve Rogers cannot go along with the fact that he's murdering.
Mm-hmm.
And so what Magneto does is he shows them some information about the Accords and what would have happened if he signed those Accords. And he even brings in Tony Stark, and he says, did you know your friend Tony is helping build Sentinels with his technology? And if you had signed those Accords, the job of the Avengers was to hunt us down. That Ross knew that we were going to be a threat, that the Accords were really more about us as a threat. He had been watching us for some time, and that they knew they couldn't get us.
And that right there is amazing because it shows.
Just a quick aside.
Mm-hmm.
Owen asked who I would have cast for Wolverine. I'm gonna pull him up real quick.
Okay.
I would say Scott Eastwood.
Hell no.
Why did Scott get no love?
So y'all ready?
Oh.
I love Scott Eastwood as the next person, but he's not no Wolverine.
Well, let's go with your choice.
Let's see it.
Well, there you go.
I know he's Heat Blast and Legends Tomorrow right now, but he can be a definite Wolverine. He's stocky enough to fit that role because Wolverine's stocky.
Yes.
In shape.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I don't know what his height technically is, but like there are times when he pops up on the screen, he's quite short, significantly.
I can see that.
So we could have Hugh Jackman back for the role. See you, Fiona.
Yep, I gotta go make some dinner and edit a few things.
Well, thank you for joining us.
Yes.
Take care.
Yes, and I have to work out having 2 Seagrams. Like, I'm a lightweight sometimes. Yes.
No problem. I understand completely. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Leia, we can start rapping. Yeah.
Yeah. So quickly, that was my idea. Yeah, basically the idea is now Rogers is basically concerned because Magneto presents to him that your friends, the Avengers, Tony is building they've used Tony's technology because Tony agreed with the Accords. So Tony was helping a technology to build the Sentinels that are out to hunt us down, that Ross and Senator Kelly knew about this for a long time, and that if Steve had signed those Accords, he was going to be used as a weapon to fight off mutants. But Steve is torn because he can't agree with what Magneto is doing with murder. And Magneto says, if anyone gets in my way of my kind, I'm going to take them out, And then he said, and then he tells about what happened to Sam. And then he said, if anyone gets in my way, they get in my way. So I have to remember everything I said that day. I was more clear, but the bottom line is that's how Steve is torn because does he help Magneto's cause or does he try to stick to his guns that like Charles has said, Magneto is out of control because who else is Magneto going to murder to solve it? But Magneto's trying to convince him that he's not the bad guy. The bad guy is those in the government that are trying to bring down this kind. Eventually, there is going to be a battle with the Sentinels, for sure. There is going to be Sentinels as that program continues to go forward. But the idea I was trying to do was for Phase 4 is this is how I would ease in the mutants.
And that would be a brilliant idea, too, because by the end, didn't you say that this was his last little back in the saddle situation because at the end when he gets the shield, or didn't you say it was going to be Bucky who actually earns the shield at that point?
Yeah. They got to try to get Bucky to become the new Cap. So
and Steve becomes promoted. He gets Thunderbolt Ross's position.
Yeah, that's right. The idea was that's what I said. Yeah, that's what we said. The idea was Steve is going to move up. He's going to move up politically, so he can't be Cap, but he's going to pass that shield to Bucky. So Bucky is going to be President
Steve Rogers. He
You know what? I would not be opposed to that, actually. I mean,
Yes.
because the lowest you could have ever gotten was Steve being a Hydra agent the whole time. But now, him being a politician might be the worst thing in the world. I mean, I get it today. Everybody's thinking the most corrupt institutions
I
in the
mean,
world.
sure. I mean,
but-
he's gonna be in
but
bed
Jen-
with those. He's gonna be in bed with those Kryptonians. So
Yeah.
I do have one question.
The Kryptonian question.
Okay, so is your imagining of Marvel Phase 4, is it just going to be solely focusing on the X-Men, or are there going to be
we did a whole stream about that of how we were setting it up.
Everybody,
how we would do if we were doing our version of Phase 4. Not no Shang-Chi, not no Black Widow,
right?
not even a
Eternals, tokens, the tokens. No, we all took a turn on what we think Phase 4 would be. My idea was, because I know Scooney had a great one about bringing in the Fantastic Four.
Yes.
I went on, Scooney did one about that.
I would love to see the Fantastic Four.
Yeah, he had a great one about bringing in the Fantastic Four. My goal is now
do Dr. Doom right, which I know he will, but
sure.
right up in center for the Fantastic Four.
Well,
I coerced him to do Moment first.
Yep. He coerced me to do Moment first.
Right.
Okay.
And then what I was thinking, and then now I'm trying to my head, my idea was that Steve becomes president because he wants to try to get everybody back on the right track because of the Hydra influence from Winter Soldier, those events. So he has to try to do that.
Not just the Hydra incident.
By the way, Scooter, I don't think I ever made mention of yours when we did that. I was going to add that Doom will be there with him, but if the more people attack, he gets injured.
Yep.
And the after credit scene will be them trying to look for Victor, and you see his hand and it's balled up into a fist.
Yep. And since I love the 2000 Fantastic Four, when he balls up his fist, there's also some electrical surges coming out.
Oh, we're not doing that. Hell no.
Oh, come on! I like the electricity.
As much as I do, that motherfucker's still a magic user too now, and an alchemist. They just leave that down into.
That's the thing. Victor Von Doom is basically, when they actually ask him at one point, "Are you Christian?" He says, among other things, but he's actually an alchemist, and that's where the electricity comes from.
Yeah, isn't he also deemed like the most powerful sorcerer in the entire Marvel universe?
Yes! At least that's what he says. I am Dr. Doom!
Y'all may not like this casting choice for Doom. Y'all may hate me.
What are you thinking?
Let us see.
Are you thinking a woman? Or
no?
Oh, okay.
Hell no.
What? You don't want Amber Heard?
How else is Dr. Doom supposed to sound threatening?
No.
As Mother Mahayam.
Mother Mahayam. Lahayam. Give me a sec. I just saved it onto my computer, so I found it. So, this who I would choose for Dr. Doom casting.
I would actually be fine with that. I loved him in Heroes. I thought he's a great addition. Starts off as this. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know who this is, so I'm going to trust your judgment, Wolf.
If you ever just watch Heroes, he's a good. He plays the only human in the show, but he's a good character, and he's got this very
complex character.
He's a very complex character. He's got a soft-spoken voice, but he can also go from 0 to 180 so fast.
He was also in Cleverman, this Aboriginal show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Cleverman.
Suresh.
Mohinder Suresh.
I would definitely say the casting pick that Wolf did, that he picked out for Dr. Doom, I would definitely see that being much more of like a Dr. Doom in the past, just before his face got mutilated when they were trying to put the iron mask on. Yeah, right when he put the iron mask on and actually became Doctor Doom.
And like I said, if you want to go with the vanity angle with Doctor Doom, that guy looks like a pretty boy. So there you go. He's also he can also kind of pass for gypsy.
Yep.
Yeah, because Doctor Doom is a gypsy.
But yeah,
but back what I was going to say too is that Captain America having Thunderbolt Ross's position was more so a placeholder because there was a lot of heat on the politicians at that point. But Captain Rogers was always used to doing things his own way. So when he became, when he assumed the mantle of Thunderbolt Ross, he made Project Wide Awake public and showed, and ultimately he didn't out mutants, but he's showing the illegal activity.
Right.
And Kelly is appointed the head of this oversight committee that's supposed to investigate, and it's during their investigation Robert Kelly discovers mutants, and this leads into X-Men Project.
Yes, he discovers there are more mutants out there than just Magneto. There's more. They're around the world. They're out there, and now he's got to decide what he's going to do about it.
Okay, I could be wrong about the Clever Man casting. I don't think he was in Clever Man.
But what was I going to say? But yeah, so President America is not a terrible idea. In fact, what I love about it, it would be like the idyllic situation because when mutants are finally outed in the world and everybody
For reals, Owen? Dolph Lundgren as Dr. Doom?
Michael Fassbender as Dr. Doom?
Michael Fassbender?
We
just kicked him out.
I can see that. Michael Fassbender, I can see as Dr. Doom, but Dolph Lundgren?
No,
I would have. I'd be quicker to. I'd be quicker to put him as Stack Guard, like they did with Sylvester Stallone for Guardians of the Galaxy. The true Stacker, by the way, the one that. I don't know what that's in context to.
And when he becomes president of the United States, when everybody's demanding, the mutant registration. When they talk about the Mutant Registration Act, he's
now you're so not fair.
Oh.
Where would you now go? I'm refocusing.
Wake up!
Nah, bro. I'm getting my Grubhub set up for tonight.
I think I'm just gonna go crash right now because my eyes are shutting.
Yeah, I think we're gonna. I think maybe we should shut it down.
Yeah. Start wrapping things up. We're at the 5 hour. But before we do, weekly motivation time.
Hashtag gold.
Yeah.
Okay.
Weekly motivation.
Hashtag waifu.
I like the real thing. I don't like drawings.
Like this one.
I would know. I'm trying to figure out my dinner situation.
Hashtag waifu 2.0.
What we do when we are faced with a SJW.
Yeah.
Every lady's wet dream.
Now. It's all about women finding their masculine self and men finding the feminine parts.
Like this.
I agree with Trooper and with Wolf completely. Women need to find their masculine self, and the only way they can do that is we let more women become strippers and topless strippers.
No, I am
Free
totally,
the nipple.
I am totally in touch with my female feminine side.
Right.
You got a point there, Owen. He was an Atlantean king. I can kind of see it with him wearing that armor and everything. You make a good point there.
Well, I'm gonna head out.
All right.
All right. Eloise, you have a good evening.
Here's a send off for you.
Oh my God.
We'll continue this on MeWe for hours, Eloise.
Of course.
You know how
I'll try to put the whole description on there of my phase 4 idea on MeWe. I'll see if I can get it on there. I gotta dig up what I said. For those who are interested in reading.
Good night.
Good night,
Good
Eloise.
night.
Don't fall in.
So with that being said, I know we got a lot to say, but we need to start closing out, and I need to eat.
Right.
Motherfucker hungry.
Yeah.
Just don't worry. If he gets too cranky, just give him a
trying to
simple
figure it
spot.
out.
He'll be fine.
I'm being lazy. I don't feel like making anything, even though I have stuff. So, but
It's about to rain where I'm at here. I'm looking out the window. Looks like we're getting a rain today.
not lucky. I want to.
Child of Flower, it's according to who's shirtless in that what? What is?
Oh my God.
Yes, it's according to who it is.
Don't let me whip it out.
Oh my goodness.
That's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I knew you were up to something. I was sitting there.
Lucky.
Okay, he's gonna.
Sending up with some shredded cheese.
Anyways, guys, I'd like to thank everybody for being here. I didn't even do the chaos this morning, but I'm gonna do the outro anyway. So I'd like to thank everybody, especially Final Fantasy fan, for joining us again on the guest spot.
Thank you guys so much for having me. This is Final Fantasy Fan 12 signing out.
Come on, you gotta do something Final Fantasy related, like step aside.
No,
I'm going to see my mother.
Let's go.
Something like that, or at least let's mosey.
Oh God.
Or I pity you. There's not a damn thing I cherish.
Nah.
Something like that. You'll figure it out.
Something to the effect of, gotta go now. Mother's calling.
Oh God.
Something with Tifa in it.
Mother.
Stay where you belong. In my memories.
There you go.
That's good.
Never be a memory.
Never be a memory.
Fantasy, you and Wolf have got to have a impression off at one of these streams. You guys just go back and
Yes.
Yes.
I would absolutely love to do that. I will always love to do impressions.
I think I went on with this one. Why? Why is this happening? What am I fighting for?
So does that mean you're going to be coming in on Tuesdays now?
I hope so.
Come on, man, do it.
Life is a highway.
Nothing good but to do it.
I wanna ride it all night
Let's wrap things
long.
up here.
Anyways, I'd like to thank Schooner Tuna.
Coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground. If you like what you've heard today, like, share, subscribe, and shoot little comments our way and let us know if there are any topics you guys would like to talk about. And until next time, this is Tuna signing off. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Bloop, bloop, bloop. That's it. And thank you, Excuse me, I'm slurring my words. I don't drink no more. Anyways. Thank you, the lovely Lady of Valor.
Hello, this is Leia Plus Size, your lovely Lady of Valor. I want to thank everybody joining us for tonight. And again, if you have a topic you would like to discuss, if you want us to do a fun topic, if you want us to do a silly topic, if you want us to do more of our pitches for how we think Phase 4 should go, or the DCU, or our own version of What If, I call it Woke If, but whatever you want to call it. It don't have to be called What If. It can be called something else. Or just post those comments.
Universe.
Yes, Dark Universe, or Wolf Commander's Universe. We could do something like that. So just post those comments below. We would love to read them. And I thank you all for coming and have a very good evening. And I hope to see you again soon.
Owen's giving us his sign off. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And if you don't, I'll visit you in the middle of the night and unleash my Mega Smasher on you.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, this from the
That's
dude
very
that was,
threatening.
oh, I'm so tired. I have 2 jobs, and stayed up for another hour and a half listening.
Thank you,
to
Owen.
us talk.
And this has been the man from the Occupy Belmora, the Trooper FN 2525.
Hey guys, it was super fantastic as always. With YouTube, there's obviously something weird going on, so just make sure that bell is on so you do get notifications. If you do like this content and want to go ahead and join us off of YouTube for more supplemental stuff, more spicy stuff, and of course more controversial stuff, find us on MeWe. You can find me, Wolf There Bar tags here, same with Scooter. If you want more Leia, you're just gonna have to go through us. That's just ad bonus. So again, it's been super fantastic talking about, well, objectively not talking about what we were talking about today, which is very subjective. So we will catch you on the next one.
Wrap that terminology around your head.
And normally I would do the sign out, which is you are the UN Spacey, welcome to Wolfly, and end it with a how, but I like to end with a bang.
Oh no.
Ooh, Child of the Flower.
Oh wow, that one would be very interesting.
That one starts all the way with a rewrite of season 5.
Y'all getting in on these y'all better get on these panels, man. Y'all talking about some fucking
I know Game of Thrones is something that I'm not gonna have any room to talk in.
Look at this
You
shit.
had all an hour and a half to do that. Like, I refute that statement.
I'm like, look, y'all doing this whole sign out shit. Like, y'all need to have a fucking mic and get your asses on here.
Oh my god.
Thank you, Aru, whatever.
Oh god.
What's up? Final Fantasy?
If they may possibly have a MeWe app.
Get your asses on MeWe. Y'all got a fucking computer somewhere.
I don't know why we have to like keep begging you to
Look,
go
look,
on MeWe.
look. I
Like,
provide a solution for you.
You want to roast Leia like in private? Do it in MeWe. I roast Leia all the time.
Look, y'all on that Starbucks and shit. I'm serious. Like, if y'all can do all that shit.
The Lion King now.
Look, man. I'm serious. There should be no excuse why y'all not on this motherfucker.
I just gotta
go to y'all nearest library. Hang on, Trooper. Go to y'all.
I got a wild hair, and I just not picked up Eloise for like 2 hours.
But here's why I say to these motherfuckers, y'all can go to y'all nearest library, get your library card, get your internet pass, get on the motherfucking nearest computer when you get that motherfucking pass, get on MeWe, put your name, put your email, and sign the fuck in. It's not that hard.
Skip trial at the very bottom corner. Skip
and
trial.
if you need to find me, I will link the motherfucker so you can join. All right? All right?
I'll beg.
To which I say,
I'm sick of having in this motherfucking place.
I'm sick and tired you Negroes making excuses as to why. Thank you, gamer. See? There you go, right there. Leave Facebook alone. I may be on it, but I barely use it. The only time I use it is to signal Leia to get over here. That's it. She ain't on MeWe all day like we are.
And she'll be like, nah, Wolf. It's gonna be another 35 minutes. I'm still trying to hide that vibranium.
Wait, Wolf. I'm still in look, wait a minute, Wolf. I'm still in Candyman land. I'm in Captain Land. I'm still in Captain Land. Let me enjoy this real quick.
Yeah, President Rogers.
Then she'll be on. Then she'll be like on my way. Anyways,
right.
Like I said, you are the UN Spacey. Welcome to Wolfly, Auru, and all that shit. I'm gonna leave off with a bang. Hey, that shit's copyrighted and patented. Don't steal that shit.
Good night. Good night, everybody. Good night.
All right, here we go. Y'all have a good night.
That means you, Owen.